into those quacks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low, low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
To the hour, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's doing some news. I got a couple things I want to get to as well. When you threw to that video of the video outside of the building,
yes,
I thought you were throwing to the Department of Education building.
Oh no, I got clips of that too.
But let's get to that because I saw our old friend, our old Crazy Town original.
Yes.
Oh, Mad Max. Oh, Mad Max was out there today. I didn't know Mad Max was ready to throw down like she was ready to throw down today.
Yeah, she was daring them to pull their guns.
She was ready to throw down there at the front door. And if there's anybody who's going to become, or clearly is an American patriot, but is going to become an American patriot go down in history, or get really well known, is this guy who stood in front of the door.
Yeah.
Because he acted like a total boss, listening to her absolute nut job nonsense, standing there in front of the Department of Education. Mad Max, I didn't know if she was going to try to hit him with her wig or what she was going to do next, but she was ready to throw down.
Yeah. She was there with a bunch of other Democrats.
Yeah.
Making a spectacle of themselves, trying to get some airtime.
Harassing.
Yes.
Now, she's the queen, of course, of public harassment and getting away with threatening violence. This is what she does. Of course, everybody knows she's so off her rocker. She kind of gets a pass for it and gets away with it, like from people like me who kind of chuckle at it, because I always look at it from the comedic standpoint of our Crazy Town.
Right.
So, even today, I was like, all right, you go, Mad Max. I didn't know you were down like that. You look ready to
she was out there
throw fists.
Yep. Ready to
so
throw
let's
down.
See this clip.
This is cut number 8. Here's Maxine Waters and friends.
Come on, Max.
Complaining that they can't get into the Department of Education building once they found out that Doge was in there, examining their records.
Yeah, what is she going to do if she got in, by the way?
Exactly. Watch her gigantic Mardi Gras type head swivel back and forth as she yells at this guy. Cut number 8. Check this out.
Not only are they not letting us in, now they've called the Department of Homeland Security. We are members of Congress here talking with the Department of Education, and they're treating us.
Kids deserve to have us go in and fight for them.
This is appalling.
Yes. They want to fight for the kids.
Oh, children of the country.
Right.
Really? Listen to this.
Here she comes.
Here we go. Come on.
This man here.
We are members of Congress.
Come in.
They're
Come on,
blocking
You
us.
see this man here.
Here we go.
Who is a federal employee? He told us.
He's not.
Are you a federal employee? Huh?
Yes.
No, he said he's a federal employee.
He's so done with them.
We raise money to make sure that we have a Department of Education. Everybody that's hired at the Department of Education are here
taxes.
because we pay for them to be here. He's standing here today, blocking the door, and he can't give us a good reason why he's blocking this door.
Make sure they see right here.
Well, she went on from there. That's not. That's not the full.
No, that wasn't a full thing. Here's cut number 9. When she notices that the police have been called,
he should have said, you guys seem a little insurrection-y to me right now.
Right.
You seem like you want to storm the door, and you seem like you want to get inside a government building that you don't have access to right now. Sorry. We've been through this before. You guys seem to complain a lot about it. And now here you are. That guy was a boss.
Yeah, he was. He stood there the whole time and took it. Here's cut number 9. When Mad Maxine and her gigantic head notice there are police inside. Check this out. Cut 9.
Stand back and let the camera see they're calling people
Gun loading.
out on us. They're calling them out on us. Look behind this door. Who do you see back there?
The doors will open.
Do they have guns on them?
Yes.
Do they have guns?
Yes.
Are they prepared to shoot us? We want in.
What a moron. What an absolute moron. Wow. Just an absolute moron. Maxine Waters, are they prepared to shoot us?
She's flipped a wig.
Oh my God.
She's flipped a wig.
I mean, just crazy. Absolute crazy.
Man. Like
mobsters showing up at the door.
Yeah.
Threatening violence to this poor guy who, just like Fran said, is so done with this. It's like, I'm here to do a job. Right. I don't need to get abused by people like you. I mean, just crazy, accosting a federal worker at the door. And then blessing all of us with her absolute pure stupidity, vomiting out of her mouth, saying this nonsense.
Yeah, that they go around raising money for the department. They don't raise money. It's called taxes, you dolt. Taxes.
Let me see your ID. He's like, I already showed it to you. And then she has some other nitwit come up there, and she wobbles up there. I didn't ask him for it yet. I mean, these people are just... I mean...
What's sickening is they are the worst of the worst. Yeah. And we pay them. That's the worst part, is they are taking our tax money as their salaries. And it's way more than you make. And that's the sick part.
And did you see my guy Frost? I told you about this guy from New York, Frost, Maxwell Frost, I think his name is. He was there too. He was trying to get in the guy's face, even more aggressively than Nutjob Waters was.
Well, Maxine was afraid her.
And then they had some lunatic from, of course, Connecticut, my home state. Embarrassing. Johanna Hayes, some whack job Democrat from Connecticut. She was up there. Button in, I'm going to stop you right there. And she's saying, I mean, these people are just nuts.
Yeah. They are the worst of the worst.
And you notice how they wait for make sure the camera's on them and the microphone's around, and then they start gaslighting us about how much they love the children. It's all for the children. And then you hear President Trump today in the Oval Office or in the White House in the press briefing room with where we rank, where the children rank when it comes to education in this country? Dead last.
Yeah.
But they care about the children, they'll tell you.
Yeah. Speaking of that, let's go to cut 12. Here's President Trump, congratulating the newly fired Joe Biden for the Department of Education work that he's done in the past 4 years. Cut 12.
Biden's last year, congratulations, Joe. We're ranked dead last. So what I want to see is education. Number one, I like choice. We all like choice. But beyond choice, long beyond choice, I want to see it go back to the states where great states that do so well have no debt. They're operated brilliantly. They'll be as good as Norway or Denmark or Sweden or any of the other highly ranked countries. They'll be probably have 35 to 38 states will be right at the top. And the rest will come along. They'll have to come along competitively. And by the way, we'll be spending a lot less money and we'll have great education.
Yeah. So there you go.
Here's this guy, of course, from New York, Maxwell Frost. Here was he outside, I guess once they finally gave up and realized they're not getting in.
Hey everybody, I'm here with multiple members of Congress. We're here to go to the Department of Education to fight for education, and they have locked the doors. They're not letting us in. It says all access entrance. There's this random guy out here who's refusing to let us in.
His name is
and right here, what's his name?
His name is Jim Harefield.
And right here they have
God
armed
bless him.
officers as well, acting like we're dangerous.
You are.
A year ago, I'd be able to walk into this building and not be locked out. This is what they're doing. Elon is allowed in, but not you, not your elected representatives, not parents, not students. Elon can go in, his goons can go in, but not the representatives of the people. Hey,
Goons.
Goons.
What goons?
Yeah, goons. Yeah.
Goons.
This argument you're hearing from them, how Elon is not elected, is like laughable. He works for the most elected, the top elected, the only election that matters to people in this country. Not you people. The President of the United States. Just as he says, Pete Hegseth is my guy at defense. He wasn't elected to that position. Mm-hmm. Just as he says all his other cabinet members, he says, this guy works for me. under the executive branch that I'm in charge of, and he's going in there. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, and the Department of Education falls
He's
under...
not elected and we are.
Yeah, the Department of Education falls under the executive branch.
Duh. Maxwell.
Hi, I'm pulmonologist Dr. Jamie Rutland. Did you know we take 20,000 breaths a day? And when we inhale, we invite all the contaminants in the room into our airways? Indoor air quality can be 5 to even 100 times worse than outdoors. Meet the Air Doctor. It's your prescription for clean air and the only hospital-grade air purifier equipped with advanced Ultra HEPA filters, proven to improve your indoor air quality and overall health. I can confidently tell you that if it's in your air, it's in your body. Check this out. This would have been in your lungs.
And now you can breathe better with this exclusive TV-only offer. Save 40% now on your hospital-grade Air Doctor.
What makes Air Doctor hospital grade? Well, it's a triple filtration, including an Ultra HEPA filter that removes virtually 100% of the smallest and most dangerous contaminants down to 0.003 microns, including mold spores, pollen, smoke, pet dander, even bacteria and viruses that make you sick. That's 100 times smaller filtration than ordinary HEPA purifiers. That means you can breathe easy, knowing your family can get relief from allergies and asthma and reduce airborne diseases.
Look what the Air Doctor trapped. I wouldn't want my kids breathing this in.
Air Doctor takes the guesswork out of clean air. A pre-filter captures large particles. The carbon filter removes smelly odors, dangerous gases, and harmful volatile organic compounds. The Ultra HEPA filter captures microscopic contaminants, even bacteria and viruses. And the Air Doctor smart sensors measure pollutants, automatically adjusting the filtration.
It's pulling the pollutants out, it's pulling the allergens out, it's even pulling the toxic chemicals that our cleaning products leave behind.
Call or go to tryairdoctor.com now. Get 40% off our best-selling air purifier. Plus, every Air Doctor comes complete with our 30-day Breathe Better money-back guarantee.
Call 1-800-862-7795. That's 1-800-862-7795. Call now.
You asked and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. Ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for Real America's Voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
On the East Coast, Hour 2, Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. And across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio, welcome on in. Make sure you follow us on all our social media at LFS6B, pretty much everywhere. X, Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, Getter, Kick. Wherever you're watching us, we appreciate it. Make sure you follow, like the channel, subscribe. I want to thank everybody in the YouTube chat tonight that's gifting membership subs, super chats. It all goes to support the show, and we appreciate that. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's going to do some more news. I got a couple things I want to get to as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. I saw a really nice column today by Matthew Continetti over at the Washington Free Beacon. And it's entitled Trump's Youth Revolution, How America's Oldest President is Becoming a Gen Z Icon. And The article has the picture of President Trump with all the girls, the young girls and mothers, and from the other day, signing the executive order to protect women's sports and protect girls in girls' sports. And then he has this article, and he says, news alert, Washington Post journalists are panicked that some of the Doge employees previously worked at Elon Musk's private sector companies and are in their early 20s, quote unquote. The horror, outrage over Musk's whiz kids reveals another progressive double standard. Young activists are praised when they are on the left and denounced when they join the right. The Post, moreover, is blind to the real story, which is Trump may be the oldest man elected president, but he leads a youth movement that will shape politics for decades to come. Trump shattered the cliche that Republicans are the party of senior citizens and Democrats the party of young people. And he's staffing his administration with men and women who will form the next GOP governing class. The Beltway is only beginning to grasp the implications. Young people not only define the cultural landscape, they carry the political categories that they lean into in their 20s for the rest of their lives. Such is the power of youth that even losing candidates who win over young people have lasting influence. The young people who worked on George McGovern's 1972 presidential campaign, such as Bill and Hillary Clinton, were the liberal future. Ron Paul's collegiate supporters in 2008 and 2012 previewed the anti-establishment, anti-war GOP. And Bernie Sanders' bros and girls in 2016 and 2020 pointed towards the Democrats' coming lurch to the left. When a youth-driven campaign wins power, the consequences are profound. Think JFK accepting the torch passed to a new generation of Americans, or Reaganauts forging the doctrines that guided the GOP for 40 years. It turned out that 78-year-old Donald Trump would preside over the Democratic transition that Barack Obama fans once dreamt of. Trump actually did more than turn the Republican Party into a multiracial working-class coalition. His time in the political wilderness gave the GOP a cutting edge. In 2020, for example, Trump lost 18 to 29-year-olds to Joe Biden by 24 points. 4 years later, he cut that lead over Kamala Harris to only 11. How did this happen? Trump capitalized on young people's frustrations with inflation, interest rates by recalling his presidential record and opposing the woke agenda of anti-American cultural transformation. His particular focus, lower propensity young male voters. Over the past decade, young men have had trouble finding their place in the economy, in the culture, and society. Politics offered nothing but disappointment to them. George W. Bush's conservatism receded before they came of age. Many young people have found purpose and meaning in a return to traditional religion and male pursuits. They looked beyond Barack Obama and Joe Biden's liberalism, and they found Donald Trump. That was why Trump took in so many UFC matches, why he went to college football games, why he went to NASCAR races. And he made Joe Rogan's endorsement a priority. He wanted to demonstrate solidarity with a rising generation. Social media propelled both Trump candidates. In 2024, Trump added TikTok and a long-form podcast to his political arsenal. These platforms showcased Trump's authenticity and communication skills. They provided him direct access to this growing audience. Among the architects of this winning strategy was Barron Trump, age 18. In staffing this administration, Trump skipped over the Reagan-Bush governing class to create a new echelon of GOP leaders. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is 27 years old. Vice President J.D. Vance, 40 years old. UN Ambassador Elise Stefanik, 40 years old. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, 43. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, 44. Russ Vought, 48. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Sean Duffy at Transportation, both 53. Attorney General Pam Bondi, 59, and she looks 30.
Yeah, does.
The oldest Trump cabinet pick is Linda McMahon. born in 1948. Her mission, put herself out of work by closing the Department of Education. There's no better mission for the former CEO of the WWE than a bureaucratic smackdown. GOP congressional leadership has changed too. Mike Johnson, 53 years old, and arrived in Washington, D.C. along with Trump only in 2017. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, 64, is decades younger than his predecessor. You know who that is.
Yeah.
Tom Cotton, who chairs the Senate Republican Conference as well, 47. That's a toddler when it comes to the Senate. Most of them aren't old enough to rent a car, 77-year-old Hillary Clinton said about the Doge employees. This is the same woman whose 1969 Wesley commencement address was a paean to youthful dissent, searching and renewal. Now she's checking IDs all of a sudden. The Democrats lecture and scold. Trump offers opportunity through disruption. The GOP's babyface bulldozers are just getting started, and they will not be denied.
Yeah, that's a good article.
That's a good article.
Excellent.
And again, I go back to that article I was reading last night from that Substack from Evo Loves You. And that's exactly who these people are. They're young. You know what? They're the people that you sit there. They're the ones that we're going to be talking about in 15, 20 years as the new Bill Gates, as the new Elon Musk, right? Those are those people.
Let's hope, yeah.
Yeah, you hope. But right now you've got Elon Musk taking advantage of what he sees in them as their potential and be like, hey, how can you help me? Because that's what the smartest people do, right? Henry Ford did it. Henry Ford got brought up on charges because he didn't graduate high school or something, and they were coming after him years ago. I read about this, and basically his argument was, "I'm surrounding myself with the people who know the things that I don't." And that's Trump's
best quality. It's Trump's best quality. We've heard that from people who have been in the room with him. I remember when I had John Laval on this program back in the first run, 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
John was at the time.
He was the RNC. He was the leader of the Suffolk Republican Party.
Suffolk Republicans. Yeah. John Laval came on the program. He was with Trump. He was on CNN a lot defending Trump, and Trump took notice of a good job he was doing. He actually went to meet with him, and he came back and came on the show, and he said, "I was stunned on how little he said in our meeting." He sat there. He said, "I want to know what you think. I want to know what you think. I want to know what you think." And he went around the room. He listened to everybody, took it all in, thought about it. And we've heard this from multiple people. It's one of the things he does the most. He wants to hear from all the people, the smartest people around him, and then he'll, of course, obviously be the end decision maker, but he takes it all in. He doesn't come into things with a predetermined notion of what the best thing to do is. He wants to hear from his people.
Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned John. I grew up with John. We went to elementary school, junior high, and high school together. And still keep in touch today. He's a great guy. Great attorney.
He was on this show multiple times from 15 to 19.
And that's one of the things he said about Trump also is that he's just a great storyteller. When you see him command a room, he says that's just vintage him. That's just him being him. And he can take anything that happened, make a great story out of it, and just get everybody involved and make them feel like he's talking to them one-on-one.
Yeah. All right, 10 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some news. News is brought to you by Freedom Force Nutrition, available live from Studio6B.com on the homepage. Rick Delgado's got the news. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, you know what? The left, of course, freaking out. We see it on a daily basis. You can just pop on anything on social media and see them screaming at the sky, and you know what they do. But this woman, she used to be a supporter of Kamala Harris. She's had, I guess, she got red pilled somewhere along the way. Cut number 6. Here she is admitting she was wrong about voting for Kamala and thanking God that Trump won this election. Cut number 6. Check this out.
All right, y'all. Listen, let me be one of the first black women that was a part of the 92 or the 93% that voted for Kamala to come out and just say it. I regret voting for Kamala. I really do. I regret voting for her. Already into Trump's presidency, not even a full month, and this man has already secured borders. He's already signing bills that are taking place, that are uplifting this country. Me not doing my history and really, being investigative and seeing all the things that Trump has done, and now having the eye opener and really looking at this man and seeing exactly how this man works has really put something on my heart. And I don't know what I was thinking going in there voting for Kamala in the first place. I'm glad of the results. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad that Trump is in there, but me being so lost and participating into the whole Kamala run, and now taking a step back, looking at how this president here is really running things, and it hasn't even been a whole month, is something that I do think about. So, I advise people that are in the Democratic Party, myself, to do your research. Really do your research, okay? Because I can definitely say that as a black woman, a part of the 93%, I made an error. I can admit that. I can take accountability and admit that.
Yeah. So there you have it. Hopefully there's a lot more of them out there that are coming to that realization, seeing what's happening. And like she said, not even a full month into his first term, into this term, and seeing the results that he's able to get, and making things happen. And people aren't used to the government actually working. And hopefully this is the first 2 weeks into getting that machine to actually work for the American people.
All right, more news with Delgado. Odds makers coming up at the bottom of the hour, 9:30, and it's a long list of guests that are going to join us from you, the audience, the Real American Voices. You'll join us. We'll do it 9:30. We'll do some more sports and news, though, when we get back. First, live from Studio 6B. We're back. 3 quick minutes. Stay right there.
America, listen up. Car repairs are seeing record highs. They've seen a nearly 50% increase in recent years due to a shortage of car parts and workers, and that number is still rising. With more drivers choosing to keep their cars longer, that means a lot of out-of-warranty drivers are getting hit with expensive repair bills. If this is you, you're risking paying thousands when your vehicle breaks down. Or you could call CarShield now to help save big on your next covered repair. CarShield offers low month-to-month plans that have helped save drivers thousands on car repairs. These plans help protect your car, truck, or SUV, and up to 5,000 parts and systems. Look at how much these repairs could cost. Just listen to how much these customers saved.
I've been a CarShield customer for more than 2 years. I've filed 4 claims and saved nearly almost $7,000.
I've been a CarShield customer for over 4 years. I've saved over $3,000 covering 2 cars, and I couldn't be happier.
Car repair costs are currently at an all-time high. Don't run the risk of having to pay out of pocket. Call CarShield right now and get their price lock guarantee, where your price never goes up as long as you cover your car.
Saving drivers money on car repairs with CarShield is only the beginning. Plans go the extra mile and include 24/7 coast-to-coast roadside assistance, all at no additional cost to you.
Best of all, you'll get access to CarShield's concierge service, who can even help you find a mechanic near you.
Avoid the skyrocketing costs and call to speak to an expert now. Together, you can find the plan that works for you in just minutes. Don't wait. You have to call before your car breaks down, or it's too late.
CarShield has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau and was voted America's most trusted auto protection company. It's not a matter of if, but when your car will break down. It's time to call CarShield now. Call 800-853-6533. 800-853-6533.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are powerful, lightweight, and simple to use. And their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. Plus, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. You get a free portable charging case, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, free shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Sound like the blues, 17 past the hour. Then we talked about our friends at Birch Gold. Have you seen the news from economists forecasting a depression, not recession? Depression by the year 2030. Well, we're in the perfect storm as Social Security and Medicare hit a breaking point with the largest generation hitting retirement. A smaller workforce means a smaller tax base. Pair that with our growing national debt and rising cost of living, and we have a big problem. So what are you going to do now to protect your family for the future? Well, gold is a safe haven in hard economic times, and Birch Gold makes it easy to diversify a portion of your savings into physical gold. Birch Gold will help you transition an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket to do it. So protect your future today. Text the word America. Send it to 989898. Get your free information kit on gold. See if it's right for you. And you can get a copy of The Ultimate Guide to Gold in the Trump Era, a book with a foreword written by Donald Trump Jr. There's no obligation, only information. Birch Gold has earned the trust of countless Americans looking to safeguard their savings. You too can trust Birch Gold. Text America to the number 989898. Do it today. That's text the word America to the number 989898. And do it today. What's the other one I have to read here? I don't know why I cannot find it. Well, you know the wellness company. Their doctors, like Dr. Peter McCullough, has been on the show, and their kits are the absolute gold standard when it comes to keeping you and your family safe and healthy. It's a new day in America, a new administration in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of excitement, but there's a lot of work to do as well, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The truth is that the forces that are responsible for breaking our healthcare system aren't going to simply go away. The challenges our system faces won't disappear overnight. Now more than ever, you need to be prepared, and that's, of course, where the wellness company comes in. The doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. Whether it's the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. So whether it's flu to strep throat, COVID to bird flu, trip to the beach, or a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part now. Protect your health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice today in order. That's twc.health/voice. Use promo code VOICE to save an additional 10%. All right, 20 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell and MyPillow. Use promo code LFS6B if you're going to shop at MyPillow. It'll give you great savings, sometimes upwards of 50-60% off whatever you put in your cart, whether it's towels, pillows, sheets, those Giza sheets. Come on, you want to sleep good, you got to sleep on them Giza sheets.
Beauties.
Mike's got the new crosses going on that he wears. You got over at mystore.com. You got the coffee, books, all kinds of great stuff. Promo code LFS6B works for all of it. Use it, check out. Great way to support the show. Great way to support Mike. We appreciate it. Slick, what's going on?
All right, one more shot at the scoreboard because I know we're going to be doing odds makers at the end of the show, so we won't do any more sports. NCAA men's basketball right now, good game. St. John's 37-35 over UConn, 19 to go in the second half up in Connecticut there. Purdue 90-72 over USC. That's a final from earlier tonight, as is VCU over Dayton 73-68. NHL action, Penguins over the Rangers 3-2, 4 to go there in the third period. Mid-second period, Islanders and Jets tied at 2. Blackhawks lead the Predators 2-1, end of 1. Avalanche and Oilers mid-first period, no score there. NBA action, we have the Cavaliers right now, 124-114 over the Wizards, 3.5 to go there in the fourth quarter. Hawks over the Bucks, 92-90, 11 to go in the fourth. The Pistons, 92-74 over the Sixers with 4:42 to go in the third. I think the Pistons are shooting at about 65% tonight. Unbelievable. And all right, let's get to, one story, Big D. Remember the great Hubie Brown? Well, Hubie Brown is 91 years old, prepares to broadcast his final NBA game. It's an AP report. Hubie Brown had just taken his first college coaching job in 1968 and didn't expect that he'd also be asked to teach. So for this one, as an assistant at William & Mary, he taught 2 elective basketball courses. Brown, now 91 and set to work his final game as a broadcaster, never stopped teaching the sport in more than 55 years since. But his audience grew from college students to players, coaches, and TV viewers all over the world. It's the most remarkable thing, and it's not hyperbole. He was probably taught more people about the game of basketball than anybody that ever lived, broadcasting partner Mike Breen said. Brown and Breen will work ABC's telecast of Sunday's game between Philadelphia and Milwaukee, where Brown got his first NBA opportunity as an assistant coach with the Bucks teams featuring Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Oscar Robertson in 1972. You talk about some legends there, huh? For the next 5 decades, he'd moved from the coach's box to the TV table and back, earning induction into the Naismith Memorial Hall of Fame in 2005 for his contributions to basketball. So the great Hubie Brown, Big D, hanging up the mic. Unbelievable. 91 years old, one of my favorite broadcasters, so just wanted to get that in there as well. Good stuff there. And that's a wrap in sports, Big D. I know we got to take a lot of time up coming up in sports.
All right, 23 past the hour. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. We'll do some more. We'll do the odds makers with all of our picks on the big game, which I guess I got to start thinking about what I'm going to do here.
Yeah.
Coming up in the next segment.
Oh, yeah. You got to do that.
And Delgado's actually going to be a part of it. And then, of course, you, the live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice audience, will be the biggest part of it. We'll go to as many of you as possible to get your picks on the big game. That should be fun.
Is Harry making picks?
You know, I didn't ask Harry I think Harry wants to take the Yankees, so we'll just put,
at least he's got a sport.
We'll put the Yankees in for Harry. So, Delgado's got the news. What's going on?
All right. Well, there's a lot of speculation, and people are asking in the chat for me to look into this as well. So far, I've not found any viable news stories that support what I've seen on X and in the chat as well, suggesting that Elon Musk would be spending $40 million on Super Bowl ads, 5 of them, during the Super Bowl for Doge, and share with the American people, the viewing public, the waste and fraud that he's uncovered. So according to this, no, they are not spending $40 million on Super Bowl ads at this time. It could be just, maybe somebody was considering it, but there's no legitimate news story that covers this. So right now, I'm not seeing it. Don't believe the hype. If it happens, great. If not, you were warned. Here's another thing led by Elon Musk and Doge. Check this out. According to the Economic Times, USAID was dismantled so fast by Elon Musk-led Doge that one sacked employee had to be rehired. Damon, rehired, so they could help process the sheets of the other staff. The Agency for International Development, like I said, was dismantled so fast, they actually had to hire somebody back to help them kind of close up shop, so to speak. Musk targeted USAID to slash trillions of dollars from the federal budget. He recently claimed on social media, "We spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper," and he called the agency a criminal organization. So he is effectively dismantling USAID. The main building, of course, was shut down. The website taken offline, as per the Wall Street Journal. And, of course, I played you the clip earlier today of them removing the name right from the front of the building. So there you have it. Doge has been kind of deposed at this. Well, I shouldn't say Doge. USAID looks to have been deposed at this time, despite the rantings, the ravings, the histrionics coming from the left, coming from the media, coming from your Democrat elected grifters.
Yeah.
Everybody screaming bloody murder that Elon Musk is destroying their money system.
All right, odds makers coming up. We'll pick the big game on Sunday. We'll all do it, and we'll get you, the Real America's Voice audience, involved. We'll do it when we get back right after this.
Israel needs you. We desperately need tens of thousands to respond.
A great storm from the north has come against Israel. You've got the scriptures calling each one of us not only to pray for the peace of Jerusalem, but it's incumbent upon each one of us to defend these precious people of God. This massive grocery store should be crowded. People are lacking food.
Exactly.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is preparing meals for precious elderly citizens who can't get out.
It broke out her window that was shattered. Because of the war, much of her roof is gone. The ceiling is gone. She's frightened from Hezbollah. Yeah. How does she get food? The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we come in. Thank you. You provide groceries, vegetables, hot meals. It's you.
Your emergency gift will help provide food to Clara and thousands like her trying to survive in the evacuated areas of Israel. Your urgently needed gift of $45 will help rush the delivery of an emergency food box and nutritious meals for a week.
It's you that gives her hope and lets her feel the presence of God.
It must be that God is here with me now. Thank you, and I'll say a special prayer of thanks to God.
When there's war and violence and brokenness, you and I as Christians are chosen to minister, to love. The wars come and the wars go, but something that never changes is hunger. And you help bring the peace when she can know I have something to eat today.
America stands at a turning point. The first 100 days of President Trump's administration will shape the future of our nation, and the stakes couldn't be higher. At AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, we're committed to holding Washington accountable. That's why we've launched the first 100 Days Tracker. This powerful tool tracks the administration and Congress as they work to deliver on promises that matter to you, securing the border, strengthening our economy, defending our freedoms, and protecting Social Security and Medicare. Join millions of AMAC members across the nation who are staying informed, taking action, and making a difference. Join today for 5 years and receive 47% off. Stay informed, share your voice in our exclusive survey, and join the fight to protect America's future. AMAC, standing for your values, your freedoms, and your future.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's been doing the news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always, and here we go. Friday, February 7th. We are 2 days away from the big game, Super Bowl number
59. Yeah, 40.
I was going to say 49. 59 in New Orleans. The Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles meet. It's time for our final odds makers of the year. All right, here we go. Aaron, let's set it up. Where are we record-wise? Do we know?
Yes, I have it right here. Record-wise, I am 51, 40, and 2 on the season so far.
Very impressive.
Slick is 42, 49, and 2 on the season. Damon, right now, you are 9, 6, and 2.
Oh!
Overall. And audience overall is 28, 41, 2.
Ouch. Oh, yikes. That's a rough one there. All right, we're going to see if we can improve on that. I'm going to go first. Because there have been no questions for me all week on this game.
Oh, yeah.
And that is the Philadelphia Eagles. Right now, plus 1.5. I'm going to take them plus 1.5. I'm also going to take them minus 115 to win the game. I don't think they need the points. So I'm going to take both of those plays, plus 1.5, plus minus 115. So I'm going to bet them both ways on the game side. I'm going over the posted total of 48.5 because I think this is a high-scoring game. I know that's not the common theme. I think there's going to be a lot of points in this game. And then my 3 props are going to be tails never fails on the coin toss. My best one is going to be Saquon Barkley. I think he's going to score twice. I'm going to go 2 TDs for Saquon.
Okay.
That is plus 260. Plus 260 on that. And I'm also going to go Saquon as MVP.
Oh.
I think he's the key to all of it. So those are my 3 props. That's my game, my total, and my 3 props. I think for Philly to win, he has to be the MVP, and he's going to have to score twice, so it's all kind of connected. I think Philly's got the better receivers. I think they have the better offensive line. They certainly don't have the better quarterback, but they have a quarterback that's certainly good enough to handle the pressure of this game. I haven't had any doubt about this all week long. I don't know if it's going to come true, but we'll see. I got the Eagles in this game. Slick? Where are you going?
I got the opposite. I'm going opposite, Big D. Yeah. I'm going Chiefs. I like the Chiefs. I think that obviously their experience will win out. You know, either way I could care less. I really don't have a horse in the race, to be quite frank. But the Chiefs all season long continue to win. Andy Reid's experience. Nick Sirianni of the Eagles, he gets a little flaky under pressure. Saquon, I think they shut him down. There's a gentleman in the middle there named Chris Jones. You ever hear of Chris Jones? Mm-hmm. One of the best to do it. Best defensive tackle probably in the last 25 years in the league. I like him in the middle, and I think they're gonna shut them down. I think it'll be a low-scoring game. I'm going to take the under as well. Yes, indeed. I'm going. You know it. Absolutely. I'm glad you
back up the truck, baby.
I'm glad you went first. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm going. Yeah, definitely. I'm going Kansas City minus the 1.5 and over and under. I'm definitely going under with the 48.5 as well.
Okay.
My prop picks you'd like to know?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go first field goal would be for Philly. I think they're going to get the first field goal. Jake Elliott. I'm taking that one. And then
what are the odds? Do you have the prices?
I think it was like I don't know, plus 225 or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I'm going to go Gatorade color. I'm going to go for a 3-peat there, too. Purple be the color of 3 years in a row. That was plus 175.
Okay.
And then my last pick is whether or not Travis Kelce's going to propose to Taylor Swift.
Oh, come on. Come on.
That one is a beauty. It's anywhere from minus 2,000 to plus 800.
Okay.
So find me somewhere in between.
So where are you doing? Where are you going? Yes.
He's not going to propose to her. He wouldn't do that to her.
Philadelphia Eagles first scoring play of field goal, by the way, is plus 156.
Oh, 156. I thought it was a little.
Okay. All right. So give us your 3 props one more time.
Yeah. So first field goal would be Philly. Then I'm going to go Gatorade color purple.
Gatorade purple
plus 175.
And no
proposal.
No proposal. Okay. Yeah. All right, there you go. There's Slick's picks for the big game. Aaron?
All right, I'm going to go quick because we got 7 people on the line. I'm going to pick Chiefs over Philly, minus 1.5. On the over-under, I'm going to take the over, 48.5. I'm also going to go with Slick for one of the props, Gatorade color. I'm picking purple as well. 3-peat on that. Wow. National anthem, I'm going to go with under the 2 minutes. John Batiste had a very famous national anthem performance at the 2017 NBA All-Star Game, which clocked in at 1:55. So I think he's going to go very similar, and that was a very slow, methodic one, too. So I think he's going to clock in that easily. And my last prop bet is the shortest touchdown over or under 1.5 yards. I'm going to go under.
Okay. All right, very good.
1.5 yards.
Good props there from Aaron. All right, here we go. You've seen the audience all year long. And they're going to join. Oh, I forgot Delgado.
right, sorry.
I'm so sorry. I totally forgot Delgado's making a pick here.
I'll make it quick.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm
go ahead.
going Chiefs. I think they're going to win by 7. I think it's going to be the over.
Okay.
Let's see. Prop bets. Gatorade color. I'm going to go with yellow.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't think we've seen lime in a while.
They have yellow?
First
Really?
TD going to be the Chiefs.
It's a pistol.
Okay.
Chiefs going to score the first TD. And for the
last one,
the last one is the national anthem.
What
Under
are you
2.
doing?
Under 2.
What? They're going to sing it? Oh, okay.
No.
Under 2 minutes.
Great. Let's go to
good.
Chip.
Wait, what was the?
All right, here we go. Chip is on the line. You saw Chip in week 5. Chip, what do you like in the game?
I like the Eagles getting the point.
There you go, Chip. Welcome to the party, pal. All right, very good. Me and Chip, what do you like in the total quickly?
I actually like the under, like I think Slick Rick said.
Okay, very good.
2 good defenses. I like Cooper DeJean to score a touchdown.
Okay. All right, good props. All right, Chip, thanks so much for participating in the Odds Makers, and thanks for coming back quickly tonight. We appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks,
all right,
guys.
you saw her in week 4. Oh,
Nope.
no.
We're going right to Farmer Brook.
Oh, Farmer Brook.
Farmer Brook. He's at the dome. Look at this.
Look at this setup.
Take his hat off. It could
Look
be
at
a
the
double
farmer.
dome.
Now, Farmer just spent the day out. This guy's going out to watch golf. He's hanging out with Luke Bryan. He's hanging out. You're hanging out with more celebrities than we are.
I asked them if they all knew you. They know who you are, brother. So,
Who are you kidding? Who are you kidding? They don't know nothing about us. All right, who do you like in this game?
Hey, I like Fly, Eagles, Fly. All right?
You, David.
Hey. I'm sorry, it is a chicken. It's hard to get an eagle on short notice, okay? So.
All right. Well, do you like anything else like a lot besides the Eagles? Do you like the total or any props? What do you like?
I'm taking the over too. Sorry, Damon. Maybe we can connect on this one, all right?
All right. I hope we can, brother. All right. Thanks for being a part of everything. You're a great sport. We appreciate it. All right, Aaron, who are we going to next?
Okay.
Right now we got Kelly.
Kelly's on the line. You saw her in week 12. Hi, Kelly. Welcome back. Who do you like in the game?
I'm taking the Eagles.
Okay, you like the Eagles as well. Any particular reason, or are you getting on Big D's bandwagon here? We're going to take this to victory.
I really do not care for either team, so I'm just.
Neither do I.
I'm getting on your bandwagon, Big D.
All right, I like it. That's good enough reason. I hope I can lead us there. So, anything else you like in the game, or are you going to watch the game, or you really don't care?
I'm going to watch it, but being a Broncos fan, I always want the Chiefs to lose. But I'm not a fan of the Eagles either. So
yeah.
All right, very good, Kelly. Thanks so much for being a Week 12 participant. And thanks for coming back tonight. We appreciate it.
Half our audience is going to organize their sock drawer, I think, during the Super Bowl.
All right, who are we going to next, Aaron?
Right now we are going to Matt. We're just waiting on his camera to pop up.
All right, we're waiting for Matt. Matt's going to make a pick here. We got a couple more.
Oh, got him. All right, here we go.
All right, let's bring Matt up here. This is like doing sports talk radio.
Right.
Let's bring Matt up.
I want to go everything Damon said verbatim.
Oh!
All right. Look at that shirt. This guy comes prepared. Yeah.
Represent.
All right, so you like the Eagles and under too?
Yeah, sounds good.
Well, Matt, I mean, you just sound like you're here along for the ride.
Yeah. Well, you made it easy on me. You made it easy on me, but I'm going to take. Taylor needs a reason to write another sad song. All the way.
Okay. All right, there we go.
They have 3 touchdowns and MVP.
All right, I like it. You like Saquon for MVP?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. I mean, he's got to have a big game for them to win, right? I mean, that's the whole thing. All right, very good. All right, Matt, thanks. You're a great sport. Thanks for Matt was in week 8, and now he's back tonight. We appreciate that.
Yep. Hey, do that opening again for week 8. That was awesome.
Okay. All right, very good.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Matt. All right, Aaron, where are we going now?
Right now we're going to
Harry's house.
Oh, we're going to Chip.
We're going who?
We're going to Chip.
All right, Chip's back. Oh, come on, Chip.
Boy, Chip.
All right, Chip, here we go. Big game, wrapping it up for the football season. Who do you like?
We're going who?
We're going to Chip.
All right, Chip's back. Oh, come on, Chip.
I can't be watching.
Got a little delay.
Big game, wrapping it up for the football season. Who do you like?
I'm going with the Eagles. As a Niners fan.
Chip,
Okay.
turn down your speakers
your
there or
volume.
something. We're hearing ourselves back. So
Yeah, we're getting some feedback,
There we
which
go.
is rare
How's
for the
that?
show.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better. I'm going with the Eagles. I'm a Niners fan, so I can't pick the Chiefs, and plus I'm tired of the two T's, Taylor and Travis. So I've had enough of them. So I'm going with the Eagles.
Yeah, that's good.
Can't blame
That's a
you.
good enough reason right there.
Can't blame
anything you like? Any you love the total or anything in props that you love?
Yeah, I'm going to go over. I'm going to take the over. And I think Barkley will probably win the MVP.
Okay.
I'll take those.
All right, so a lot of people are with me here on this. I like it. And Chip was razor sharp in the 2 times he was with us, so he had a great record. He did a great job.
Yep.
Great job breaking down the game. So I feel pretty good about that. All right, Chip, thanks for participating in the Odds Makers. Hopefully we'll have you back next year when we do it again. We really appreciate it.
Looking forward to it.
All right, there he goes. There's Chip. Of course, he was in week 2 and came back for the divisional round. He did a great job.
Yeah.
Aaron, where are we going now?
We're going to our. Well.
All right, Dad.
Sorry, our dad.
All right, Dad. Where are we going? Who do we like in this game?
Well, look at his jersey.
Where do you think we're going?
Oh, my God.
All right. Are you sure you want to do this?
I absolutely want to do it. You have a Hall of Fame coach. You have a Hall of Fame quarterback. You have a Hall of Fame tight end. What more do you want?
Right? Listen, it's hard to argue. I totally agree. But your Hall of Fame tight end, I don't know.
Think about this. How could you possibly go against Patrick Mahomes with all the money on the line? Come on.
Yeah. He's got a good point.
I like his thinking.
Well, of course you do. You have to go home. You have to have a place to live.
This is the only time we've agreed this season.
Of course you have to. You like his thinking. You don't want to be sleeping in the garage tonight. What are you talking about?
That's true.
I'm absolutely shocked Aaron didn't take the Eagle because she's been on the Eagles all season.
This is true.
That's true.
That tells me right there. I think I'm good. See, that's what always happens. You say, why didn't I do it? I was on it all season. Now, you know what that means. Fly, Eagles, fly. But Dad makes a good case. We're up against history. We're up against a dynasty. So I get it. Anything else?
And you've got Spag. What about Spagnuolo?
Yeah,
what
true.
What about the kicker, Harrison Butker?
Very true.
Great.
Very true.
Yeah.
Spags is going to throw stuff at them that they have not seen for sure.
Chris Jones.
All right, everybody.
Chiefs by 3.
All right, Chiefs by 3. There you go, Jim, otherwise known as Aaron's dad. Everybody did a great job. Aaron Friend did a great job putting that together on last minute notice. That was fun. All right, we're back to wrap it up. Live from Studio 6B right after this.
That was fantastic.
America is celebrating the start of President Trump's second term. Now, for a limited time, you can get the Kid's Guide to President Trump and a limited edition collectible pin for free. Hurry, supplies are very limited. Visit freetrumpbundle.com now. That's freetrumpbundle.com.
How many times has something broke down, but the right size tool is nowhere to be found? What you need is Red Dog, the amazing universal socket tool that fits, grips, and tightens virtually any fastener. And now may be your last chance to get one before they're gone. Look at all the different sizes and shapes, nuts, bolts, and screws. Any head will do. Red Dog grabs on tight and locks into place fast. It replaces hundreds of different tools, yet it's smaller than a battery. 54 telescoping steel pins mold around any object. Then, up to 150 pounds of torque knock out rusted fasteners. Attach the deluxe drill adapter and drive screws into concrete with ease. Don't let a stubborn project ruin your day. Red Dog grabs on tight. Plus, it tackles odd jobs with precision and speed. No more heavy toolboxes or guessing which size to use. With Red Dog, you'll never search or guess which tool to use again. Look, you could use a ton of different tools for this project, but we did it fast and easy with just one Red Dog. Amazing! You could spend over $100 for a socket set, or you can get the incredible Red Dog for just $19.99. But wait, there's breaking news. Red Dog may be discontinued. Due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, Red Dog is stopping manufacturing immediately. There's a strict limit of 3 per order while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Red Dog, but you must act fast. Once the current inventory is gone, it's gone forever. The amazing Red Dog. Order now.
Call 1-800-709-4320. That's 1-800-709-4320. Or visit buyreddog.com. So call 1-800-709-4320. Order now.
Oh no, you hate coming home to a dark house. You need the Bell & Howell Bionic Spotlight. The instant the motion sensor detects movement, Bionic Spotlight triggers 8 high-intensity LED lights that shower the entire area with light and then shuts off 30 seconds after it stops. Get the motion-activated Bionic Spotlight for just $19.95 with free shipping. If you order right now, you can double the offer and just pay a separate fee. 2 Bionic Spotlights backed by our 5-year warranty for one low-value price. And the shipping is free. Here's how to order.
Kevin paid off over $12,000 in credit card debt with the help of Consolidated Credit. They cut his interest rates and lowered his payments so he could pay off his debt fast. Call 800-596-8062 for a free consultation.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night. Hope you all enjoy the weekend. Again, whatever you're doing on Sunday for the big game, hope you enjoy it. Great picks by the LFS 6B audience. Great job by Aaron and Fran throwing that together. That is not easy, especially with Skype, which is not the easiest to work with. So I appreciate that. They did a great job putting that together. So Slickster, you're on the record now. Yep. Chiefs for you and for Aaron.
Yep.
You're taking the under. She's taking the over. I got the Eagles and over. And where the audience was, I was more mixed. Eagles than I suspected. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought so too. More green. I wanted to go with Philly. I mean, I'm similar to like Chip said. He hates the Chiefs because he's a Niners fan. I hate the Eagles because I'm a Dallas fan. But you know what? It's
the closest you're going to get to the Super Bowl, so you might as well pick someone in the
That is
East.
true. Yeah, right. What does Snoop Dogg say in the NFL awards? The Cowboys used to be good.
Yeah.
Said a couple other things too, but I'm not going to repeat them.
All right. Well, it should be fun. We'll see how it all plays out. I'm either going to be probably the winner, or I'm going to go over. Because if the Eagles don't win, it probably doesn't go over. And Barkley probably doesn't have the game he needs to have. You know what I mean? So mine are like so interconnected.
Yeah, you got a lot of
that. If Barkley. I lose one, I probably lose them all, and I look like a total absolute fool on Monday night, which will be nothing new. But again, it will just be another night of looking foolish.
Right. Unlike the Giants, you're placing a lot of value on Barkley this year.
Yes, and that's one of the things I think that that's one of the other reasons I like him.
Yep.
So I think he'll be out to put an exclamation point on this whole season.
He hasn't already.
Yeah.
I mean, I desperately hate the Eagles as a Giants fan.
Yeah.
But I'm such a Barkley fan that I do want him to do well. But
the Chiefs. Can't have your cake and eat it too.
Because I just think the Chiefs. It's something about it. They played so many close games. I don't see them losing. I just don't see them losing. It's almost like they're almost primed for a blowout, to blow somebody out. And I think it could happen on Sunday.
Well, you could have your cake and eat it too. Maybe Barkley has such a great game, even though Kansas City wins, then Barkley still wins the MVP even on the losing team. It's only happened one time in NFL history. Of course, who did that? None other than your Dallas Cowboys. Chuck Howley was on the losing team in Super Bowl V against the Colts. They lost on a 16-13 field goal, and they gave the MVP because he was an unbelievably great defensive player in that game. Only one time in NFL history that a losing team had the MVP. Mm-hmm. Could Barkley do that?
Possibly.
Have a 200-something yard game? How do you deny him, even if they lose at the end?
It's hard to imagine that two could happen, though.
Well, they keep him out of the end zone. It could.
True. Run for a lot of yards and not score, I guess.
Seen that one before.
All right, let's do some more news before we wrap it up on a Friday night. And here what the news is, Rick Delgado. What else is going on, Delgado?
All right, well, lots being said about the immigration problem and, of course, the border and the left screaming about it as usual. There's been recently a congressman, representative, a a Republican congressman who's starting to make some noise. His last name is Gill. He actually suggested here on cut number 3 that maybe Ilhan Omar could actually be deported. And he's not wrong. It's not a bad idea. Check it out for yourself. Cut number 3. Here's Congressman Gill.
I just want to follow up with this post that you had on X. You said that Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, U.S. citizen, should be deported to her home country of Somalia. Omar became a naturalized citizen at 17. Why did you do that?
Well, listen, my colleague Ilhan Omar, she is an American citizen. She is a member of the House of Representatives. I didn't call for her to be deported, but I did say that America would be better off were she deported. I think that there is a serious problem, particularly given after the past 4 years of open borders, of Democrats facilitating the invasion of our country by illegal aliens. My colleague Ilhan Omar was advising illegal alien Somalis on how to evade ICE detection. That is as un-American as you can possibly get. It's unbecoming of a congressperson.
What evidence?
And I absolutely
where are you getting that from
disgusting.
specifically? Where are you getting that from specifically?
We have the audio of her doing that.
But do you think that
interview?
She is a duly elected member of Congress.
She has a duty
constituents
to uphold
put her
the
in
values
office
and customs of America, not to represent foreign illegal aliens who shouldn't be here to begin with. And I think that raises serious questions.
She's helping people understand what the laws are. But listen.
That raises serious. To whom is she most loyal? Illegal aliens, Somalis, or American citizens?
She's representing her constituents.
Very legitimate question.
As a member of Congress, Congressman Brandon Gill, I really appreciate your time. I appreciate this conversation. I think it's really important.
So do I.
And I think our viewers appreciate it as well. Thank you so much, Congressman, and look forward to having.
We got to go to commercial.
No, you don't. Why you lying? See, they're all so phony, these people. They're so phony. She is phony baloney. She didn't enjoy it. She's not looking forward to having him come back.
Yeah.
And she can't sit there without defending Omar.
Yeah. And she's angry that he actually had the evidence of what she was talking. Do you have any evidence of this? Yes, we have her saying it. We have video and audio of it. Oh.
And then they try to do that thing where they try to come up with one fact that they could throw in. Oh, yeah, but she was really just what she was doing is educating them.
Right.
Well, we don't need you to tell us what she was doing.
Right. Yeah.
They can't help themselves, though.
No, they can't.
They just can't help themselves.
Exactly. Hey, Donald Trump was asked about this recent Time cover showing Elon Musk sitting behind the Resolute desk as president. And, of course, well, he had this to say and a whole lot more, talking about Elon and what they found since he's been appointed to run Doge. Here's cut number 13, answering quickly the question about the Time cover showing Elon Musk. Check this out.
Is Time Magazine still in business? I didn't even know that. Elon is doing a great job. He's finding tremendous fraud and corruption and waste. You see it with the USAID, but you're going to see it even more so with other agencies and other parts of government. He's got a staff that's fantastic. He's wanted to be able to do this for a long time, and everybody else knew it was existent, but I think never so much when you look at USAID. That's a fraud. The whole thing is a fraud. Very little being put to good use. Every single line that I look at in terms of events and transactions is either corrupt or ridiculous. And we're going to be doing that throughout government. And I think we're going to be very close to balancing budgets for the first time in many years. I think we're going to be very close to, in addition to monies coming in from tariffs, et cetera, et cetera. But he's doing a very good job. I'm very happy with it.
Will you put Elon Musk up on the podium for us to ask him some questions, Mr. President, at any point on that topic? Will you put Elon Musk up on the podium for us to ask him some questions?
Oh, sure. He'll be. He's not shy. Elon's not shy.
No. That's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. And finally, last cut of the night, here's our new Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, announcing an audit to members of the Pentagon in audience here. Cut number 7. Here he is. Check it out for yourself.
That includes a Pentagon audit, which to the Marines out there, y'all got to figure it out. And we appreciate that. Lean and mean. We are going to focus heavily to ensure that at a bare minimum, by the end of 4 years, the Pentagon passes a clean audit. The American taxpayers deserve that. They deserve to know where their $850 billion go, how it's spent, and make sure it's spent wisely. It used to be that if you called for an audit, somehow you were undermining the department. I believe the exact opposite. I believe we are accountable for every dollar we spend, and every dollar of waste we find or redundancy is a dollar we can invest somewhere else, as President Trump has committed directly to rebuilding our nation's military. So rebuilding our military is key.
Yeah, so there you have it. New Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth.
Steve Bannon will be very happy about that, and the president talking about going through there as well with Elon. He'll be very happy about that because he's been screaming and yelling about it, that it has to happen, and it does. All right, as always, we salute our military, active and active, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us, all our truckers, all our farmers, everybody that keeps the country moving and safe. Thanks, guys, on the show. Rick and Rick, great job. Aaron Fran, great job as always. Thanks to all the audience members who joined us tonight. Great job by all of you all year long on the Odds Makers. It's been fun. Enjoy the game on Sunday if you're watching it. Enjoy the weekend for the rest of you. And we will see you Monday night. Back here, 8 p.m., live from Studio 6B.
It's an absolute problem. It happens all of the time. If you own property and got equity, you can be a victim.
How can a scammer actually steal my home?
It's so easy for them to get the original document. They can download it and forge it. They begin to take out loans, and you're left holding the bag.
What can I do to protect my title?
Go to HomeTitleLock.com. We monitor your title and alert you if anything disturbs your title. Protect your home. You'll sleep better that night.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal. Just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. Order now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for
Welcome to Wayne Allyn Root Show.
Good to see you again, man. How's everything going in Viva Las Vegas?
loves Israel. He loves our country.
I'm always ready to fight, Gary. Always ready to fight.
One of the most popular hosts.
You are my Superman. Thank you. Thank you.
Got radio, he got television, he's got a beautiful wife.
We are under invasion at the border.
This is the kind of thing he talks about because he's about common sense.
Make faith and belief in country cool again. You are truly a breath of fresh air. I'm with you about 99% of the time.
It's okay if you're wrong 1% of the time.
Wayne Allen Root.
I salute you.
Where's Wayne? Where is Wayne Allen Root? Where the hell is he?
All right, the root's on fire. Super Bowl weekend. Is it going to be a three-peat? We'll find out. Coming to you from Vegas, which is the Super Bowl capital of the world, not New Orleans. More people will be in Vegas for the Super Bowl than New Orleans by a mile. This is the weekend of the year in Las Vegas. And at Wayne Root's house. You've heard of the mainstream media. Welcome to the Wayne Stream Media. I am the hardest working man in showbiz, certainly conservative showbiz, with the fastest show in the history of TV. This show is conservative, patriotic talk on steroids, squared to the 1,000th power. My command central. I make it so simple for you. Where do you watch Wayne Root shows? You don't have to go anywhere except root4america.com. At the top are 3 tabs. Watch Wayne on TV, listen to Wayne on the radio, listen to Wayne's podcast. Click and you're on live, or you can watch or listen to a library of all my recent shows, or get a link to all my shows to watch on any device you've got, and all my commentaries are there. Usually 2 or 3 times a week, and they appear there first, so you can be the first to read what I think on the biggest issues in America. My email, wayneroot@gmail.com. Email me anytime. Love to hear from you. Love to hear what you think of the show. wayneroot@gmail.com. Yesterday, by the way, was my 9th anniversary with my own radio and TV shows. I started my first local Vegas radio show on February 6th, 2016, right alongside my friend Donald J. Trump. That was 10,000 hours live on TV and radio ago. 10,000 hours. 7,000 guests ago, including President Trump 16 times, has got to be a world record. And that means today is the first day of my 10th year as a TV and radio host. It's been one hell of a decade. Now it's time for my opening commentary. It's titled, Trump's Tariffs Explained Simply for Idiots, Fools, Morons, Critics, Doubters, Sad Sack Losers, and Communist Traitors. President Trump is winning so fast, I can't even write columns fast enough to keep up with all his winning. Yet there are still many among us with little faith. Trump proves them wrong every hour of every day. This past Sunday night, I saw the stock markets, crypto markets, and gold markets around the world crashing, all because Trump had just started trade wars. And I laughed, because these wars remind me of the U.S. military war against Saddam Hussein and Iraq in Operation Desert Storm. We won that war in 2 weeks while killing over 200,000 of Iraq's forces. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. That's what this trade war will be like with President Trump in charge. The rest of the world doesn't have a chance. So, on Sunday night, I began to write a column about what fools these traders and investors are on Wall Street and around the world. O ye of little faith. I started to write on Sunday night at midnight that now is not the time to sell. Now is the time to buy, and buy some more of U.S. investments. Stocks, Bitcoin, gold, energy, real estate, buy it all. Because Trump's about to win these trade wars quickly and make America prosperous again. And secure the border to save our children's lives in the bargain. I wrote about half the commentary. Then I went to bed. And I planned to get up early on Monday morning to finish it. But before I could ever finish the column, in a matter of hours, Trump had already won the trade wars all over the world. Just like that, in a matter of hours. That's how it works when you hold all the cards. Democrats and rhino Republicans are so stupid, foolish, and cowardly, they have never understood America holds all the cards. We are the economic elephant in any room. We buy all the world's goods. We are the richest nation in the world by a mile. We buy everything from everyone. What's a business without customers? The answer is bankrupt. Without American consumers buying, the whole world goes broke. So we hold all the cards. We're the customers. We're the bully on Broad Street. What part of that don't you understand? How does any other country negotiate or punish America when our consumers buy everything they make? Take away our sales, and not only will your economy collapse, but the unemployed citizens of your country will revolt and overthrow your government. That's why President Trump is brilliant. He understands business, economic power, and how to wield it. And he understands we hold all the cards, which means, of course, short term, there could be some pain. China can threaten to fight back and huff and puff and blow our house down. But long term, we can't lose. Without our business, their economy and government will collapse. We know it and they know it. Democrats and rhino Republicans are either so dumb and clueless, such pathetic, weak fools. They never understood that, or they're playing for the other side. Bullseye. That's it. That's the truth. I personally believe most of our U.S. political leaders and government officials are bribed and are blackmailed, or both. They make $170,000 a year plus all they can steal. That's their deal. $170,000 plus all you can steal. They're all on the take from multinational corporations and big pharma and foreign countries like China, Iran, and Mexican drug cartels. Our elected political leaders and unelected officials, government bureaucrats, are all getting filthy rich by selling us down the river. They each have millions or tens of millions in offshore bank accounts. That's why they're always voting against America's best interests. They've sold us out. So let me educate you about Trump's tariffs. It's very simple. Trump is asking countries around the world to play nice, secure our border, take back their citizens who illegally broke into our country, and stop taking advantage of our country economically. They can cooperate, or if not, they can commit economic suicide. It's that simple. Before I can explain how easily Trump will win these trade wars, overnight, Trump defeated Mexico. They will install 10,000 Mexican troops at the border. Trump defeated Panama. They will end their deal with China over the Panama Canal. Then by Monday afternoon, Trump defeated Canada. Canada will send 10,000 troops to our northern border and create a fentanyl czar and a fentanyl task force. By Monday night, we had cut a deal with El Salvador. They've agreed to not only take back all their illegal aliens in the U.S., but they've agreed to take our own worst criminals, too. Next, Denmark blinked. Denmark announced they're ready to allow the U.S. military to expand its bases and troops in Greenland. The power of Trump. Then Trump told Ukraine, if you want more money, you got to give us your rare earth minerals. Pinch me. Wake me up. This must be a dream. Soon you will see China blink. They have no choice. America's consumers buy everything China makes. We hold all the cards. Here's how I believe it all plays out. Trump wins this trade war quickly, and instead of huge tariffs like 25% or 50%, he puts lower tariffs like 5% or 10% on every country's goods and services. That tariff money flows into the U.S. It replaces taxes paid by American taxpayers, by you and me. Then Trump can either dramatically lower our taxes or end income taxes and eliminate the IRS. Wouldn't that be wonderful? President Trump is a genius. The days of America being stupid are officially over. This is the greatest win-win in history. Trump's about to make America and the American people, you and me, prosperous again. That's why now's the time to invest in America. The golden era of Trump has begun. With Trump in charge, it pays to bet on America. There's only one problem for me. Trump keeps winning faster than I could write about it. It's great. This has been a great week. It's Christmas. It's New Year's. It's July 4th, all wrapped into one. This segment of the show is sponsored by Energize Health, founded by my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee. This is my program for life. Energize Health changed my life because of what I lost and what I gained. Energize Health's not a traditional weight loss program. We all know those don't work. Neither will those pills, those Ozempic pills and all those others like it. I'm telling you, you can't lose weight with a pill. This is the way to do it. It's a fat loss program. I didn't know I had an ounce of fat to lose yet. I lost 25 pounds of fat. It literally melted off my body. Matter of fact, right now I got to pull my pants up because they're falling down. I'm telling you, I lost 25 pounds of fat. They melted out of my body. All my suits are loose on me. I gained 10 pounds of muscle. They're tight on me on top. In only 88 days to start the program. That was 4 years ago. I also gained 3 new TV shows past the age of 61. Has that ever happened in TV history? I doubt it. I also lost years in my face. That's why I gained 3 TV shows. I look younger now at age 63, going on 64 soon, than I did at age 50. Put the photos on the screen. Me at 50, me today in the gym. It reversed aged me. I'll be on this program for life. It's simple, it's easy, it's healthy. Here's your chance to be like Wayne. Energize Health can change your life and supercharge your health just like it did for me. Right now, Energize Health's offering my fans the War, 40% off action discount, 40% off. Just say WAR. Go to EnergizedHealth.com. Type in WAR or say WAR. 40% off EnergizedHealth.com. One more thing before we go to break. I want to make sure all of you know you love this show. You watch this show. The audience is huge for America's Top 10. But I want to make sure everyone knows I'm on 5 nights a week, Monday through Friday, on Real America's Voice with the Root Reaction, the same as this show, except every night of the week, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, on RAV, Real America's Voice, the Root Reaction. Tune in every night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's Wayne Root 7 days a week. Head to the break. We'll be right back.
This segment of America's Top 10 is brought to you by Energized Health. Transform your health from the inside out with intercellular hydration.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. Constant nasal congestion, constant blowing of the nose. The huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
It's time to get your dream kitchen at Cabinets to Go.
Right now, save on every single cabinet in your design. Up to $175 off per cabinet. Come in today and get your dream kitchen for just $148 per month.
Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name.
The crime of title theft. What is that?
What that means is that they're able to steal the title to your home. The thing about home title lock is that never has to happen. They notify you when there's any change to your title. Title fraud is real, it's scary, but now there's a way to protect yourself.
Give us a call or go to HometitleLock.com today.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, soft stools, and low energy? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Try Dr. Marty risk-free. Go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust in the workshop. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. The HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again. Get the Horsepower Duck handbag for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube, the crevice nozzle, and the soft brush nozzle, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 ducks per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price, so don't delay. Duck it up today.
Call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call 1-800-319-0257.
All right, earlier this week, I had a chance to sit down with January 6th political prisoner Jake Lang, who was pardoned by President Trump and released from prison 2 weeks ago. Now he's a free man, and he's running for U.S. Senate in Florida and suing those responsible for his wrongful imprisonment. Here's my interview with Jake Lang.
By blessings of God, we are going to go after. I mean, the crux of the campaign and of what I've been up to is really about accountability. We don't want to come off as some, embittered, angry people looking for retribution. Vengeance is the Lord, the Bible says. And so we're looking for accountability and to basically ensure that this atrocity of justice never happens again in the future of America, to any of your children, for the people that are listening. We don't want political prisoners in our country ever again. It's the right of the American people to stand up, to protest, to redress a grievance with the government. And, I think that right has been chilled. Many people feel that they're not really welcome to gather, that there's going to be infiltrators and FBI and weaponize different branches of government going to be trying to infiltrate and instigate violence at these different events. And so, part of what we're doing is to really send a message to the last few deep state holdouts that are in there, because I know Trump is getting rid of them one by one. But this aggression against the American people, this unconstitutional injustice will not be silently just pushed to the back pages of history. We will make an example out of those people who came for us in the middle of the night and dragged us out of our homes, so that other future brown shirts, that's what we call the Nazis who just simply followed the orders of Adolf Hitler, and the similar brown shirts in the FBI that followed unconstitutional orders. And, we're sending a message. So many of those agents and different department leaders will be named on this $50 billion lawsuit that's being started and being pushed through by my organization, the Federal Watchdog, and is partnered with some of the biggest names in law, some of Trump's attorneys and advisors. So we're really going to see an amazing turnaround here. I mean, Wayne, this is the best thing ever. We had an argument stirred up in my last court case. I was arguing with my prosecutor about the fact that Donald Trump is going to pardon us. And she said anything could happen. It could be simultaneously hurricane and a tornado outside the courtroom right now, because we're in an enclosed windowless room. And so she said, so anything could happen. She was getting very snooty. And so I stood up when it was my turn. I represented myself with my attorneys, and I said, Miss Rockland, there is a simultaneous hurricane and tornado happening outside this courtroom right now. And his name's Donald Trump. And you're not going to be working for the DOJ come February 3rd when my trial's scheduled to begin. And sure than anything, she was fired just 2 days ago.
Yay, that's great news. That's great news. So listen, I care about many things. I cared about getting you out of prison, and I helped, and I'm glad I played a part in that. But I really care if you make $1 billion, that you come to Vegas. When you get your $1 billion settlement, when you come to Vegas, I want dinner at the best steakhouse in Las Vegas. That's all I ask. Okay? I really care about that.
Anything for the King of Vegas. Anything for the King of Vegas.
All right. So look, you were in prison for 4 years and 6 days without a trial. You were, in my opinion, tortured. You were in solitary confinement for over 900 days. That's insane. I don't know how you managed. Look at you. You look great and you sound great. Very well spoken, articulate. How the hell you're not insane? I don't know. After 900 days in solitary, you are one strong mother trucker. I give you a lot of credit. So what's it like? You've been out for 2 weeks. What is it like being a free man and no criminal record?
Well, yeah, it's a blessing. We're experiencing things for the first time again, like the very small things, being out on the beach. It felt like I was experiencing somebody else's life while I was in prison. When I was in prison, anything had to do with my old life felt like it was a movie, like my memories. And then when I'm out of prison, I'm on the beach, relaxing, enjoying my time, healing. It felt like the entire last 4 years were a bad dream. And so, human beings have this incredible ability to kind of detach themselves from the reality they've been in and, kind of just write it off as like a bad movie you watched one time. But I've been, coping and adjusting with so many different opportunities coming my way. People want a podcast. People want to do this business investment and this deal and all that stuff. I'm just trying to remain laser focused on what God's put in my heart to do, which is to become a public servant and advocate for the American people and fight like no one's ever fought before in the United States Senate to try to de-weaponize and reinstitute individual liberties here in this country. I'm a big, libertarian fan of individual liberty.
Jake, I'm rushing you because we only have a minute left to tell me in my ear. So in that minute, I want to make sure there are still January 6th prisoners that Trump pardoned that are supposed to be out they're not willing to release them. Thank God they let you out, because I'm sure you were the most notorious of any of them, and they let you out after initially stalling. Who are these people that they aren't letting out? What's going on?
We have U.S. Marine Edward Kelly, who has been brought up on trumped-up charges by the FBI, saying that he had a list to threaten them and stuff like that. All this stuff stemming from January 6th. U.S. Former Green Beret Master Sergeant Jeremy Brown. You've got Daniel Ball, Dominic Box, and just a couple of other guys.
Why do you think they're keeping them when they let you go? Why are they keeping them?
So the FBI raided their homes and then found like a weapon or something that they didn't like that they found. And so it's charges stemming from January 6th, directly rated to, or that's a funny slip, directly related to, not just raided because they did raid their houses, but directly related to January 6th. And so technically the pardon did not cover like those charges stemming from those things. So we're working with Trump's team right now to get all those people exonerated and, completely free home to their families.
Jake Lang is a true hero, and we'll continue to have him as a regular guest on this show. Joining us now is Jeremy Blossom, Chief Marketing Officer of Advantage Gold, rated by TrustLink as the #1 gold company in America 9 years in a row. Jeremy Blossom, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for having me, Wayne.
So, look, you and I are going to be hosting a special online event this coming Tuesday. This is big news because of what you're going to learn, but also because of what you're going to get simply for attending this online event. This coming Tuesday, February 11th, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. You got that? Tuesday, February 11th, this coming Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. Everyone wants to know how President Trump's America First policies will reshape our economy and how you can take advantage and what's going to happen to gold and precious metals. Jeremy is my go-to guy for anything involving gold and precious metals. And every day, gold is hitting a new all-time high. So anyone who thought gold was not going to explode under Trump is wrong, and continuing to be wrong. And you're losing money every day you don't take advantage. During this event, Jeremy and I will discuss why with Trump in the White House, gold could very well soar past everything anyone projects, and new all-time highs, even higher than today's all-time high, and how to best position yourself. So, Jeremy, explain what everyone who attends the event will receive just for registering online right now.
Yeah, by registering, we have a really special gift, and this is just because you're Wayne Allen Roop, and your fans have been amazing, and you've been amazing, and we're going to be giving everybody a free 3/4 ounce silver coin. This is the exact coin that you're going to get. Comes in this amazing package, and we're going to send this to you by registering and for attending our event 100% for free. You don't need to buy anything. You don't need to do anything. You need to show up, invest in yourself, and we're going to invest right back in you by delivering this free silver coin.
And how could people qualify for an even bigger gift, a gift valued at $1,300?
So this is why we're so excited, because that's right. We have a $1,300 special gift that we are going to give away to everybody if they qualified. And if you want to learn how you can qualify for this $1,300 gift, well, Wayne, I'm going to make people show up for that. They're going to have to come and see.
All right. And how do they do that, by the way? How do you sign up? How do you register?
You can go ahead and give a call right now on the number that's on your screen, or you can text in as well. Either one, we will help you get yourself registered. So you can call 1-800-450-2566, or you can text Trump to 85545, and we will make sure that you have a seat at our event.
And automatically for attending, and it's just a 30-minute event online. You just sit at the comfort of your desk or in your bedroom or you're in your living room, your kitchen table, 30 minutes, but just to attend, you're getting this silver coin and a chance to qualify for $1,300 free. But you automatically get the silver coin. Very valuable gift for every person who registers right now. Text Trump to 85545. So, Jeremy, last question. If we look back at what President Trump accomplished in his first term and how gold and precious metals reacted in Trump's first term, we can get a good sense of where the opportunity is going to be this time, correct?
That's right. Yeah. Under Trump's first term, we saw gold prices go up over 50%. Some experts are thinking that we could see 50% in the first year under Trump's presidency because his policies that he's trying to enact are going to create an inflationary environment. It's, I think, fantastic. Some of the moves he's been making, just like you and I both talked about, are some of the most amazing moves I've seen any president in my entire lifetime ever do. But there will be some headwinds and there will be some side effects for that. One of those side effects, I think, is a really good one. And that is that the world's greatest insurance policy, gold and silver, could see even more record highs this year and going into next.
I think you could say will continue to skyrocket because it's not like it's some new thing. Gold has been skyrocketing since the year 2000. It's up 825% from the year 2000, the start of the year 2000, December 31st, 2024, the year that just ended. Amazing. So Jeremy and I will host a special online event this Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. All you do to attend and register is text Trump to 85545. Text Trump to 85545 to register for free and get your free gift, a silver coin. Every single one of you will get that silver coin, and many of you will qualify for $1,300 in free gifts this Tuesday, February 11th, 7 p.m. Eastern. Text Trump to 85545. Thank you, Jeremy. Now it's time. Up next, Final Four, otherwise known as Root Madness. Up next.
My back got injured very bad. I was off work for about a year. I heard about Relief Factor from my wife. I took it every day, 3 times a day for 3 weeks. I'd look at her and I said, the pain is gone. And she said, I'm glad it helped. I said, no, you don't understand. It's gone.
Relief Factor is a daily supplement that doesn't just mask pain, it helps eliminate it. Call or go online now for our 3-week quick start, just $19.95.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It actually releases endorphins in the brain. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief and I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 35% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus seat cushion.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. Call now.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
This segment of the show is brought to you by ScoreBlue.com. For the best Viagra in the world at the lowest price in history. Go to scoreblue.com.
All right, Wayne on the root's on fire, rootforamerica.com. What a week it's been, right? I keep repeating it. It's Christmas, it's New Year's, it's Thanksgiving, it's Independence Day, all wrapped into one. Who could explain how Trump is able to do this? He's a machine. Well, I did it. This is my book, Trump Rules. Get it at Amazon. It's a great book. This entire book, nothing to do with politics. It's explaining the mindset of Trump, the relentless attitude of Trump, the always win attitude of Trump. It explains how he has had success in everything he's ever touched, from real estate to business to Celebrity Apprentice on television to politics and more. It's all here, not to mention branding, right? He's the best brand in the world, and he's richer than he's ever been, as I predicted when I wrote this book, Trump Rules. Check it out. It's a great book if you want to learn about President Trump. All right, sponsor of this segment is scoreblue.com, because even conservatives love to score. If you're looking to get the best ED pill of all time, listen up. It's a new little blue pill. Much better than the original Viagra, because it's the same as the original Viagra, but it's $5 a pill instead of $90. Exclusively available from our sponsor, scoreblue.com, the number one rated online ED service in the country. We're number one. No one else has permission to sell it, only Score Blue. And you're not buying Viagra from a liberal woke company. Score Blue is owned by one of my best friends, who's a huge conservative MAGA supporter. By the way, all generic Viagra pills are not the same. The ones you see on TV and everywhere, magazines, online, they're all crap. They're generic, ineffective, cheap, weak crap. The only authorized generic Viagra in the world is Score Blue, made by the same company that makes the real Viagra, made in the same factory, made with the same formula. It's the exact same everything, except it's $5 a pill instead of $90. So for the best Viagra in the world at the lowest price in history, and you're buying from a company run by a conservative MAGA patriot friend of Wayne Root, go to scoreblue.com, enter promo code WAR, W-A-R, for Wayne Root at checkout, and get 20% off your first order. Scoreblue.com, promo code WAR. All right, here we go with America's Top 10 Countdown, number 10. Well, I am the proudest MAGA patriot in all of America. This SOB, son of a butcher from a blue-collar, dead-end street on the Bronx borderline, wrote two ideas in my columns: no tax on Social Security benefits and no tax on overtime. And then I sent my columns to President Trump multiple times, direct to his desk. Then I texted him to remind him to please read them, review them, and incorporate them in his campaign. I reminded him there are 62 million senior voters. Win their votes, you win the election. There are millions of working class Americans who work overtime. Win their votes, you win the election. And he did it. He adopted both ideas. They became the centerpiece of his campaign. He won the election. He then could have forgotten and said, forget about it. It was just a campaign thing. Nope, not Trump. He always keeps his promises. Wednesday, United States Senator Tommy Tuberville put forth a bill to end taxes on Social Security benefits in the United States Senate. I'm sure Trump put him up to it. Then Thursday, Trump asked congressional GOP leaders to end the tax perks for sports team owners, for billionaires, and end the tax perk for hedge fund managers, billionaires, to pay for no tax on Social Security and no tax on overtime. God bless Trump. God bless America. I know my parents, David and Stella Root, are looking down from heaven with a great big smile and tremendous pride and going, I can't even believe it. Wow. God bless America. Only in America. Countdown number 9. Another idea of mine, I've screamed from the highest mountains for a long time now, that we need to go after evil Democrat traitors and communists the same way they went after Trump, even the ones that Biden supposedly pardoned, because I don't think a pardon would hold up with the Supreme Court. Use red state Republican attorney generals and DAs to indict them. You don't have to worry about federal. That means the pardons won't even matter. Indict them like they indicted Trump in New York and Georgia. Indict them in Republican red states. My number one target, Dr. Fauci, for crimes against humanity and fraud and mass murder. Well, right now, 17 GOP attorney generals have announced they're challenging Biden's preemptive pardon of Fauci. They're requesting funding from the GOP Congress to investigate Dr. Fauci and the origins of COVID-19 that he funded, and they vow to prosecute Fauci. Boom! On the state level. Even if the pardons hold up, it won't matter. This is the blueprint to go after all the radical communist frauds and criminals who left the border open and welcomed in millions of criminals and murderers and rapists and terrorists to intentionally destroy America. Not just Fauci with the COVID vaccine and the COVID lies and the lockdowns and the origins of COVID, but the border. Use this with the border. Let's start with Biden, border czar Kamala, and Alejandro Mayorkas, the border boss. Then move to their bosses who gave the orders, Obama and George Soros, to intentionally open the border to destroy this country. Just my opinion. It's an opinion show. I believe Obama and Soros were the shot callers. Investigate them all and prosecute. Countdown number 8. Well, we saw ICE raids this week. They targeted Tren de Aragua gangbangers in Aurora, Colorado. But I thought Kamala and Open Borders Democrats and Democrat governor of Colorado all claimed this gang didn't exist in the United States. It was all a figment of Trump's imagination. Fact, they've infested our country. Fact, Trump tells raw truth. Fact, Wayne Allen Root tells raw truth. You can believe us. Fact, Democrats lie about everything. And one PS here. Democrats clearly tipped the gangbangers off that ICE was coming when the FBI and ICE showed up at Tren de Aragua apartment buildings. They weren't there. They had left in the middle of the night. Everyone involved in tipping off vicious thugs and murderers should be prosecuted for aiding and abetting murder, participating in a criminal conspiracy, and dereliction of duty as a public servant. Democrats who help illegals avoid arrest and deportation are criminals themselves and must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Countdown number 7. But why would, I say this every week, why would anyone want to help illegal alien foreign invaders and felons and murderers and terrorists? It's all about the Benjamins. Money. Lots of it. First of all, I believe the whole Democrat leadership is on the payroll of the Mexican drug cartels. They're all making millions in offshore bank accounts. When they retire, these senators and congressmen and these public officials, they make $170,000 a year plus all they could steal. When they retire, they're going to build mansions and live like billionaires. How do they do that on $170,000 a year salary? They're taking payoffs from China, who makes all the fentanyl, and the Mexican drug cartel, who brings it all in. And then B, point 2, nasty bishop. You know that nasty bishop who scolded President Trump at the inaugural prayer service? Bishop Marianne Budd. She's revealed to have pocketed $53 million in U.S. taxpayer money through her ministry, Episcopal Migration Ministries. These people are criminals and traitors. They're getting rich by betraying the United States. They are traitors who have committed treason, and it's time for prosecution. President Trump, prosecute them. Countdown number 6. Well, the Mexican drug cartels are about to get what's coming to them. Mark my words. Cartel strikes are coming. The U.S. Army, the U.S. Marines, and Navy SEALs are positioning on the border. Now we find out U.S. reconnaissance aerial monitoring aircraft have been spotted flying over the Mexican border in a run-up to what I believe will be cartel strikes. Then the U.S. Navy's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was spotted off Mexico's coast. What do you think's going to happen? I know it. My gut says Trump will use the Army, the Marines, the Air Force, the Navy SEALs, Navy aircraft carriers, Navy jets to bomb and fire missiles at cartel headquarters and cartel bosses' estates in Mexico. The war is about to begin to clean up the border. Trump will take back our border forever, and the Mexican drug cartels will wish they never messed with the USA. As the late singer Toby Keith sang, we will put a boot up your ass. It's the American way. Countdown number 5. All right, Trump signs a bill into law surrounded by little girls cheering in delight to ban biological boys and men from girls and women's sports. Bravo. But California announces they will resist and ignore his executive order. They will continue to allow trans athletes to compete in girls' sports. My tweet on Friday, it's time for California to secede from the United States. Their views are pure radical, communist, globalist, and moronic, mixed with insanity. Everything they believe would destroy America, pure poison. They should form a new union with China, Iran, Zimbabwe, Haiti, and Gaza. My final parting words for California, bon voyage. Up next, interview with Jake Lang. We'll be right back.
Did you know you could remodel your kitchen faster and for a lot less than at the big box stores? At Cabinets to Go, customize your dream kitchen with custom quality cabinets, countertops, and more. And enjoy a high quality, affordable kitchen makeover that is sure to wow. Visit one of our showrooms nationwide and get your dream kitchen today for as low as $149 a month at cabinetstogo.com.
America is celebrating the start of President Trump's second term. Now, for a limited time, you can get the Kid's Guide to President Trump and a limited edition collectible pin for free. Hurry, supplies are very limited. Visit freetrumpbundle.com now. That's freetrumpbundle.com.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take your shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
This segment of America's Top 10 is brought to you by Vertical Research Advisory, where patriots go for global investment advice in a volatile market.
All right, Wayne on the route. Speaking of patriots, speaking of Trump warriors, speaking of guys that love Trump, my great friend Kip Herridge. This segment of the show sponsored by Kip and his company, his newsletter, Vertical Research Advisory, otherwise known as VRA. Easy to remember, VRA. After 15 years on Wall Street at the highest levels, in 2003, Kip Herridge founded VRA, his global investment and economic newsletter for the little guy and the little gal. He got out of Wall Street. He was sick of them only caring about billionaires. Since then, his top performing recommendations have beaten the markets 86% of the time, 18 out of 21 years. How's that for helping the little guy and the little gal? And that's not just beating the market, because he literally almost every year beats the market by a mile. It's not even close. Meanwhile, the average Wall Street money manager loses to the market 90% of the time. You like that disparity? You can either win 86% of the time or lose 90% of the time. I choose Kip and VRA. Facts matter. This VRA portfolio up dramatically from the bear market lows. And now with Trump as the 47th president of the United States, Kip says the sky is the limit. It's the golden era of Trump. Kip's been a close friend all these years, and I've seen his incredible results firsthand. I'm a witness. He is the Nostradamus of Wall Street. He recommended gold at $300 an ounce. New all-time high yesterday for gold. I think every day this week's been a new all-time high. It's headed for 3,000. It's inches away. And he recommended at 300. Bitcoin at 2,000 is when he recommended it. It's now around 100,000. He's that good. What's really amazing is whether the economy is good or bad, whether stocks are up or down, Kip and his VRA make you money on the way up and on the way down. Let Kip prove it to you for free. Exclusively for my fans, Kip's offering his daily VRA investment letter completely free for 2 weeks. Join now at VRAinsider.com. You'll also get his new best-selling book, The Big Bribe, for free as well. Get your free 2-week membership at VRAinsider.com. You will go there for 2 weeks free, and you will stay for life just like I did starting 22 years ago. VRAinsider.com. All right, time for the final four, otherwise known as Root Madness number 4. All right, so Kamala Harris shows up at a Lakers game a couple of days ago. No one cared. This is in L.A., California. No one cared. No one noticed. No fanfare. No clapping. No cheering. But the jumbo screen showed her walking to the back. Her seat was in the back. No front row seats. No stardom at the Lakers game. She made her way to the back to the cheap seats. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. It's exactly as a Colorado Democrat reported days ago. That he said, not me, he said, a Democrat who ran for Congress twice, the Democrat Party brand is in the toilet. He said the Democrat Party is now, their support is just 20 big cities, Aspen and Martha's Vineyard. Exactly. Here was my tweet on Friday. Laugh out loud. This is my tweet to Kamala sitting in the back. Laugh out loud. Without lazy losers on welfare and food stamps, without an army of illegal aliens, without transgenders waving rainbow flags, without felons allowed to vote, and a few assorted feminists who hate men, Kamala and the Democrats would have no votes. No one normal in America supports the Democrat Party anymore. Countdown number 3. Another great week with Trump in charge. Here are just a few of the highlights. Attorney General Pam Bondi orders the DOJ to stop all federal funding to sanctuary cities. Wow. Trump administration sues Chicago and the state of Illinois over their pro-illegal alien sanctuary laws. More lawsuits to come. The Trump White House is drafting an executive order to abolish the Department of Education, something I've dreamt about and talked about my whole life, including when I ran for president in 2007 and won the Libertarian vice presidential nomination and was on the presidential ticket in 2008. I talked about eliminating the IRS and the Department of Education. Thank you, President Trump. I hope next is the IRS. The U.S. begins flying migrants to Guantanamo Bay. It's happening. The U.S. Army shatters recruiting records under Trump. Best recruiting numbers in 15 years. He's only been in office 2 weeks. U.S. manufacturing returns to positive growth as business optimism soars to 34-month high. The NCAA responds to Trump banning trans athletes, and the NCAA bans trans athletes from women's sports 1 day later. Trump announces he will sign an executive order to eradicate anti-Christian bias. The word is out. The rumor is Trump will force Zelensky to agree to a ceasefire by Easter, according to a leaked peace plan by Trump. So the Ukraine war will be history. Trump's DOE investigating 5 universities, including my alma mater, Columbia, for anti-Semitic harassment. Yes. President Trump targets racist South Africa land grab. He cuts all federal funding or foreign aid funding to South Africa because they are prejudiced and persecuting and allowing the murder of white farmers and stealing the land of white farmers. And finally, another good one. Trump warns about what would happen if Iran assassinates him or his team. He's left instructions: obliterate Iran, turn it into a parking lot. Countdown number 2. So I've got a commentary for you here. It's the number 2 story. Can you imagine how important number 1 must be? Because this is darn important. The title is, "This has been the best 2 weeks of presidential history, but even Trump isn't perfect. I finally found one mistake by President Trump. He's too nice. I wake up every morning excited to see what great things President Trump will do today. Every day's like Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving, Easter, July 4th, Memorial Day, Labor Day, and President's Day, all wrapped into one every day. The past 2 weeks have been the highlight of my life in politics. The last 2 weeks have been better than 8 years of my hero, Ronald Reagan. Trump is that good. But even President Trump isn't perfect. I finally found one mistake. Trump is too nice. Here are two glaring examples. Exhibit A. The Trump administration has officially sued the state of Illinois, Cook County, and the city of Chicago of their sanctuary laws. The Trump DOJ officials point out that these laws coddling illegals hamper ICE's ability to arrest and deport migrants. Bravo. Bold. Fantastic. I just mentioned it in number 3, right? But not bold enough. Trump didn't go far enough. I may not be a lawyer. I only play one on TV. But it's clear to me this is a criminal matter, not a civil matter. And Trump and his DOJ need to treat these politicians as criminals involved in a criminal conspiracy. The Trump DOJ needs to indict, arrest, and perp walk the Chicago mayor, city council, and Governor Pritzker, Illinois Governor Pritzker. Make examples of them. Set the stage for every Democrat or rhino public official in America who ignores federal laws, executive orders, and the U.S. Constitution. It's time for mass arrests of politicians and government officials by U.S. Marshals and FBI SWAT teams. The crime? I'll even give it to you. I'm giving it to the DOJ. Aiding and abetting a criminal enterprise. Criminal conspiracy to evade federal law. Aiding and abetting rape, robbery, and murder. Neglect of duty or dereliction of duty as a public servant. Malfeasance. And RICO crimes for partnering with organized crime, the Mexican drug cartels. And I know just the precedents in case law. Remember Whitey Bulger? He was the leader of organized crime in Boston. John Connolly was a top-ranking FBI agent in the Boston FBI office who helped his federal informant, Whitey Bulger, avoid prosecution. So while mob boss Bulger avoided indictments and arrests, he went on a killing spree. He murdered his rivals, all while Connolly and the FBI kept him out of prison. What happened next? Connolly, the FBI agent, was indicted, arrested, perp walked, charged with murder, and convicted of murder, even though he murdered no one himself. But by aiding and abetting Bulger, he was party to the murders. That's exactly what Democrats who run deep blue Democrat cities and states have done. They have aided and abetted a criminal enterprise, the Mexican drug cartels. They've allowed human trafficking, drug trafficking, fentanyl trafficking, sex trafficking, and pedophilia. They've aided and abetted murder, rape, robbery, carjackings, drug dealing, fentanyl deaths, 100,000 of them a year, organized retail theft rings, and gang violence by MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. These politicians and government officials have blood on their hands, just like Boston FBI agent John Connolly. They've all helped criminals avoid arrest and deportation. Now, Exhibit B for President Trump and the Trump DOJ. Democrat Judge Colleen Kolar-Kotley this week blocked Elon Musk from opening the government agency books to investigate corruption, bribery, and looting of taxpayer money. Trump's new AG, Pam Bondi, can and should order the indictment and arrest of this judge on suspicion of covering up corruption by government employees. That judge is aiding and abetting massive crimes against the American people. In our lifetimes, no U.S. citizen has seen a U.S. president order U.S. Marshals to arrest corrupt federal officials, including judges. Judges who protect illegal aliens or who protect corrupt government officials are violating their oath of office and the U.S. Constitution. President Trump needs to remind the citizens that a president has the power to arrest a corrupt judge straight out of our courtroom. President Trump is a different kind of president. Bold, independent, aggressive, action-oriented, doesn't give a damn what the critics think, and he loves controversy. President Trump, no more Mr. Nice Guy. It's time to act. These are not political issues or civil issues. They are criminal acts. It's time to set the example with indictments, arrests, and perp walks. It's time to restore law and order and the rule of law to the United States of America. And President Trump is just the man to do it. Countdown number 1. All right, now it's time for my number 1 story of the week. Elon Musk is a superhero. He is a discoverer, like Columbus. He just discovered the second biggest scandal in U.S. history. Number one, by the way, the stolen 2020 election. But this scandal is the USAID agency. It is the deep state CIA slush fund. Our government and the deep state have looted our money. They've stolen it for themselves. They've wasted it. They've given it to their pals and big donors and given it to terrorists and used it to fund the creation of COVID-19 that killed millions of Americans and given it by the billions as bribes to the liberal media to keep them afloat and push them to silence and censor conservatives and change the news feed. This is the scandal of a lifetime. Elon has broken the code. Without this money, all the Democrat groups and nonprofits and NGOs and the liberal media will all go out of business. They're finished. Goodbye. Man, they're done. So let me read you a couple headlines. The level of panic, Democrat panic, over Musk freezing USAID agency is unlike anything ever seen in the history of America. Mark Halperin says we have made history. Musk has already done more than all the past GOP presidents to reform government. It's only been 2 weeks. USAID shutting down overseas missions, and most of the staff is placed on leave by President Trump and Elon Musk. They decided only 294 out of 14,000 employees are actually essential. This is what we should do with the entire government. Cut 90% of them. USAID was spending $268 million to fund over 6,000 approved journalists, while at the same time spending millions to silence conservative independent media like Wayne Allen Root and the Gateway Pundit. And I will announce in the next 2 weeks a major lawsuit against the government and Stanford University. The White House confirms Politico was propped up by millions of dollars from this USAID agency, and they can't even make payroll without it. USAID funneled money to organizations that traffic children, and Musk says he has uncovered $100 billion in Medicare and Medicaid waste after gaining access to the system. They also funded China for gain of research on coronavirus. Our own government backstabbing, cheating, robbing, and looting the American people. His story's only going to get bigger. By next week, we'll know more. It will make your mind melt when you find out what they did with your money. That's it for today's show. God bless you. God bless Trump. God bless America. And as always, viva my Las Vegas. See you on The Root Reaction Monday night, 10 p.m. Eastern.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere to fix that? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast, so strong, and so convenient. It's like putting the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires of your car on a single charge, or inflate a bag full of soccer balls at practice. Bullseye Pro is so advanced, it has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Plus, it can be 100% hands-free. You simply set the target pressure and walk away, keeping you out of harm's way. Bullseye Pro is lightweight, durable, and powerful enough to inflate this massive monster truck tire. Plus, it has 4 ultra-bright LED lights to safely inflate at night. Bullseye Pro comes with 3 custom air nozzles on board, so you can easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Forget driving to the gas station. Bullseye Pro is your anywhere, anytime inflation station. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. You get it all. An incredible value for one low price. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-976-9718 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-976-9718. That's 1-800-976-9718 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live, Washington, D.C. Today is February 7th, 2025, Anno Domini. President Trump had met with Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba just a few minutes ago. We are now waiting for this press conference to begin. We've got Brian Glenn there live at the White House. Brian, tell us what you expect to when we expect to see this come forward and who you're seeing come into the room so far.
Yeah, Jack, we are in the East Room here at the White House. We've got Doug Burgum had made his entrance here a little earlier. We are still waiting for, obviously, President Trump and the Prime Minister of Japan to be here. Now, just kind of looking at what they're talking about is obviously this huge $68 million trade deficit that we have with Japan. And President Trump has not taken off the tariffs off the table for Japan, so he is obviously in negotiations for that. And of course, if you look at who has been here in the last week, we've got Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu obviously this year, and we've got, of course, now the Prime Minister of Japan, and also, if you look at on the state side, we've got Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, Gavin Newsom of California. So, Jack, this has been kind of a conveyor belt, if you will, of who's who, and everyone's just trying to
get in their position, get in front of the president, and I guess solidify any kind of future either trade deals or even any kind of diplomacy deals that they might have in place. But obviously a very different White House, Jack, than what we saw the administration before.
No, it's exactly right. And of course, with the Prime Minister of Japan meeting there, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion about China. There's going to be discussions about the South China Sea. There's going to be discussions about Taiwan. Of course, Japan, one of our largest defense partners in that part of the world, in the Pacific Rim. Then, of course, looking at China, or looking at Japan, I should say, the trade relationship, also a huge situation. Tariffs, by the way, not off the table with Japan as well. Of course, we saw President Trump having that meeting with Trudeau and then slapping tariffs on, only to take them off at the very next day after he was able to break down. And so I think that I'm sure the economic imbalance has been a huge piece of this as well. I remember U.S. Steel was at one point about to be purchased by Japan, and President Trump blocked that resoundingly. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot of defense talk, a lot of economic talk as well.
Yeah, remember, Jack, we had the CEO of SoftBank at Mar-a-Lago last month, I believe it was December actually, talking about this investment in the U.S. economy, and then we later saw him at another press conference about 3 weeks later and had even increased that commitment to U.S. business. So, the President Trump coming from a kind of a business economic mindset, very different what we had under President Biden. Trump very well geared towards shifting that trade deficit and really kind of getting it more of a pro-America, pro-business approach. And I think by having these world leaders in here, you're showing leadership, you're showing respect. The pageantry that I saw with the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu coming in was unimaginable. It was incredible. The respect that the White House showed him is incredible. Is something that people have telling me before they never saw that under the Biden administration. So just the fact that these world leaders are coming to the White House, having these meetings, says a lot about their faith in President Trump.
Exactly right. We're going to head to a quick break right now. Brian Glenn there at the White House. Human Events Daily continues.
I'm an artist and I'm in my studio. I'm hearing the ads about Relief Factor and I've got pain in my neck and it's getting worse. And I'm thinking, well, I'm going to go ahead and order this. 2 weeks later and I've got much better range of motion. I'm able to carry these big canvases around. I'm just very, very grateful that I gave the product a try.
If pain is affecting your life, give Relief Factor a try. Call or go online. Get your 3-week quick start for only $19.95. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back. Human Events Daily here live, Washington, D.C. Want to welcome on the Charlie Kirk audience from Salem Radio. Thanks so much for being here. We're awaiting President Trump. He is about to give a press conference with the Prime Minister of Japan in just a few moments here. We'll go to that momentarily. We've got our Real America's Voice camera as well as Brian Glenn there live in the East Room of the White House. That's all going down, and Human Events Daily is here to give you the play-by-play and also explain what's going on. But folks, I need you to stop what you're doing for just a quick moment and listen up, because something big just happened. This in from Reuters. Gold has hit record highs as investors flock to a safe haven amid the tariff war. This isn't speculation. This is happening right now. Prices on almost everything will go up, at least in the short term, because of the tariffs, because of money. But here's the part no one's talking about. JP Morgan Chase just moved $4 billion worth of gold to New York. They're not guessing. They know what's coming. The U.S. relies heavily on Canada and Mexico for gold and silver. And once these tariffs kick in, the price of gold will hit new records. This is your moment. If you have your money in stocks, a 401k, or an IRA, now is the time to move into gold and silver before the rush. I partnered with Allegiance Gold because they share my values: honesty, transparency, real patriotism. They are here to make sure you make the best decision for your future. Go to protectwithposo.com right now and get up to 3 years of free storage when you open your gold with an IRA. Don't wait. Gold will never be this cheap again. Go to protectwithposo.com. That's protectwithposo.com. So as I said, we are waiting for the president to arrive here at the White House. He's going to be flanked by the Japanese Prime Minister, but there's so much going on, not only on the national stage, but the international stage. So I said, we've got to bring on someone who can explain how all this works from the White House perspective with us. And we've got Mercedes Schlapp from CPAC, as well as the former White House Director of Strategic Communications, who joins us here on Human Events. Mercedes, how are you?
Good to see you, Jack.
So when we're looking at the White House right now, just over the last 2 weeks, and let's zoom out a little bit, have you ever seen any White House, and you've worked in several, have you ever seen an administration move as quickly as this one?
Oh, goodness. This is like record warp speed that we're watching before our eyes, Jack. Look, when I was in the first Trump administration, and I came in about 6 months into that first term, we were focused on getting through the executive orders, basically building out the policies that we needed in all these different agencies, prioritizing what the president had to get done. But of course, President Trump was new to the process, right? And he had a lot of these cabinet officials and also even White House staff that really put a lot of blocks in front of President Trump, a lot of obstacles in getting his work done. Add to that the fact that you had a very politicized FBI. So what does James Comer do pretty immediately? Move forward with the Russian hoax. So a lot of the energy spent was basically pushing back on the fake news, pushing back on the FBI when it came to the Russian hoax. On top of that, he still managed to accomplish so much during his first term by building an incredibly strong economy and obviously building a strong presence on the international stage for the United States. Now, with that being said, this time around, President Trump knows. He knows the pitfalls. He knows what has to get done. That's why you've seen a team that was ready to go day one in the sense of making sure that these executive orders would be signed, moving forward on the priorities that the president has put forth, which is that of ensuring that the border would be secure, in addition to the fact on moving on these anti-woke issues that I think have been so relevant in this election, whether it be, I don't know, just simply agreeing, Jack, that there's two genders or protecting girls and women's sports. And so you've seen the president act in an incredibly focused way. He understands that his political capital right now is the greatest that he'll see during this term going in. And I think his approach of the shock and awe has been very effective, that not even the media has been able to catch up with everything that President Trump has been able to accomplish in just a few weeks.
And it's incredible. Also, I mean, we've got to talk about this USAID, this massive scandal where, of course, now, by the way, Samantha Power has this huge op-ed out in the New York Times saying, oh, this is going to let the autocrats around the world win. Well, I remember who she was labeling autocrats when she was over there with her buddy Victoria Nuland. It was Viktor Orban. It was Law and Justice in Poland. She was going all around Europe. It was the Romanians, the Romanian conservatives, any conservative group in Europe, the AfD in Germany. She was labeling them all autocrats and basically using U.S. dollars to go after them. Is USAID really the head of the snake?
I mean, it definitely is a big part of the snake. I think that there's other government agencies as well that are incorporated in this pushing of a leftist woke propaganda machine that USAID has definitely helped to fund. I mean, we were talking earlier about over 6,000 journalists who have been funded by USAID. Who are these journalists? What are their backgrounds? We know that they have invested money in these media outlets, many of them to take on some of President Trump's allies or conservative leaders. And then, of course, this craziness, their obsession with anything that's transgender, anything that's LGBTQ, where they're spending money in conservative countries like Guatemala, like Colombia. You know, we've talked about the fact that they are just spending this money, whether it be to come up with a transgender opera, you know, a comic book that has to deal with transgenderism. I mean, it is so completely disturbing to watch that the taxpayer dollars would be misused by this previous administration. And let's remember, from the time of the first Trump administration till now, we have seen the budget for USAID double. And these bureaucrats that were in there also being part of pushing this type of propaganda machine, especially when it comes to the money that was spent for these journalists, for these media outlets. What exactly were they pushing? And that's why This transparency, the work that's being done by DOGE is so critical to get down to the bottom of what USAID was doing, was funding, and how you're able to basically take it down. And one of the stories I heard was someone who had gotten work for USAID, and they said, you know where the money goes? It goes to foreign contractors. It doesn't even go directly to the people. They feed it to the foreign contractors. They take the cut of the money, and then let's see if it ends up in the hands of the people in need. And that is something that obviously there should be a shift in this right now.
All right, Mercedes, you're the host of CPAC Now. Also, the massive CPAC national event is coming up. Before you go, tell us all about it and how people can get involved, not just listening to CPAC Now, but also attending.
Of course. Well, first of all, next week we have two very special guests, Jack and Tanya Tay Posobiec. That is right. You all
pretty excited.
Were so gracious to sit down with me today to basically, really, we talked about parenting, marriage, God, great advice for young people. It was really, I have to tell you, you guys cannot miss it. We have a part 1 and a part 2 coming out next week. So make sure to be watching, obviously, your social media and CPAC social media. I got to tell you, it's a side of Jack Posobiec that I don't think many of you have gotten to see yet. So I'm really excited about that. But the big CPAC event happening February 19th through the 22nd here at the Gaylord Hotel right outside Washington, D.C. Look, it's an all-star lineup from Steve Bannon to obviously you, Jack, who will be joining us, President Trump, several of his cabinet members, several of his top White House officials, all these incredible, heroic, I would say, conservative leaders who were there to fight the battle to save America. And yes, we're going to be celebrating because America is back, but it's also rolling up our sleeves and getting to work. On top of that, we have CPAC International Summit on the 19th, where we have delegations from across the globe because as you know...
Where can people go to get access to all of this? CPAC.org?
CPAC.org. Go to CPAC.org. Follow us at CPAC, at Mercedes Schlapp, at M Schlapp. You'll get it all.
Follow it all. CPAC is back, ladies and gentlemen. Mercedes Schlapp, thank you so much for joining us. Human Events Daily.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. Constant nasal congestion, constant blowing of the nose. And the huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
Funerals can be emotionally devastating for a family to go through. Besides the sorrow, loved ones are left with the decisions and the high costs of arranging a funeral. That's why Funeral Advantage was formed. They've helped thousands of people between the ages of 40 and 85 protect their families when they need it most. It pays your loved ones up to $20,000 cash immediately.
It's a good feeling to know that my family will be taken care of if anything happens to me.
It's so easy. Just answer a few simple health questions.
Funeral expenses continue to rise and can easily cost $9,000 or more, but the most government benefits pay is only $255, leaving your loved ones the financial burden to pay the rest.
This is so affordable, even for someone like me who's on a fixed income.
If you're between 40 and 85, get your free Funeral Advantage guide. Help keep your family financially protected with up to $20,000 cash immediately.
Funeral Advantage provided me with this free planning guide. Now everything is done just the way I want it to be.
Call the toll-free number on your screen to get your free information guide. Funeral Advantage is something we'll all need. There's no risk or obligation. Don't put it off. Call now.
To get your free Funeral Advantage planning guide, call 800-845-1758. Discover how easy and affordable it is to protect your family when they'll need it the most. Call 800-845-1758. Now, Funeral Advantage pays up to $20,000 cash to your family for funeral and other expenses. Operators are standing by. Call 800-845-1758. There's no risk or obligation. Don't put it off. Call 800-845-1758. That's 800-845-1758. Call now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call 1-800-319-0257. That's 1-800-319-0257.
You know, you talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are, Human Events Daily. President Trump about to meet. He's holding this press conference with the Prime Minister of Japan, Prime Minister Ishiba. J.D. Vance there, as you see in the East Room, has just entered. Him talking with Doug Burgum. We can get that shot up. There it is. So they're having their conversation. By the way, J.D. Vance also coming in and talking about the Doge situation. Okay, President Trump, we're seeing him enter. Let's go. Let's take that now.
ありがとうございます。首相と一緒に会談ができて非常に名誉に思っておりました。写真も撮ってきました。石破さんほどハンサムだったらよかったんですけれども、私はそれほどハンサムには映ってないかもしれませんが。
Okay, thank you. Oh. Good picture.
I wish I was as handsome as him, but I'm not.
石破さんほどハンサムだったらよかったんですけれども、私はそれほどハンサムには映ってないかもしれませんが。
Okay, thank you. Oh.
Remember that day. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. I'm delighted to welcome Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba Shigeru to the White House for the first time. And Prime Minister, it's an honor to have you with us, a great honor. Japan is a great country. Thank you very much. Japan is strong and proud. It's a nation that is home to one of the great civilizations in the history of the world. For nearly 80 years, the American-Japanese people have enjoyed a friendship like few others. We've had a great friendship across the vast ocean, and we found ourselves united by bonds of history, commerce, culture, mutual admiration, and great respect. After our meeting today, I'm confident that the cherished alliances between our two countries and others also will continue to flourish long and into the future. The military cooperation between the United States and Japan is one of our closest security partnerships, and it's one of the closest we have anywhere in the world. Our service members work together every day to defend our common interests. Japan is committed to double its defense spending by 2027 compared to my first term. They've invested a lot of money because of my first term. We worked on that very hard with Shinzo. You know, the great Shinzo Abe, and we look forward to seeing even more so. Shinzo and I worked very, very long and hard, and those numbers are very reflective after my first term. And now they're going up very substantially based on our conversations today. In addition to being vital for our shared security, Japan is one of the top purchasers of U.S. military exports and equipment. And I'm pleased to say that this week my administration approved nearly $1 billion in foreign military sales to Tokyo. The United States is totally committed to the security of Japan. We will extend the full strength of American deterrence capabilities in defense of our friend and ally. 100% In the years to come, the Prime Minister and I will be working closely together to maintain peace and security, and I also say peace through strength, and all over the Indo-Pacific. And to that end, we also remain committed to the effort I began in my first term to ensure safety and stability on the Korean Peninsula. Prime Minister Ishiba and I spoke long and hard about a vital economic relationship between our two countries and the continuance of that relationship. The United States and Japan trade over $300 billion in goods and services each year. Japan has invested nearly $800 billion, and that's going to go up very, very substantially in the coming months, more than any other country. They're going to have some competition. We have a lot of people coming in and investing in the United States. I think the feeling throughout the world has never been stronger about this country. As a result of our victory in 2024, the presidential election, the Japanese investment and technology giant SoftBank announced plans to invest between $100 and $200 billion. And we have many other companies investing that number, higher than that number, some a little bit less, but we have trillions of dollars of investment pouring into our country now that you didn't have just a short while ago. Today, our teams discussed how our two nations can do even more to stay on the cutting edge of artificial intelligence, along with the quantum computing, semiconductors, and other critical technologies. And they're coming out. The problem with technology, that kind, it's obsolete in about 2 days, so we have to start all over again. Doesn't last long. We agreed to cooperate even more closely to combat the Chinese economic aggression, which is quite aggressive. I'm also pleased to announce that Japan will soon begin importing historic new shipments of clean American liquefied natural gas in record numbers. It'll be record numbers. With our Secretary of the Interior, we were talking, I think Doug is here. Hello, Doug. Please stand up, Doug. Doug Burgum, everybody. We're talking about the pipeline in Alaska, which is the closest point of major oil and gas to Japan by far. Less than half the distance of any other location. We're talking about a joint venture of some type between Japan and us, having to do with Alaska oil and gas, and that's very exciting. They're very excited about it, so are we. As we deepen our economic relationship, I made clear that the United States will be conducting trade with all countries based on the principle of fairness and reciprocity. Chronic trade deficits not only undermine our economy, they really do, and we're going to get rid of the trade. We have a trade deficit with Japan of over $100 billion, but we're going to work that out, and I think very quickly, frankly. We can do it just on oil and gas. We can work it out, so we intend to do it very quickly. We both understand that. And as America welcomes new foreign investment, we also want to ensure that companies build their products and factories here in America, not simply buy the assets that we have. And Japan is going to be opening up auto plants. New auto plants are being built currently as we speak. They've just been started. Toyota is one, and Nissan's going to be doing something very exciting about U.S. Steel. They'll be looking at an investment rather than a purchase. We didn't like the idea. U.S. Steel is a very important company to us. It was the greatest company in the world for 15 years, many years ago, 80 years ago. And we didn't want to see that leave, and it wouldn't actually leave, but the concept psychologically not good. So they've agreed to invest heavily in U.S. Steel as opposed to own it, and that sounds very exciting. And we're going to meet with Nissan next week. The head of Nissan, very great company, and the details I'll be there to mediate and arbitrate. And I had the privilege of working closely with the great Prime Minister, as you know, and you know him very well, Shinzo Abe, the longest-serving Prime Minister in Japan's history. Likewise, I expect that this Prime Minister is going to be a great one. I really believe that he's going to be a great one. I've gotten to know him for not long, but I can see what they have. He's got qualities of greatness. He's going to do a fantastic job for Japan and for the Japanese people. And I'd like now to invite the Prime Minister to say a few words, and then we'll take some questions. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President Trump, I would like to sincerely thank you for inviting me to the White House today, immediately following your inauguration. I also thank you for your very warm hospitality. I have come to Washington, D.C. with the hope of having a face-to-face meeting and deepening our mutual understanding at this early date with President Trump, who is now leading the United States, the most important country for Japan's diplomacy and security, and aligning our perspectives and visions that Japan and the United States should pursue. What should we do to advance the national interests of both of our countries in synergy and to realize peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific? I am convinced that the answer lies in further strengthening the strong and unwavering Japan-US alliance to achieve a free and open Indo-Pacific. President and I concurred to strengthen the deterrence and response capabilities of the alliance and to work closely in addressing strategic challenges that both countries are facing in this region. I conveyed to the President that Japan, as an ally of the United States, is ready to share responsibilities and to play its own role. I also reiterated Japan's unwavering commitment to fundamentally reinforcing its defense capabilities, and we confirmed the unwavering commitment by the United States to the defense of Japan. We reaffirmed that Article 5 of the Japan-US Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security applies to the Senkaku Islands, with half of the world's population and approximately 60% of the world's GDP. The Indo-Pacific serves as the engine of growth and vitality for Japan, the United States, and the world. President and I also concurred that the United States and Japan will make further efforts in a wide range of areas, working hand in hand together to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific. In this context, we also concurred to further advance cooperation of the multi-layered networks of the like-minded countries, including the Quad, and trilateral cooperation with the Republic of Korea and the Philippines. We also discussed Japan-United States cooperation to bring about growth and prosperity. Economic cooperation, including on economic security, is important from the perspective of strengthening alliance cooperation. Japan is the closest economic partner of the United States and has been the world's largest investor in the United States for 5 consecutive years. Also, with the inauguration of President Trump, the momentum for Japanese companies to invest in the United States is growing even stronger. Today, I conveyed my willingness to cooperate together to elevate Japan's investment in the United States to an unprecedented amount of $1 trillion. President Trump and myself also concurred to elevate the Japan-US partnership to an even higher level through improving business environment and increasing bilateral investment and employment, strengthening each other's industries, leading the world in developing advanced technologies such as AI and leading-edge semiconductors, and strongly promoting efforts to harness the energy of the growing market in the Indo-Pacific region. We also confirmed that we will cooperate to strengthen energy security between the two countries.
All right, we are back. Human events. And thank the Charlie Kirk audience to be here. Let's go back to President Trump and Prime Minister of Japan.
Beneficial manner regarding foreign exchange. As in the first Trump administration, close discussions will continue between Japanese and the U.S. finance ministers who are experts in this field.
We also held candid discussions on challenges the Indo-Pacific region is facing. We confirmed that we are resolved not to allow unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion, and to oppose such attempts in the East and South China Seas in order to fully defend a free and open Indo-Pacific. We also reiterated the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Regarding North Korea, we affirmed the need to address its nuclear and missile program, which poses a serious threat to Japan, the U.S., and beyond, and that Japan and the U.S. will work together toward the complete denuclearization of North Korea. As the abductees and their families continue to age, I conveyed my strong sense of urgency and determination directly to President Trump and gained his renewed strong support for the immediate resolution of the abductions issue. While this was my first face-to-face meeting with President Trump, we were able to openly and frankly exchange views, and our meeting turned out to be very productive and meaningful. As a result of today's meeting, which marked a new departure for the Japan-U.S. relations, we are issuing a Japan-U.S. Joint Leader Statement. This document will serve as a compass for further cooperation between our two countries. On the basis of these deliverables, I look forward to working together with President Trump, who I respect immensely, to usher in a new golden age of Japan-U.S. relations. I look forward to welcoming you to Japan. And I'm very excited about that prospect. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions, please? Peter?
President Trump, I have two on Doge. Elon Musk said today, I love Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. What does the First Lady think about that?
Oh, I think she'll be okay with it somehow.
So, Democratic lawmakers are really upset that Doge engineers have access to these Treasury payment systems. The Senate Intel Demons wrote a letter to Susie Wiles. They're saying that these systems are used to disperse trillions of dollars each year and contain everyday Americans' personal information like social security numbers, home addresses, bank accounts. Why does Doge need all of that?
Well, it doesn't, but they get it very easily. I mean, we don't have very good security in our country, and they get it very easily. And what we're doing, if you look at what has just taken place with respect to some of the investments that have been made on another agency that people have been talking about for years, but nobody did anything about it, it's absolutely obscene, dangerous, bad, very costly. I mean, virtually every investment made is a con job. There's nothing of value to anybody unless there's a kickback scheme going on, which is possible. And we're going to be doing more and more of that. We're going to be looking at Department of Education. We're going to be looking at even our military. We're going to be looking at tremendous amounts of money, Peter, being spent on things that bear no relationship to anything and have no value. We're talking about trillions of dollars. It will be, in the end, trillions of dollars being absolutely wasted, and perhaps illegally. I would say certainly in many cases illegally, but perhaps illegally overall. And I'm very proud of the job that this group of young people, generally young people, but very smart people, they're doing. They're doing it at my insistence. It would be a lot easier not to do it, but we have to take some of these things apart to find the corruption, and we found tremendous corruption.
You mentioned the Department of Education. What do you think when you saw Democratic lawmakers trying to get into the Department of Education earlier today?
Oh, I see the same ones. I see Maxine Waters, a lowlife. I see, all these people. They don't love our country. They don't love our country. We want great education. So they rank 40 countries in education. We're ranked dead last. But the good news is we're number one in one category. You know what that is? Cost per pupil. We spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. You look at Norway, Denmark, Sweden, various countries all up and down, Finland. China does very well in education. And then you look at us. We spend much more money than they do per pupil or any other way. But we spend much more money than they do, and yet we're ranked this year, Biden's last year, congratulations, Joe, we're ranked dead last. So what I want to see is education. Number one, I like choice. We all like choice. But beyond choice, long beyond choice, I want to see it go back to the states where great states that do so well have no debt. They're operated brilliantly. They'll be as good as Norway or Denmark or Sweden or any of the other highly ranked countries. They'll be, you probably have 35 to 38 states will be right at the top. And the rest will come along. They'll have to come along competitively. And by the way, we'll be spending a lot less money. And we'll have great education.
As part of this DOGE cost-cutting effort, one of the DOGE engineers was fired for some inappropriate posts. The vice president says, bring him back. What do you say?
Well, I don't know about the particular thing, but if the vice president said that, did you say that? I'm with the vice president. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes, red dress.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Just how strong do you want Japan's military to be? And do you specifically hope that their increased military spending will deter China and North Korea? What did you talk about that today?
Well, I want our military to be the strongest. I also don't mind spending so much money on the military because we build it here. It's made in the USA, all made in the USA. We have, I rebuilt our military during my first term. Did a great job. We left some of it behind in Afghanistan, stupidly. There was no reason for that, but it was still as much as it was. It was billions and billions of dollars, but it was a small part of it. But we're going to have the strongest military by far. We have great people. I want to congratulate Pete Hegseth for having gone through the gauntlet. He went through a lot, but he got through, and he's going to be a tremendous, I have no doubt he's going to be a tremendous leader. And other of the leaders sitting here, they're in their own fields. We're going to do something very, very, very great, and we expect great things. But I expect the strongest military by far in the world, far stronger than China, far stronger than anybody, and that's the way it is. Thank you very much. Would you like to ask a question, please? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
This is Hiramoto from Nippon Television. My question, let me ask two quick questions.
Sure.
First, this is the first meeting between Mr. President and Prime Minister Ishiba. So what kind of impression do you have on him? And number two, do you have an idea or do you have a plan to impose tariff against Japan so far? Thank you.
I think that he is going to be a great prime minister. I think he's a very strong man, very, very strong. I have great respect for him. I've known him for a long time through a reputation. Shinzo Abe thought the world of him, and I think he's going to do a fantastic job as prime minister. A very strong person. I wish he wasn't so strong. I wish he was a little bit weaker than that, but that's what I got. I have to get strong guys all the time. He's going to be a great prime minister. I also, in terms of tariffs, I mean, we're going to have tariffs, mostly reciprocal tariffs, where we go with, and I'm going to be probably meeting on that Monday or Tuesday, have an announcement, probably a news conference, but probably reciprocal tariffs where a country pays so much or charges us so much, and we do the same. So very reciprocal, because I think that's the only fair way to do it. That way, nobody's hurt. They charge us, we charge them. It's the same thing. And I seem to be going in that line as opposed to a flat fee tariff. Okay? Yes, go, please. Please, go ahead. Why don't you go ahead?
This is Ota from Yomiuri Shimbun newspaper. I have a question for Prime Minister Ishiba. So this is your very first summit meeting. What was your impression of President Trump? Were you able to build a good relationship of trust and confidence? In Northeast Asia, there are many challenges, China, North Korea, and so forth. And with President Trump, What did you appeal to him, and what kind of understanding were you able to obtain? On the economic field, there is the acquisition of U.S. Steel, the buy Nippon Steel, and there are expansion of import of LNG. What were the communication discussion did you have with President Trump for the $1 trillion of investment from Japan to investment? What was his reaction? What about your communication on tariff front? This is the first time that I met with President Trump in person. So this was the first time meeting face-to-face. But for many, many years, I have watched him on television. So it was quite I was so excited to see such a celebrity on television, to see in person. On television, he is frightening. And he has a very strong personality. But when I met with him, actually, he was very sincere and very powerful and with strong will for the United States as for the whole world. I was able to feel that. This is not the sort of polishing or trying to suck up to him. For the world peace and for the regional stability that both of our countries need to play our role and make our endeavors and responsibility. As for the increase of our defense expenditures, it is not that we are told by the United States to do so. Japan, on our own decision and on our own responsibility, we need to increase our defense expenditures. But of course, we need to communicate and consult with the United States. But the responsibility is with Japan, and the decision is with Japan. Now, on the tariffs, that if it is mutually beneficial, tariffs need to be set. And as for Japan, as Mr. President has introduced to us, an unprecedented investment will be made from Japan to the United States, and so many jobs will be created. So $1 trillion is the target. And this will
We'll be right back with more President Trump and the Japanese Prime Minister here live from the White House.
Investment is mutually beneficial. So be it with U.S. Steel, as Mr. President says, it is not acquisition, it is investment. So the Japanese technology will be provided, and the better quality products will be manufactured in the United States, and the U.S. Steel will make products which will contribute not only to the United States and Japan, but also to the whole world. It is not one-sided. It will be reciprocal. It will be mutually beneficial. And I believe we were able to share on this, and that is the biggest result that I have seen today.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about that U.S. Steel deal. So you're saying that is this a restructuring of the deal that's happening, and then will you approve?
They're doing it as an investment, no longer a purchase.
Okay.
I didn't want it purchased, but investment I love. And they're going to do a big investment, subject to getting the deal done.
And that's
they'll be doing
you
a
would
big.
approve, where the US,
I'm okay with that, sure.
And for the Prime Minister, what was your argument to the President related to U.S. Steel? And one more on tariffs, Mr. President, if I could. You said on tariffs that you'd like them to be reciprocal, back and forth. What was the reception from the Japanese Prime Minister when you said that, or when you talked about it?
Well, we didn't discuss tariffs too much. We really discussed many other things, including the pipeline in Alaska, which I think is going to be maybe the most exciting thing with Doug and Chris. We discussed that at length, the pipeline. I mean, it seemed to be of great interest to them. It's we have potentially more oil and gas than in Saudi Arabia, just in Alaska. We have the most of any country in the world. It's a big asset for the United States, but we haven't used it. We go to Venezuela, we go to other places to take oil and gas, and we have more than anybody. It's an amazing phenomenon that took place over the last 4 years. Nobody understands it, including the people that were in charge of it. They had no clue what they were doing. So it was a big problem. They were surprised actually too. They were saying why didn't they wouldn't sell them LNG. They wouldn't sell it. Japan wanted to buy LNG and Biden wouldn't sell it. And I'm trying to figure that one out. Maybe it was the environment. You might answer that question. He's curious about that himself, I think. Thank you very much. If you want to answer that, you may, about LNG, that the United States wouldn't sell you LNG.
That was a really unfortunate thing, but the current administration, the previous administration was not allowing the LNG to be exported to us. I believe that President Trump, on the day of his inauguration, allowed us to resume this importing. I think this is something that is really wonderful for us. And as the country of Japan, we are interested in importing not just LNG, but also bioethanol, ammonia, and other resources at a stable price, a reasonable price from the United States. And we also want to improve the trade deficit that the U.S. has towards Japan. So if we are able to buy those at a stable and reasonable price, I think it would be a wonderful situation. And for that, I am very appreciative to President Trump. And we also look forward to LNG and hope that it's a success.
I want to just say that on the ethanol, Iowa is going to be very happy. All of the Nebraska, all of our farm states are going to be very happy. They want ethanol, and we'll be able to provide it. So our farmers, who I like and they like me, I think they're going to be very, very happy. We've opened the sale of LNG immediately. Actually, we did it a few days ago, and China, right now, not only.
We are back with President Trump and the Prime Minister of Japan live at the White House.
In particular, we're very happy that they're going to start immediately, and we can supply it to the world, but we're supplying it to Japan, and they're going to always be right up in the front of the line. Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Mr. Prime Minister, I have a question for you as well, but Mr. President, I'll start with you. Well, quickly to follow up on what Peter was asking, would you direct Elon Musk to review Pentagon spending, given it's the biggest discretionary spending
Yes,
in
I
the
have
federal
Pentagon,
budget?
education, just about everything. We're going to go through everything, just as it was so bad with what we just went through with this horrible situation we just went through. And I guess 97% of the people have been dismissed. It was very, very unfortunate. You're not going to find anything like that, but you're going to find a lot. And I've instructed him to go check out education, to check out the Pentagon, which is the military. And, sadly, you'll find some things that are pretty bad, but I don't think proportionally you're going to see anything like we just saw.
FBI has turned over a list to the Justice Department of the FBI agents who worked on the January 6 rioters cases. Are you planning to fire the FBI agents who worked on those investigations?
No, but I'll fire some of them because some of them were corrupt. I have no doubt about that. I got to know a lot about that business, that world. I got to know a lot about that world, and we had some corrupt agents, and those people are gone, or they will be gone, and it'll be done quickly and very surgically. Did you have a question for the Prime Minister? Talk up.
Are those the ones who worked on the January 6th?
I don't know. I know we have some that are very corrupt and we don't like it. We're going to bring back the reputation of the FBI. Kash Patel is going to do a great job. And we're going to bring back the reputation of the FBI, which has been hurt very badly. It's been devastated over the last 4 years.
You have just been meeting for the first time with President Trump. The last administration famously did not have hardly any, if at all, contact with North Korea. President Trump certainly did the last time he was in office. Would you like to see him resume that contact and also that in-person meeting that he had with the North Korean leader, Kim Jong-un?
That is something that the United States needs to determine on its own, and it's not something thing that we should request. Having said that, but for example, in Vietnam or Singapore, the President of the United States, President Trump, was able to meet with Kim Jong-un. I think that's a very positive development. So now that President Trump is in power again, if we are able to move towards resolving issues with the North Korea, I think it would be great. And of course, for us, that includes not only denuclearization, but also resolving the abductee issue. And so not only the victims of the abductees, but also their families too are aging. And so our time is limited. So if the President of the United States, if President Trump is able to resolve this issue, we do understand that it's a Japan issue first and foremost. Having said that, we would love to continue to cooperate with them.
It's actually a good question, and we will have relations with North Korea and with Kim Jong-un. I got along with him very well, as you know. I think I stopped the war. I think if I wouldn't have won that particular election, you would have ended up in a very bad situation. But I did, and we had a good relationship, and I think it's a very big asset for everybody that I do get along with him. I get along with him, he gets along with me, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And I can tell you that Japan likes the idea because their relationship is not very good with him. And if I can have a relationship with not only him, but other people throughout the world where there seem to be difficulties, I think that's a tremendous asset for the world, not just the United States. Go ahead, Garrett.
I have a question for you and for the Prime Minister as well. Mr. President, I wonder what you make of the criticism from Democrats that these staff reductions, the cuts that Elon Musk and Doge are doing are an unlawful power grab. And is there anything you've told Elon Musk he cannot touch?
Well, we haven't discussed that much. I'll tell him to go here, go there. He does it. He's got a very capable group of people. Very capable. They know what they're doing. They'll ask questions, and they'll see immediately as somebody gets tongue-tied that they're either crooked or don't know what they're doing. We have very smart people going in. So I've instructed him, go into education, go into military, go into other things as we go along. And they're finding massive amounts of fraud, abuse, waste, all of these things. So, but I will pick out a target, and I say go in. There could be.
I want to thank the Charlie Kirk audience on the Salem Network. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have our permission.
As an open government, I don't know, I guess you could say maybe some high intelligence or something, and I'll do that myself if I have to. But generally speaking, I'll just say go. But he will be looking at education pretty quickly, and he will be looking at military too.
You know, the bulk of federal spending is Social Security, Medicare, programs like that. Would you like to see him look at those programs as well?
Well, they don't really have to be looked at by him. They can be looked at by us. Social Security will not be touched. It'll only be strengthened. We have illegal immigrants on Social Security, and we're going to find out who they are and take them out. We have illegal immigrants in other Medicare. We have
most bad guys do things for money. The equity in your home was a treasure trove for the bad guys. By downloading one simple document, forging your name onto that document, and using a fake notary stamp, the bad guy can transfer your home's title into their name. Home Title Lock has 24/7 monitoring of your home's title, and any change, you will be alerted. Go to HomeTitleLock.com. The peace of mind that offers is invaluable.
How many times has something broke down, but the right size tool is nowhere to be found? What you need is Red Dog, the amazing universal socket tool that fits, grips, and tightens virtually any fastener. And now may be your last chance to get one before they're gone. Look at all the different sizes and shapes, nuts, bolts, and screws. Any head will do. Red Dog grabs on tight and locks into place fast. It replaces hundreds of different tools, yet it's smaller than a battery. 54 telescoping steel pins mold around any object. Then, up to 150 pounds of torque knock out rusted fasteners. Attach the deluxe drill adapter and drive screws into concrete with ease. Don't let a stubborn project ruin your day. Red Dog grabs on tight. Plus, it tackles odd jobs with precision and speed. No more heavy toolboxes or guessing which size to use. With Red Dog, you'll never search or guess which tool to use again. Look, you could use a ton of different tools for this project, but we did it fast and easy with just one Red Dog. Amazing! You could spend over $100 for a socket set, or you can get the incredible Red Dog for just $19.99. But wait, there's breaking news. Red Dog may be discontinued due to rising costs and supply chain shortages. Red Dog is stopping manufacturing immediately. There's a strict limit of 3 per order while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Red Dog, but you must act fast. Once the current inventory is gone, it's gone forever. The amazing Red Dog. Order now.
Call 1-800-709-4320. That's 1-800-709-4320. Or visit buyreddog.com. So call 1-800-709-4320. Order now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now...
Nippon Steel has been put on the table again for discussion. We'll be breaking that down coming up. But there's been a lot of commotion about ending USAID due to frivolous spending on unknown projects funded by taxpayer dollars. You know that as well. Elon Musk has been shedding light, as we just heard the president discussing there. One of the questions from the reporters about Elon Musk, what does he have access to? What is he not allowed to see? And he said, well, I'm sending him here and there and out. Social Security, he says, we will strengthen Social Security. We will not take anything away from people. So he's talking about how our money is being spent, about corruption, unethical uses on a whole new level that we've found. Well, a White Coat Waste Project investigation has uncovered significant revelations about the origins of COVID-19, according to newly leaked U.S. intelligence documents obtained through a Freedom of Information Act. Ben Hu, a lead researcher at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, is identified. So patient zero. That's right, patient zero. As a lot of us have thought for a long time in the COVID-19 outbreak. WCW's findings suggest that Hu's gain-of-function experiments on coronaviruses were funded by U.S. taxpayer dollars through agencies like the National Institutes of Health and USAID. These experiments, conducted with risky animal models, were supported by over $41 million. $41 million in United States grants. That's your taxpayer money. Before it was exposed and cut out by WCW in 2020. Joining me to discuss this is the Vice President of Advocacy and Public Policy at the White Coat Waste Project, Justin Goodman. Justin, nice to see you here.
Great to be here.
I think this is one of the things that a lot of us have speculated about. We've always thought, I've been discussing since early on, that this all traces back to Wuhan. And the wet market there was, okay, they could try to blame the wet market, but the wet market was in proximity of the Institute of Virology. It was right there. It was in the same area. So they could try to blame one and throw, misdirection. But the fact of the matter is $41 million spent here. This is just the latest outrageous revelation of American taxpayer money going to places it certainly does not belong. Take it from there.
Yeah, we've been following the money since early 2020 when we first exposed in April of 2020 that Dr. Fauci and the USAID sent tax dollars through EcoHealth Alliance to the Wuhan laboratory for dangerous gain-of-function experiments that just a couple weeks ago, John Ratcliffe and the CIA joined the FBI and the Department of Energy in agreement that likely caused the COVID pandemic that's now killed 1 million Americans, millions of others, and cost trillions of dollars in economic damage to the U.S. economy. So experts agree this is where it started. And I think it's been alarming for people to learn in the last couple of weeks as USAID went under the microscope that this agency that people considered, or a lot of people at least considered, was doing humanitarian work, was actually funneling tax dollars to dangerous animal experimentation, bioweapons animal experimentation in an authoritarian nation that's on our list of countries of concern certainly doesn't have our best interests in mind. And we were funding this risky animal testing to soup up coronaviruses and make them more dangerous to human beings. Unfortunately, and I was just testifying in Congress yesterday about this in the Oversight Committee, the United States hasn't learned its lesson. We are still funding 26 laboratories, animal laboratories in China are still eligible for NIH funding, and many of them are receiving NIH funding for animal tests. Labs that are connected to the Chinese Communist Party, labs that are working with the People's Liberation Army, even labs that are run by the same organization that ran the Wuhan Institute. So
here's my question, Justin. Let me jump in there. I need to jump in here because this is outrageous on every level. People like Rand Paul were asking these questions. I was asking those questions, and so were other voices out there saying, wait a second, this has to go back to Wuhan. We knew it then. It was denied, of course, and it was buried during the Biden administration pretty much altogether. It was hidden, right? And so here we know that the Wuhan virus is what came across the globe, killed millions of people, and we would have a great complaint about that unless we, the American taxpayer, paid for it. I mean, that is the most egregious thing I can possibly think of. If China allowed this to happen and propagated this and allowed it to go to Italy first, remember those first horrible pictures out of Italy? But if the American taxpayer picked up the bill, people need to be held to account for that, don't they?
Absolutely. And, I'm looking at the screen right now, and the document you're showing, if you notice that some of the funding from Dr. Fauci started in 2014, coincidentally, that is the date, the back date on his pardon from Joe Biden is 2014, the same time he started funding the Wuhan laboratory, because Joe Biden knows and Anthony Fauci knows that President Trump and the new administration were going to hold Fauci accountable for what happened in Wuhan and the cover-up that he coordinated. So they backdated the pardon back to 2014, the same year he started sending money to the Wuhan lab. Now, he has been pardoned, which means he can't be indicted. However, he could still be held accountable in other ways. He can be hauled before Congress again. He cannot plead the fifth anymore. He'll have to answer questions if Congress does call him. I believe Rand Paul intends to call him. I know different states are looking at whether they can hold him accountable.
Justin, let me ask you this.
Yes.
So before we get past this 2014 date, because I think it's critical, and I want to look at that date closely. That is during the second term of the Obama administration, right? Here we are in the middle of the Obama administration when this thing takes root in Wuhan with Anthony Fauci. Then it comes out and it launches during the latter days of the Trump administration, and then it's hidden during the Biden administration. It seems to me that there's a relationship between the Democrats, USAID, and Wuhan. That maybe it slipped through the cracks during the first Trump administration, but it seems complicit during the Obama years, and certainly they knew it during the Biden years enough to hand out that pardon, like you pointed out. What am I to draw from that?
Well, I think that everyone knows that, it's the worst kept secret that Anthony Fauci funded the laboratory that caused the pandemic, along with USAID. And Fauci was the Democrats' guy. I mean, our organization was drugged through the mud for years for suggesting that Fauci funded the laboratory in Wuhan and beagle torture in Tunisia. And the government bent over backwards to cover it up. So I think everyone knows what happened, that Anthony Fauci was funding a bioweapons program in China. It went wrong, caused a pandemic. And then, I think literally his last day in office, Joe Biden did what he said he was going to do and, gave Fauci a clean pass. But like I said, there's other ways we can hold him accountable. Even though he's gone from government, he has left a long shadow at the NIH. His agency, he built a $6.5 billion budget at his division inside NIH, NIAID, the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. This is the agency that funds gain-of-function experiments. It's funding the establishment right now of a new bat lab in the United States, where they're going to import hundreds of bats from Asia for Ebola, Nipah, coronavirus experiments on U.S. soil. They fund transgender animal experiments where they're putting aborted baby parts into animals. This is
$10
all
million.
coming out of Fauci. Yeah, it's actually
$10 million for transgender
Yeah.
rats, mice, and monkeys.
Yeah.
I saw Nancy Mace talk about that this week in front of Congress. That's important. Let me just focus just for a moment on Anthony Fauci's pardon, because here's my question. Anthony Fauci got the pardon, but what about his lieutenants? What about all the people around him that didn't get pardons? I mean, I hate to say it, but some of the second-tier players, they also knew how dangerous this was. They also knew that disinformation and misinformation and, frankly, fake news was being propagated on the American people and the global media as well. What about some of the lieutenants? They didn't get pardons. Are there other people that can be held to account for some of the things that happened here?
Well, absolutely. David Morenz, his deputy, who infamously exchanged countless emails where he was talking about evading FOIA by using his personal Gmail and talking to Anthony Fauci offline, using Fauci's personal email to communicate with him about COVID cover-up conversations. He belongs in jail. He violated FOIA. He willfully violated FOIA. He had no answer for it when he was hauled in front of Congress. He could go to jail. Hugh Auchincloss, another Fauci deputy, again, also hasn't really been held accountable yet. There are other people in government. What about Ralph Barrick at the University of North Carolina, who was working with the Wuhan lab, and Peter Daszak at EcoHealth? There are a lot of other people who can be held accountable. And one thing we could also do is dismantle the legacy of Fauci inside the NIH, dismantle NIAID, break it up, remove the amount of power, the concentrated power and resources it has. You know, right now, Fauci was not confirmed by the Senate. There's no term limits. And Rand Paul and Chip Roy have suggested to break up NIAID into 3 different divisions with Senate-confirmed positions that have term limits, so you don't end up with another situation like Fauci where you have someone at the helm for 40 years. Who builds a little fiefdom like he did. There are things we can do to hold him accountable and prevent it from happening again. Another thing we can do is cut off these labs in China. That should be,
that seems like a job one.
Yeah,
that seems like a job one. Let's stop, at least pause and say, wait a second, what are we doing? I mean, it's no secret the United States military and other parts of the government do funding of experiments for reasons of national security and so forth. But we should put a pause there and figure out what we're doing. Let me ask you this, a very political question. When it comes to health and human services and all of these agencies, how important do you think it is for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to potentially get confirmed here? We're waiting to see if that's going to happen. It's probably going to be close, but it seems like he's probably going to get over the line. Could he have impact on reeling some of these things in if confirmed?
Absolutely. I think Robert F. Kennedy, Jay Bhattacharya, the nominee for NIH, Marty Makary, the nominee for FDA, these are all supporters of white coat waste and our efforts to cut reckless funding for gain-of-function experiments, both in the U.S. and abroad, cut some of this horrendous dog testing, just bring common sense back to the government. I mean, HHS is rife with waste, fraud, and abuse, and it has been for a long time. We need someone to clean it up. I think RFK is the guy to do it. Dr. Bhattacharya, Dr. Makary, these are guys who can really come in and do some important reforms to get America back on track.
And what about people like Kash Patel at the FBI and other agencies? Pam Bondi is the Attorney General. Look, there are a lot of people that are culpable here. Anthony Fauci may have gotten a pardon, but a lot didn't, as we just discussed. And the American people want to know. We want all the pages peeled back. We want to know the truth about COVID, how it played out, how it began in Wuhan, where it went from there, who played the cover-up role, who told us the truth, and who did not tell us the truth intentionally. I think all of these things have to be put out in the sunlight. I mean, it's the best disinfectant, right?
Yeah, and you might remember that there was a law enacted, signed into law by Joe Biden, saying that all of the COVID origins intelligence had to be declassified, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence never did it. They released a bunch of blacked out pages from the intelligence agency. So I think, leadership, the incoming new leadership of the CIA, the FBI, and other intelligence agencies have an opportunity to come clean, show their cards, tell the truth about what happened in Wuhan so we can make sure it doesn't happen again.
I think we have no option. And I'll go back to, I think you're right. And I've heard other people say this, Justin, but Anthony Fauci needs to be questioned thoroughly in front of the American people. He may not be eligible for a prison sentence, but he must be compelled to come tell the truth once and for all. Rand Paul went back and forth with him a couple of times in really combative sessions. I want to see it now where there is no protection. There is no Fifth Amendment. There is no, I'm not going to tell you that. That's off the table. Justin, I'll give you the last word.
Hey, I think a lot of this has to do with reckless government spending, and not knowing where our tax dollars are going. It's been a problem for a long time. That's what happened in Wuhan, is Fauci was secretively sending our tax dollars to an enemy nation for dangerous research that caused a pandemic. There's an easy way to stop that. Stop shipping our tax dollars to dangerous experiments. Stop shipping it to foreign adversaries' countries, and just bring common sense back to Washington.
Well, we appreciate what you're doing at the White Coat Waste Project, Justin. Thank you for being here, and I'll welcome you back anytime as information becomes more available. And I think it will, because, look, every day more comes to light now that we have a new sheriff in town. Justin, thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, up after the break, President Trump this week shared some plans that will have big implications with Israel and potentially with Gaza. We'll dive deeper up next here on America's Voice Live.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal. Just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. Order now.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
Tell you what, we're not getting much sleep these days in the news department. President Donald Trump once again shaking up the political landscape. He does it about twice a day, every day. This time, a bold new proposal for Gaza. I know you heard it. During a meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, Trump suggested the United States take control of Gaza, 300 square miles, relocate its 1.7 million residents, and rebuild the area from scratch. This radical idea aims to end the cycle of violence perpetuated by Hamas, offering the people of Gaza a fresh start, while removing the failed concept of Palestine, with Trump's trademark use of economic power and decisive leadership. The plan, it could bring stability to the region, but it was rejected by a lot of folks. Joining me now to discuss this is the senior policy analyst for the Middle East and North Africa at the Heritage Foundation, Daniel Flesch. Daniel, nice to see you here today. Look, a lot of people stood there and went, what did he say? I was one of those people. Did he just say take control of Gaza? I was one of those people going, I leaned into the TV going, really? Now, having said that, it's a radical idea. It's something that's totally out of the box. Do something different. It was rejected by Saudi Arabia. Other Middle Eastern nations said that will never fly. But here's the position, basically. This is an idea from us. This is my idea. What do you have? And I think it puts the ball in play for a different conversation. What say you?
Well, it was certainly the message heard around the world. And, for the better part of 15 months, since the few months after the October 7th attack and Israel's defensive war against Hamas, people have been asking for, in the previous administration, the Biden administration, in the region, and also the Trump administration was wondering, what would the day after plan for Gaza be? Well, what President Trump just offered is not a day after plan, but a generation after plan. Because if you look at it, he's approaching it from the vantage point of he wants peace in multiple regions around the world. He said that very clearly in that press conference, including in the Middle East. And so he's thinking, well, what does peace have to look like when it comes to Gaza? And what are we thinking about years, decades, a generation after the day after? And that is, a Gaza that's completely transformed because the population is radicalized. And how do you de-radicalize a population? Well, frankly, you depopulate it of the radical people in the Strip, in that society. So at first blush, there's no specifics, obviously. It's just a grand strategy, or a vision, rather. And you're right. Saudi Arabia issued a press statement. Other countries have as well. But you know what? If you start listening to Gazans, and it's coming out on social media, on X and other places, of course they want to leave. I mean, if you think about it, if you're a parent, do you want to live the next few years or decades in squalor and despair in this war-torn environment?
No.
Well, sure, there'll be aid coming in, but it's going to be siphoned off by terrorist organizations and other nefarious elements. Or do you want a better future for your children?
Well, here's the thing. Up until 1967, it was Egyptian territory. Now the Egyptians apparently want nothing to do with it. They don't want the Palestinians coming to their country. Apparently, the Jordanians don't want them coming to their country. And if these are their neighbors, what does that tell you about the Palestinians?
So this is where the rubber hits the road. The question should be asked, why, since October 7th, have Palestinians not been allowed to leave Gaza as refugees? In the history of conflict, even present day, you look to Ukraine, civilian populations are able and allowed and encouraged to flee as refugees to neighboring countries and then so forth from there. The Palestinians in Gaza are unable to. And why is that? For a few reasons. One, Egypt in particular, they don't want destabilization. They don't want the Muslim Brotherhood, which Hamas is an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, destabilizing the country, having this influx of population. Jordan, as you bring up, they are over 60% Palestinian as it is. So, and historically, wherever the Palestinian leadership was from the time of the 1960s onto the presidents, there was disruption, instability, and violence everywhere they followed. They assassinated the current king of Jordan's grandfather. They supported Saddam Hussein when they were in Kuwait. They destabilized Lebanon, which led to the first Lebanon civil war, so on and so forth. So the region knows this. But it is really a crime against humanity that the Palestinian people have not been allowed to leave Gaza since the beginning of the war. And the final thing I'll say, you mentioned Egypt. Gaza was Egyptian territory up until 1967. As part of the peace agreement with Egypt that was finalized in 1979, Israel offered to give Gaza back to Egypt. And what was their response? We don't want it. That tells you a lot.
They don't. Is it reasonable to think the United States would go in there, though? Is that reasonable to believe that the United States would, in some fashion, go into Gaza? I think that it's unlikely, but I think it's a negotiation tactic by the President of the United States to say, here, I'm going to stake out a position. It's way out of the box. People have whiplash looking around going, what did he say? Do you think it's possible to ever become U.S. territory?
Well, so again, I think he's offering a vision for the future of the Strip and of the region, the Gaza Strip and the region, and specifics will be forthcoming. And what does it mean by going in? I mean, it's really, there's no reason why the United States should not have a strong interest in Gaza. It is 25 miles of potentially pristine beachfront property facing west over the Mediterranean to see the sunset over the Mediterranean. It is the nexus of Europe, Asia, and Africa. It could be a great trading and commercial route as well. And not to mention, right now, our largest Air Force base is in Qatar, which is really not an ally of the United States, despite their major non-NATO ally status that the previous administration bestowed upon them. No reason we can't have staging platforms in the Gaza Strip in the future if it's in friendly territory and friendly hands. So when we talk about going in, Obviously, a lot remains unclear and to be determined. But again, it could be a strategic asset and value for the United States to have some sort of claim to that territory, certainly in partnership with our greatest ally, Israel, and with Egypt, for that matter.
Sure. Whether it's Panama, Greenland, or Gaza, Donald Trump has shaken up the conversation, that's for sure, Daniel. Greatly appreciate you being here. Thank you.
My pleasure. Take care.
All right, up after the break. The U.S. seized the Venezuelan president's plane. We'll have details on that coming up on America's Voice Live.
It's an absolute problem. It happens all of the time. If you own property and have got equity, you can be a victim.
How can a scammer actually steal my home?
It's so easy for them to get the original document. They can download it and forge it. They begin to take out loans, and you're left holding the bag.
What can I do to protect my title?
Go to HomeTitleLock.com. We monitor your title and alert you if anything disturbs your title. Protect your home. You'll sleep better that night.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those cracks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low, low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
Well, during his visit to the Dominican Republic, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio witnessed the seizure of a Venezuelan government plane, a Dassault Falcon 200, held in Santo Domingo. The aircraft reportedly used by the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, and his aides, was alleged to have violated U.S. sanctions. Rubio authorized a waiver to unfreeze foreign aid funds to cover storage and maintenance costs for the plane, with the seizure requiring approval from the U.S. Department of Justice. Joining me now to discuss this is the U.S. Army Green Beret, Jordan Goudreau. Jordan, good to have you here.
Thanks.
This is kind of a bold move. We just take the aircraft to the head of state. Of course, it's Venezuela. We have no love lost here. We have a lot of problems here, but they are taking the illegals back. What do you make of all this?
Yeah, I think when Richard Grenell went back a couple weeks ago and got the six detainees who are in Venezuela, it sent a bit of a message. Obviously, he was successful. That said, it seemed like there were handshakes with Richard Grenell and Nicolas Maduro, and I think a lot of people in the United States, maybe people on the left and news outlets, took that as an opportunity to try to say that that things were normalized between the United States and Venezuela. But I think this latest seizure of Nicolas Maduro's aircraft shows that things are not amicable between both countries from a foreign policy standpoint, and that we view as Americans, American foreign policy, we don't view Nicolas Maduro as as a viable leader simply due to the fact that the elections were fraudulent.
Yeah. So what do we do about that, Jordan? I mean, nobody believes the elections were legitimate. Nobody. No world body, no other country, and yet Maduro remains a dictator. You go back 25 years, Venezuela is one of the most successful, prosperous countries on earth. And now they're broke. I mean, flat out, this is a case study in socialism and how poorly it works and how it destroys countries, frankly. Not how poorly it works, how it destroys countries. What can we do, as Americans, to reach out to try to, get this country back to where they have natural resources, they have beautiful landscapes, they could have tourism and oil and all of these things. How do we get them back?
Yeah, and I think furthermore, from a geopolitical standpoint, Venezuela is white space from a strategic standpoint, from a military strategic standpoint. Obviously, Russia and China would have access to that white space. Right now, it is by proxy controlled by them. We would like to control it because it's in our backyard. It's the same situation we're in with Cuba. But how do you do it? And so during President Trump's last administration, he was surrounded by an intelligence agency that largely, undermined him. So the problem set remains difficult. So first, I think what has to happen in the Trump administration is he has to find the Venezuelans that he can absolutely trust. Typically, this is done by intelligence agencies. Last time around, obviously, mistakes were made by the intelligence agency. And so it put him at a loss. And obviously, Venezuela remains a problem to this day. The Biden administration, when they left, they really didn't, push the ball down the field very much. So now it's really it's left to President Trump to deal with it. So it's a difficult problem set. I mean, I remember the rhetoric from last time, all options are on the table, but simply spoken, it's a really difficult problem to solve. Simply because
I go back to the Monroe Doctrine. Look, this is the Western Hemisphere. We've had a position in the United States for 200 years that you don't come into the Western Hemisphere and interfere with what's going on. The problem with Venezuela and the Belt and Road Initiative from the Chinese is that they're coming here to do exactly that, to try to set up shop. They're trying to do it in a variety of countries, Argentina, Venezuela, Costa Rica. They're trying to set up any place they possibly can set up a camp. I don't think we can tolerate it because of the long-term danger and even the short-term danger. So how far do you think the United States should be willing to go to say, you know what, this is not going to be allowed? I think Donald Trump knows that. He understands the dynamics well enough as you do, Jordan. So how far should the United States go to say, China, you can't do that. You can't set up shop here in these countries?
Listen, if we see increased escalation with China and Russia or increased partnerships, military partnerships between China and Russia, for example, training exercises, things of that nature, I think that is a red line in the sand that we are not willing to put up with. And the president will have to respond because it is in our back door and there's something that we absolutely have to do about it. So we would have to take a more aggressive stance.
We would have to. I mean, China's gone so far as to begin the idea of putting a fighter jet factory in Argentina. I'm sorry, we cannot tolerate that sort of activity from look, China's our enemy. We can play nice all we want, but they are our enemy. Jordan, I'll give you the last word.
No, I think you're absolutely right. So I believe that Venezuelan geopolitics is downplayed in the media due to the fact that it's just not understood the tactical and the strategic importance of that country. But I firmly agree. I think that once we have more movement in the region from the Chinese and potentially the Russians, that will be a prelude to military conflict.
And let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope that we find peace through strength and people see it from our point of view. Jordan, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Well, the IRS is the largest collection agency in the world, and it just stepped up enforcement for 2025. You probably knew that. If you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, do not wait for the IRS to come after you. Simply avoiding your tax troubles, it's the worst thing you can do. Getting ahead of this is the smart move, but never contact the IRS alone. Turn it over to the team at Tax Network USA. Why? Because not all tax resolution companies are the same. That's why. Simple answer. Tax Network USA has a preferred direct line to the IRS, which means they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. Tax Network USA has proven strategies that are designed to settle your tax problems in your favor, whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million. Their attorneys and negotiators have resolved over $1 billion in tax with one of their strategists. It's free. Stop the threatening letters. Stop looking over your shoulder and put the IRS and all that trouble behind you once and for all. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. tnusa.com/RAV. All right, up after the break. The NCAA made a big decision after the Trump trans executive order. That's next on America's Voice Live.
How many times has something broke down, but the right size tool is nowhere to be found? What you need is Red Dog, the amazing universal socket tool that fits, grips, and tightens virtually any fastener. And now may be your last chance to get one before they're gone. Look at all the different sizes and shapes, nuts, bolts, and screws. Any head will do. Red Dog grabs on tight and locks into place fast. It replaces hundreds of different tools, yet it's smaller than a battery. 54 telescoping steel pins mold around any object. Then, up to 150 pounds of torque knock out rusted fasteners. Attach the deluxe drill adapter and drive screws into concrete with ease. Don't let a stubborn project ruin your day. Red Dog grabs on tight. Plus, it tackles odd jobs with precision and speed. No more heavy toolboxes or guessing which size to use. With Red Dog, you'll never search or guess which tool to use again. Look, you could use a ton of different tools for this project, but we did it fast and easy with just one Red Dog. Amazing! You could spend over $100 for a socket set, or you can get the incredible Red Dog for just $19.99. But wait, there's breaking news. Red Dog may be discontinued due to rising costs and supply chain shortages. Red Dog is stopping manufacturing immediately. There's a strict limit of 3 per order while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Red Dog, but you must act fast. Once the current inventory is gone, it's gone forever. The amazing Red Dog. Order now.
Call 1-800-709-4320. That's 1-800-709-4320. Or visit buyreddog.com. So call 1-800-709-4320. Order now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Well, as we've talked about a lot this week, President Trump signed an executive order that protects women and keeps men out of women's sports. And it was a touching moment. All those young girls around him as he signed the executive order. Now, the NCAA has now banned transgender athletes from women's sports as well after the Trump order took effect immediately. The new policy limits competition in women's sports to student athletes assigned female at birth only. I can't believe we have to have this conversation, but here we are. The policy still permits student athletes assigned male at birth to practice with women's teams and receive benefits such as medical care while practicing. Okay. Join me now to discuss it is Turning Point USA contributor Morgan McMichael. All right, Morgan, it was one of the most remarkably heartwarming scenes with all those, those girls surrounding Donald Trump as he signed that executive order. It was a very cool image. It was like America's grandpa was sitting there taking care of the kids, right? It was very cool.
It was the most beautiful moment I think I have ever witnessed in person. I was actually sitting right there in the room in the East Wing at the White House, witnessing President Donald Trump sign the executive order banning men from women's sports. And being someone who has curated content on the internet in the conservative space about transgenders, about these athletes that are competing against women, it was such a full circle moment to just see that now women are being protected and women's sports are being safeguarded against men who are taking these spaces as women. And what really makes me sad, though, is that it took this executive order for the NCAA to do something and stand up for female athletes. Because Riley Gaines placing first place with Leah Thomas, or should I say Mr. Thomas, wasn't enough. The outrage over the last 4 years of male athletes competing against women wasn't enough for the NCAA to protect women. Instead, it took the President of the United States signing an executive order to actually protect women.
Well, to a point. Some states, including the state I live in, Michigan, the Michigan High School Athletic Association has made no changes. They say they will remain the same until they have further information and more studies. So some states, unlike the NCAA, are saying, well, we'll wait to get more information. They're going to do what apparently those on the left are going to do, which is to ignore federal law in any area they don't like it. That's pretty frightening, isn't it?
It is, but you know what? I look forward to their federal funding being completely removed for them not following the law. I look forward to these people being prosecuted for not following the law when they are outright not protecting women. It's very disappointing to see, but at the end of the day, this executive order isn't just for the next 4 years. This is for our future children, our future grandchildren to actually live in an America where they have a fighting chance to get a scholarship when they're competing in these sports, that they have a fighting chance to be able to win and stand first place on the podium and not get beat by a man.
You know, and something else that Donald Trump said, he for high school and college athletes, which is important. He also said the Olympics are coming to Los Angeles in 2028, and we will not allow men to compete in women's sports in Los Angeles either. He sent a shot around the world, didn't he?
He absolutely did, and messaged exactly what we believe here in America and what the populace voted for. We voted for the fact that there are only two genders in this country. We voted for the fact that women's sports will continue to be protected. We voted for surgeries to be banned for minors for them attempting to transition and chemically mutilating and castrating themselves. And that is what America voted for. This campaign is no longer just promises made. This is a promises kept administration coming to fruition, and I couldn't be more excited for the next 4 years. And you know what? When it comes to the Olympics, I am so glad that finally these female athletes won't have to compete against men. This shouldn't even have to be a conversation at the end of the day. Even in America, what happened to Title IX? And so thank you to President Trump and all of the women who have been championing this issue for so long. This is truly what we have gotten to.
You know, Morgan, what is really striking to me, I saw a poll on CNN the evening that this happened, Wednesday night. 79% of Americans support this. This is a supermajority. This isn't even a close call, and I think if you put it to the voters, it'd be a wider margin than that. And yet you've got these people over here on the left saying, well, we've got to stand with the trans people. You're staying with 20% of the electorate. I mean, do you ever want to win an election again? The Democrats are so wrong and so far gone and so politically tone deaf, it's stunning to me. They want to stand with the 20%, if it's even that high, on an issue that is overwhelmingly popular, what Donald Trump did. I'll give you the last word.
The woke mind virus will continue to try and infiltrate the next generation, telling them that transgenderism is normal, telling them that what's not normal is normal. But at the end of the day, we know what the electorate says. You know, maybe in a polling group of 5 to 10 people, they may be able to skew a number and say that transgenderism is popular, but we know that that is not what the American people voted for. And I think that the people who have believed and swallowed the Kool-Aid are seeing that this is not what the American people truly want for the future.
I think you're exactly right. Morgan, thank you so much for being here. Have a great weekend. I think when you look at this, and if you talk to those on the left, they'll say, oh, this is terrible. All these terrible things are happening with the deportations and protecting women in women's sports. But if you talk to the Trump voters, this is exactly what they want. This is exactly what the majority of Americans voted for in November 24. And in fact, I dare say if the election were held today, the margins might actually be wider in favor of Donald Trump. Well, have you seen the news from the economists forecasting a depression, not a recession, a depression before the year 2030? We're in a perfect storm as Social Security and Medicare hit a breaking point with the largest generation hitting retirement. A smaller workforce means, well, a smaller tax base. Pair that with our growing national debt and rising cost of living, and we have, let's face it, a big problem. So what are you doing now to protect your family in the future? Gold's a safe haven in hard economic times, and at Birch Gold, they make it easy to diversify portions of your savings into physical gold. Birch Gold will help you transition an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and it doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket. Protect your future today. Text America to 989898. Get your free information kit on gold and a copy of the ultimate guide for gold in the Trump era. With a forward by Donald Trump Jr., there is only one obligation, only information, no obligation at all. Birch Gold has earned the trust of countless Americans looking to safeguard their savings. You can do the same. Text America to the number 989898. Do that today. Get your free information kit. You've nothing to lose. Text America to 989898. Do that right now. We'll take a break here on America's Voice Live and be back in just a moment.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
Hi, I'm pulmonologist Dr. Jamie Rutland. Did you know we take 20,000 breaths a day? And when we inhale, we invite all the contaminants in the room into our airways? Indoor air quality can be 5 to even 100 times worse than outdoors. Meet the Air Doctor. It's your prescription for clean air and the only hospital-grade air purifier equipped with advanced Ultra HEPA filters, proven to improve your indoor air quality and overall health. I can confidently tell you that if it's in your air, it's in your body. Check this out. This would have been in your lungs.
And now you can breathe better with this exclusive TV-only offer. Save 40% now on your hospital-grade Air Doctor.
What makes Air Doctor hospital grade? Well, it's a triple filtration, including an Ultra HEPA filter that removes virtually 100% of the smallest and most dangerous contaminants down to 0.003 microns, including mold spores, pollen, smoke, pet dander, even bacteria and viruses that make you sick. That's 100 times smaller filtration than ordinary HEPA purifiers. That means you can breathe easy, knowing your family can get relief from allergies and asthma and reduce airborne diseases.
Look what the Air Doctor trapped. I wouldn't want my kids breathing this in.
Air Doctor takes the guesswork out of clean air. A pre-filter captures large particles. The carbon filter removes smelly odors, dangerous gases, and harmful volatile organic compounds. The Ultra HEPA filter captures microscopic contaminants, even bacteria and viruses. And the Air Doctor smart sensors measure pollutants, automatically adjusting the filtration.
It's pulling the pollutants out, it's pulling the allergens out, it's even pulling the toxic chemicals that our cleaning products leave behind.
Call or go to tryairdoctor.com now. Get 40% off our best-selling air purifier. Plus, every Air Doctor comes complete with our 30-day Breathe Better money-back guarantee.
Call 1-800-862-7795. That's 1-800-862-7795. Call now.
Now, it has become painfully clear to me and many others that crazy Maxine Waters is clearly off her medication this week. Her and along with several other Democrats stormed the Department of Education building, berating a federal employee, the security guard there, because he couldn't let him in. And then, well, Maxine went right off the deep end. If you missed it, oh boy, here it is.
The man who blocked the doors of the Department of, hold your face up so they can see you. Department of Education, get a good copy of him. Let him get recorded in history for what he's doing today. Let his children see him. Let his children know that he was standing in the way of all children being educated. Look them in the eye. Come on, hold your face up. Look at them. Let them see you. This is him. Look at it. What's your name? Tell us your name. Give me that ID again. So what?
I showed you the ID.
You do what?
I showed you the ID.
Could you let me see the ID again? Huh? No.
Ah, she's a prize, isn't she? A planner's wart. President Trump has a lot of opinions on the Department of Education, like putting Linda McMahon in charge of it, asking her to put herself out of a job. Listen to this.
The Education Department, why nominate Linda McMahon to be the Education Department Secretary if you're going to get rid of the Education Department?
Because I told Linda, I hope you do a great job and put yourself out of a job. I want her to put herself out of a job.
Make yourself unemployed. Join me now to discuss this. Our Real America's Voice correspondent, Roger Hudson from our Denver newsroom. Roger, man, Maxine's on a roll this week.
now think about it. They all got together in a big oak room, right, at the Capitol and said, What are we going to do? Elon and Donald Trump are crazy. We're going to go storm the Department of Education. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to yell at a security guard. That's why we're going to solve education in America. This was their solution. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. Well, this is after her performance at USAID. I mean, like I said, she has had quite a week so far. Just put full-blown crazy. I've got some other terms for it, but it's a family program.
It's a little insurrection-y, right?
She's lost.
A little insurrection-y. Yeah, a little is. And just think about this.
What do you make of it,
Education's, well, the Department of Education's budget is almost $290 billion. And in 2024, they threw in $190 billion more. And if you look at the stats, just the pure stats, fourth graders and eighth graders in America, they just barely make reading comprehension at 40%. Math comprehension for eighth graders is under 28%. That's in America right now. So if you want to compete on a world stage like Donald Trump talks about, we can't even do math. We can't even add the money we're going to make in a Donald Trump economy.
Well, I guarantee you this.
What?
Maxine Waters cannot do math. By the way, on the split screen, you are watching Marine One come into Air Force One. Donald Trump will be departing on his way to West Palm for the weekend. So I thought I would share that video with you here. So we'll watch that. And Roger, and I'm not done with you. I just want to tell the folks what they're seeing there. The president on his way to West Palm for, look, he's getting out of Washington. It's a little chilly. He's going to go play some golf in West Palm for the weekend. Why wouldn't you? After the 18 or 19 days he's had in office, he might need a little breather. Because he has just been picking it up and putting it down. I mean, good Lord, have you ever seen anything like it? You've covered this for a long time. He is working fast, so furiously. That's why Maxine's losing her mind. They're confused. They've been run over.
Does anybody work as hard as Donald Trump? I'm tired just getting up in the morning reading the newspaper. If anybody reads the newspaper anymore, he makes me tired just following him in a news conference. Following a conversation with Donald Trump is like trying to follow a bumblebee. I have never seen anybody work as fast or as hard as this man does. How old is he? Do you remember just, what was it, like 4 weeks before the election, they tried to tell us that he was docile and he was almost an elderly man who couldn't keep up.
Lost a step?
Lost a step. Yeah. They tried to tell us that, right? You remember that? Yeah. Not this man. Well, I hope he does absolutely defund the Department of Education. I think he has to because
that's going to happen.
American children deserve it, and so do American parents. That money belongs in local governments.
Two things about that, about Maxine Waters, and we'll continue to watch Marine One here. Maxine Waters, she made two protests, USAID. So they decided to cut the workforce there from 10,000 to 300. Nice job, Maxine. Right. And the Department of Education, it'll be gone altogether. So it's really working out for her. Roger Hudson, always appreciate talking to you, my friend.
Absolutely. And what a beautiful picture that is. God, I love seeing that.
It is a beautiful picture. Here he comes. Are we going to stick with this, guys? What are we going to do? You want to stick with us? We're going to take a break. What do you want to do? Yeah. There it is. The President of the United States coming off Marine One. And just, I want to just take this moment and watch when he comes down and salutes the United States Marines that will greet him at the bottom of the. And I want you to take this moment and enjoy this, because this is where we are today now. We're back with a commander-in-chief that has garnered respect on the national stage, respect on the international stage, having just met with the Prime Minister of Japan, the Prime Minister of Israel this week. I mean, it feels good to be an American, doesn't it? As you see the president descend the steps of Marine One, always greeting the people around him, including that young woman right there, member of the military, and making his way over to Air Force One. He'll be going to West Palm for apparently the weekend. I would expect him to play some golf, but that doesn't matter what he's doing. He's working all the time. He has done more in these 17, 18 days than I see presidents do in years on the job, right? In years. So there he goes. He's going to board Air Force One. And look, he uses the big boy stairs. He's not on the short stairs. No, he uses the big boy stairs. This is the guy they tried to tell you was not healthy enough to do the job, right? Well, he sure is. All right. There he is. We'll hit a quick break. We'll hit a quick break here on America's Voice Live, and we will be right back.
How many times has something broke down, but the right size tool is nowhere to be found? What you need is Red Dog, the amazing universal socket tool that fits, grips, and tightens virtually any fastener. And now may be your last chance to get one before they're gone. Look at all the different sizes and shapes, nuts, bolts, and screws. Any head will do. Red Dog grabs on tight and locks into place fast. It replaces hundreds of different tools, yet it's smaller than a battery. 54 telescoping steel pins mold around any object. Then, up to 150 pounds of torque knock out rusted fasteners. Attach the deluxe drill adapter and drive screws into concrete with ease. Don't let a stubborn project ruin your day. Red Dog grabs on tight. Plus, it tackles odd jobs with precision and speed. No more heavy toolboxes or guessing which size to use. With Red Dog, you'll never search or guess which tool to use again. Look, you could use a ton of different tools for this project, but we did it fast and easy with just one Red Dog. Amazing! You could spend over $100 for a socket set, or you can get the incredible Red Dog for just $19.99. But wait, there's breaking news. Red Dog may be discontinued due to rising costs and supply chain shortages. Red Dog is stopping manufacturing immediately. There's a strict limit of 3 per order while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Red Dog, but you must act fast. Once the current inventory is gone, it's gone forever. The amazing Red Dog. Order now.
Call 1-800-709-4320. That's 1-800-709-4320. Or visit buyreddog.com. So call 1-800-709-4320. Order now.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
All right, well, Donald Trump safely aboard Air Force One, heading off to West Palm for the weekend. We're going to leave you with something nice, like what makes America wonderful. We do it every day in the hopes of putting a smile on your face, reminding you just how wonderful America is. I think you felt that way looking at Air Force One, but here's something for you. Dr. J. Max Slaughter, 41, an emergency room physician, was enjoying breakfast out with his wife and 3 kids at a Mimi's Cafe in Fort Worth, Texas recently. The father of 3 was overcome with joy as he was getting ready to pay his $85.21 bill. It had already been paid by somebody else. As the father investigated, he found a handwritten note on it, and it read, "Thank you for being a great dad. From a dad to a dad, thank you for the dad you are. They need you to be regardless of who's watching." It was signed by a retired Army medic Slaughter had been playing a simple dot game with his kids at the cafe, he said, and was completely unaware that someone was watching him during his special family time. Yeah, what makes America wonderful? All of the great dads out there who do everything for their family and don't expect anything in return. So thank you to all the great dads out there today. You make America wonderful. No questions. Today, let's jump back to that site of Air Force One. There's a dad and a grandfather. Boy, did we see that this week, didn't we? All those kids gathered around, all those young girls gathered around when he signed that executive order there in the East Wing. Boy, what a remarkable thing. And we'll leave you here for this Friday as Donald Trump taxis out on Air Force One. Always brings chills to my... Well, it just always brings me chills. I want you to have a great weekend. We'll see you next week here. We can start the week on the Steve Gruber Show and then back from America's Voice Live for all of you. Thank you for watching Real America's Voice.
How many times have you tried to clean a stubborn mess but end up with no success? What you need is the all-new waterproof Ruby Horsepower, the new cordless and rechargeable power scrubber that cleans faster and easier, guaranteed. Watch, baked on oven grease is no match. It blasts away dirt and grime in no time. The power comes from our rotating brushes, spinning at 350 RPM. The incredible torque fights calcium, mildew, mold, and more. Take it in the kitchen, where it busts through caked-on crud, or outside and tackle tough tasks with ease. Get your Ruby Horsepower with 4 additional attachments, all for just $39.99. Great news! They're in stock and ready to ship. Due to high demand, only 2 per order. Order now.
Call 1-800-944-4512. That's 1-800-944-4512. Or visit horsepowerscrubber.com. So call 1-800-944-4512 now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Coming up on Special Report, the Trump cabinet confirmations keep coming in, but some Democrats already want to impeach President Trump. We discuss with Bruce Lavelle. And more information is coming out about the corruption and misuse of USAID funds. We break down the latest with independent journalist Ann Vandersteel. And conservative Ant joins us to talk about this week's most insane news stories. All that and so much more right now on Special Report. And welcome into Special Report on this fabulous Friday. I'm Bo Davidson. Thanks so much for watching today. You're looking right now at an image of Air Force One departing from Joint Base Andrews en route to West Palm Beach, where President Trump comes down to what's called the Winter White House. And of course, we know that President Trump will also be appearing for the very first time at the Super Bowl this Sunday in New Orleans. Well, President Trump's cabinet continues to get confirmed with the recent confirmations of Housing and Urban Development Secretary Scott Turner, Director of the Office of Management and Budget Russ Vought, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins, just to name a few from this week. Still to have their votes are Tulsi Gabbard, Kash Patel, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., which have been among the more contentious of the hearings. However, inside sources are saying that those nominees look pretty favorable at this point. Democrat Senator John Fetterman, who had voted for some of Trump's nominees, has signaled he will not be voting for Gabbard or RFK Jr. However, in spite of the success President Trump is having both legislatively and with his cabinet, many Democrats have decided to be a proverbial thorn in his side. Representative Al Green, no, not the famous singer of Let's Stay Together, has mounted a campaign to impeach the president just 2 weeks into his term. Listen.
I rise to announce that the movement to impeach the president has begun. I rise to announce that I will bring articles of impeachment against the president for dastardly deeds proposed and dastardly deeds done. I also rise to say that the impeachment movement is going to be a grass-up movement, not a top-down. The people have got to move forward. The people have to demand it. And when the people demand it, it will be done. I did it before. I laid the foundation for impeachment, and it was done.
Here to weigh in on this recent development and other relevant news is longtime advisor to President Trump and our good friend, Bruce Lavelle. Bruce, thank you for being with us again.
Yeah, thanks, Bo. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Well, Bruce, it seems that there's not a lot of love and happiness going on with Representative, not Reverend, Al Green. So, Bruce, what is going on here?
Well, listen, I lived in Texas. You would think the district near Missouri City would get tired of Al Green. I noticed that's happening across the country where a lot of the constituents are like, look, enough's enough. You go up there and you're just counterproductive. You react with your noise, but you do nothing for the district. And this is something that I think that this movement is creating, not just accountability in the government, but just overall on how we elect our elected officials and holding, quote, them accountable to take care, yes, the district that they promised to take care of. So listen, this is typical of Al Green. Yes, not the original Al Green from my generation.
That's right.
But this is kind of very typical. And, you know, if you notice, it's not as many as it was. It's kind of starting to diminish. And you saw that with Fetterman weighing in and voting favorably and really talking common sense, and some other Democrats that are out there saying, look, this thing that you guys created, it's not working. And you would think that they would understand, especially what happened during the election and across the country, that they would like wake up. But folks like Al Green can't help themselves.
Well, Bruce, we like Reverend Al Green a whole lot better than Representative Al Green. I think that's for sure everyone can agree on. Well, Bruce, a lot of this week's news has centered around the dissolution of USAID. Elon Musk's Doge wants to dismantle it. Trump wants to dismantle it. Marjorie Taylor Greene has introduced a bill to get rid of it. And Democrats are losing their minds. Here is Senator Josh Hawley talking about why. And I want to get your thoughts on the other side.
They're panicking big time, Laura, because their power base is being threatened. That's what's really going on here. I mean, look at what they're doing over USAID. This is because they've used that as their personal plaything. And that includes billions and billions of taxpayer dollars that have gone, to fund outrageous stuff overseas, like trans-affirming projects in Zimbabwe or whatever. But also, let's not forget, to fund their preferred media outlets like Politico. And who knows what other left-wing rags have been getting money, federal government money, from this agency, and there's been no accountability. So yes, what's happening is Trump is exposing all of this. He is cutting off the liberal supply chains, as it were, and the liberals are just losing their minds. They're totally losing their minds. We need more of it.
So, Bruce, I got to ask you, USAID has been a slush fund for Democrat causes. Now, have Republicans known about this for years, and it just took till now with Trump and Musk to say the buck stops here?
Yeah, you know what? Listen, I'm an old Reagan guy. I go back, that's how far, volunteering for his campaign in high school. But, you know, this makes you wonder, Bo, to your point, who knew about this for many decades? I mean, listen, I said this from day one. When President Trump came down the escalator and he promised to not engage in pay-to-play or special interest, I mean, he meant that. And so it won't be business as usual, but I guess usually historically, some, not all, but I'll just say most, made that promise, you know, they're going to do this, do that, and get right in there and do the same old thing that everybody else is doing, like the club. is doing. So this is just the beginning. It's long overdue. I'm a business owner here. I hit 30 years in April. I understand what FICA means. I understand what it means to meet payrolls. I understand what taxes and how it hurts a lot of small businesses and families when there's high taxes, let alone when you watch your precious taxpayers be squandered away, whether it be overseas or these particular slush funds. So we're long overdue. And listen, once again, quote, Bo, this is just the beginning.
Yeah, and I personally, Bruce, didn't know that Politico was being funded by USAID. That's new information, but hey, it's good to know this. That's
well, at least RAB wasn't on the list.
That's true.
Hey, there they are.
That's true. No.
What? Okay.
Well, Bruce, earlier this morning, 30 Democrats attempted to enter the Department of Education building in Washington, D.C. to visit Acting Secretary of Education Denise Carter, as Trump's nominee Linda McMahon is yet to be confirmed. Now, these 30 Democrats were blocked from entering. Bruce, we know that the nation's report card showed that 7 out of 10 fourth graders are not proficient readers, which is actually worse than the previous year's report card. So why are our students performing so poorly, and is that a reflection on a feeble Department of Education?
Well, once again, it's been business as usual. They've had people talk about challenging, even some in Congress, some in Senate, some governors, some former presidents, but they never have seen a president, and especially in my lifetime, outside of Reagan, that kept their promises, what they're going to do. And by golly, President Trump is keeping his promise. And listen, there has to be accountability. And I'm excited. It's one of those things as a business guy, you go in there, you try something, and you realize it's not profitable, it's not working, then you try something different. So we know, and once again, real quick, the president looks at the country, yes, he looks at it like a balance sheet, a profit and loss statement. There's a lot of losses in a lot of parts of our government. We want profits. We want profits by meaning less burdensome regulations on the taxpayers, the business people. So what? That creates more income, which moves the economy, which is, yes, discretionary income. The list goes on. So this is long overdue. I'm excited. And there's going to be more and more coming. Like I said, stay tuned. It's uncomfortable. Yes, I get it, because we've always done it this way. Why do we have to change it? And we have to break, I call it, quote, the generational curse of taking the precious taxpayers' money and squandering it. Those days are gone, and putting it back for we the people, by the people. That's what this great nation was designed for, this great Constitution.
It is. And Bruce, when 7 out of 10 elementary school kids are not proficient in reading, something has to change. Something's got to give. Well, Bruce, turning our attention to our border, Tom Homan has ICE looking like a very well-oiled machine. And newly confirmed AG Pam Bondi has wasted absolutely no time taking aim at local lawmakers who may be blocking deportation efforts. Let's take a look.
Not only did we sue today the city of Chicago, we sued the state of Illinois, we sued the mayor, we sued the governor, and we sued others. And let me be very clear, if you don't comply with federal law, you're going to be next.
Now, Bruce, it seems like every single one of Trump's confirmations takes immediate action. And Bondi seems like she means business, and it's got Dems in a tailspin. So my question to you is, do you think that we will eventually start to see more cooperation with Democrat leaders' obstruction of immigration policy, kind of like Trump's art of the deal move with Mexico and Canada?
Well, once again, I hope so. I hope they break that curse of a culture. And listen, if you want to put, once again, taxpayers as well as American citizens in front of people who don't have skin in the game, who come through here illegally, let alone create crime, and you want to stand in the middle of that saying, we're not going to support ICE. You're basically saying we're not going to support law enforcement. That's pretty much what you're saying. So I know Attorney General Bondi, she means what she says. I share another home in Florida. She was a great attorney general there. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you, Pam Bondi has another one that she's going to do what she says. And real quick, but I just want to make this very clear. All of the cabinet members are working directly under the commander-in-chief, which is President Trump. They all have mandates. They're a team, and they're all going out there following his what he wants done, his agenda, and everybody's on board. And if people who don't want to be on board or join this great movement, then maybe you should stay home and let someone else do it. Don't get in there if you don't want to be serious about this. So this is a great America movement that's moving before our very eyes.
Yeah, and Bruce, we only got about 20 seconds left, so we got to make this quick. But this shock and awe campaign Trump has put out about taking over Gaza, is it plausible? Can it work?
Oh, well, I mean, why not? It's one of those things. Once again, you've tried it this way 40, 50 years. It kind of reminds me real quick, Bo, and Real America Voice viewers. I remember when he flew to Singapore and he called Kim Jong and he said, hey, I want to stop in and holler at you. On an iPad, North Korea has some really beautiful beaches, He says, you should build some condos, or you should develop, it's kind of like, development, beautifying a neighborhood. And that's what developers do. So, hey, I say getting, like you said, the world will be coming there.
Absolutely.
Egypt, Saudi.
Well,
everyone has skin in the game.
Thank you, Bruce, so much. We love your thoughts. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. Reverend Al Green, not Representative Al Green. And we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name.
The crime of title theft. What is that?
What that means is that they're able to steal the title to your home. The thing about home title lock is that never has to happen. They notify you when there's any change to your title. Title fraud is real, it's scary, but now there's a way to protect yourself.
Give us a call or go to HometitleLock.com today.
You push it. You try to hold them shut, but your doors won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet's powerful attraction that holds tight. Monkey magnets work on most surfaces and are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, and more. Even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of monkey magnets for only $9.99. Due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 house pack per order. Call now.
Call 1-800-519-4389. That's 1-800-519-4389. Call or visit monkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4389 now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call 1-800-319-0257. That's 1-800-319-0257.
And welcome back to Special Report. More continues to come out about the misuse of USAID funds as Democrats and the deep state continue to take aim at DOGE. These funds were also used for NGOs, which are notorious for facilitating the crisis at the border and ultimately human trafficking. Independent journalist Ann Vandersteel has been uncovering the truth behind the USAID-funded trafficking, and she joins us live now. Ann, thank you so much for being with us today.
Oh, Bo, it's great to be with you. Thanks for having me back. Yeah, this scandal just keeps erupting. It's as if we have now literally pried open Pandora's box, and we haven't just got a little bit of it open. It's starting to explode, and I think it's exponentially releasing so much information. Just on an aside, I just got off a phone call when it talks about the misuse of government funds at the expense of our own. This story that I'm going to be working on is really rather alarming. It's horrific, in fact, and it goes back to World War II with respect to the missing in action or whereabouts unknown, and the fact that we've actually left men behind, and we're trying to cover it up. And frankly, the government has earmarked funds to bring home bodies, but it would seem that maybe perhaps the government had a hand in making sure there was a lot of bodies that were left behind, so that $50 million a year earmark could be leveraged every single year since 1945. We're talking about $3.75 billion that have been spent to bring home bodies of our men and women in service that frankly should never have been left behind. And so this is just another example. And I think what President Trump is talking about with respect to, USAID and just looking at every single agency like the Department of Education and Pentagon is critical. But with the human trafficking, the lies that have come from this government, not this current administration, I'm talking our government prior to, in fact, the last 4 years under the Biden regime, originally they would admit to 85,000 missing children, and then it was 325,000. And now we're starting to learn it's a lot more than that, Bo. And so it's really rather alarming that our government has weaponized the border, weaponized, the ability for cartels around the world and governments around the world, including the intelligence communities around the world, to not only get behind and fund these wars, but to then foment the need for human trafficking, i.e., just displacement through war. And sadly, our government has profited off of it. And frankly, our people are the ones that are actually consuming the need for this human trafficking. And as we're sitting on the eve of Super Bowl weekend, this is yet the weekend where we see the most human trafficking going on. I find it interesting that President Trump will be the very first president to attend a Super Bowl this weekend, because I think he wants to put a flag in the ground about this and really bring it public.
Yeah, and you mentioned the human trafficking connection with USAID. Was there money laundering as well?
Well, my goodness, I don't think USAID was anything but money laundering. I can't think of one program, Bo, where USAID has actually delivered something that was good. I mean, if I'm missing something, I hope somebody will call me and correct me. Just hit me a DM on X at Ann Vandersteel. But I don't see any of the money from USAID that has done anything but actually enrich anybody that had their hand in the till under whatever non-governmental organization, nice sounding name, you name it. They're out there. In fact, there's one company, I think it's called Chemtronics. They've gotten billions of dollars, and I can't find anything they've done to help anybody. So this is really this is quite disturbing, and I think people are becoming numb to it in some aspects, because we've watched the waste, fraud, and abuse of our government for decades, while our national debt has skyrocketed, and yet American infrastructure is crumbling, and children go missing, and we have all of these organizations, they say they're out there to save the children, but you compound that with someone like Jill Biden, and you realize that this organization was, again, yet another sham, like the Clinton Foundation, another sham organization that wasn't even following their own bylaws to file taxes properly and offshore money. We are going to find, I think, not trillions, quadrillions of dollars that have been siphoned out of the American taxpayer system vis-a-vis the Federal Reserve, and putting the sweat equity and the interest on all that on our backs to continue to fund their enrichment of themselves. And at the end of the day, we have to stop and ask ourselves, when does this end? And I think President Trump is signaling when this is going to end with his, rhetoric around ending the IRS, abolishing this organization, as well as looking at the Fed. Because, again, he can't fire the Federal Reserve chairman because they're a private bank, but he can work around them. And I think that was one of the reasons why he moved it under the Treasury in March of 2020, is to really try and take control of this heinous apparatus that has been weaponizing funding and trafficking and war for decades at our expense.
And this is why Doge is so important. It's so critical. We understand now why Elon Musk has such a target on his back, because of this very reason, because they're exposing the waste, fraud, and abuse that's been going on for God, how long? Exactly what you mentioned. And speaking of Doge, a federal judge in D.C. has issued a temporary pause on Doge's access to Treasury documents. This comes amidst the flurry of lawsuits being aimed at Elon Musk. Will any of this hold up, Ann, and will Doge ultimately always prevail here, do you think?
100%, because, who does Doge represent, Bo? Doge represents we the people. Us. This is not an organization where people are taking home a paycheck on the backs of the corporate United States of America. These are people who are volunteering their time, and they're going in there and they're doing the work of the people. Let's be clear. The government is supposed to be of, by, and for the people. Our Constitution demands it. We the people, not we the government, not we the World Economic Forum, we the United Nations, we the cabal, we the people. And so we are supposed to be holding our government, the people that we have elected into these roles as public servants, accountable. And since we haven't done our job, Bo, frankly, we have to be honest with ourselves. We have a lot of sin to atone for in terms of the lack of responsibility, the lack of civic duty that we've actually engaged upon. And so now you're starting to see those wheels of what I call real justice, people accountability. I'm part of the Department of Government Accountability. We are bringing that accountability now by showing up and walking into the doors of the Department of Education and walking into the doors of these various institutions. The Pentagon should be, $5.7 trillion has gone, quotes, missing since 2018. They can't account for this. They failed 7 audits. This is just unacceptable. And this is our money. So we can't just complain about it. We've got to do something about it. And that's what I love about Doge, is because it's people doing something about it. And the media is losing their minds.
Yeah. And we've only got about 30 seconds with you left, but I want to get your thoughts on this. Multiple media organizations who took hits at Trump over the past 8 years have received funding from USAID. How are they able to quietly take these funds, and what should happen to them?
Well, they need to be shut down, and they need to return the money, which I'm sure they're unable to do at this time because I'm sure the money has been spent elsewhere besides just putting out bad yellow journalism or just fake news and lies. They need to be shut down. It's like PBS. We can't have propaganda put out there, and I hope that President Trump will repeal the 2012 Smith-Mundt Modernization Act, because if he does that, propaganda by the government goes bye-bye forever. And I look forward to the day when all this gets shut down and companies like yourselves at Real America's Voice rise to the top like you are right now, because that is the real news, and you're bringing on real people that are here to represent the people. So I appreciate that.
And we appreciate you, Ann Vandersteel, for all of your investigative journalism and your truth. Thank you, Ann.
Thank you, Bo.
And coming up, News of the Day host comedian Jeff Ahern joins us to break down the daily news with a comedic flair. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those quacks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckvac.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckvac.com. Order now.
Well, it is a new day in America and a new administration in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of excitement and optimism about the future, but the reality is there's also a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The truth is that the forces that are responsible for breaking our healthcare system aren't going to simply go away. The challenges our system faces won't disappear overnight. And now, more than ever, you need to be prepared. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. And whether it's the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. From the flu to strep throat, from COVID to the bird flu, from a trip to the beach to a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America Healthy Again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. So just go to www.twc.health/voice today and order. One more time, that's twc.health/voice, and use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. Well, welcome back to Special Report on this fabulous Friday. News is not often a laughing matter, except, of course, when it is. And sometimes that comes at the expense of newsmakers who might not be intentionally funny. But we want to wrap up this week with our good friend, Jeff Ahern. Jeff is the host of News of the Day, in which he breaks down daily news with a signature comedic spin. Because let's face it, some things are just flat out funny. Jeff, we are delighted to welcome you back to Special Report.
Hey, Bo, great to be back. How you doing?
We're doing great, man. We're in West Palm Beach. Trump is in the air. Normally, like I said, we've had several segments where we tried to have you on, and Trump was doing something, so we couldn't have you. But we got to have some comedy this Friday. We just have to. We got to be able.
You meant like you're doing good because Trump is in the air. Not that he's actually physically in the air, but he's just all around.
He is.
Trump is in the air. Da 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 da.
He's in the atmosphere around us as we speak, literally and figuratively. Well, Jeff, we really appreciate you coming back because we had such a fun time before. And while a lot of people tune out the news because it can be boring or cumbersome, there are some funny moments to be found. And so I want to get your thoughts on this. For instance, Bernie Sanders, he did his best job to grill Bobby Kennedy about a onesie his organization once sold. Let's take a look at this.
Now, you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines.
Jeff, as I was watching this, I don't think Bernie knew what a onesie actually was. I think, in fact, he thought it was probably code for going number one in the bathroom. That's my personal opinion. What did you think of Bernie's geriatric theatrics?
He was so ridiculous. He was a perfect foil for RFK Jr. He's like, listen, I'm going to shake my finger, and if you don't listen to me, I don't take money from Big Pharma, except for the $1.5 million I took from Big Pharma. But let's move on. Let's move on.
That's so true. And just as he was pointing to that picture of the onesie, I thought he really doesn't know what it is. I know that he doesn't know what it is. He's never seen one before in his life. But you're absolutely right. It was a great foil to RFK, and I think RFK knew it was just all theatrics anyway.
He destroyed him. Bernie, for me, if Bernie and Mittens is great. I love Bernie and Mittens, but Bernie any other way when he's talking, you're just like, Bernie, just sell mittens.
Exactly.
Stick to what you're good at.
Of all the moments in the confirmation hearings that you've been seeing so far, what stood out to you?
I hope I didn't lose you.
Oh, did it? We lost you?
Oh, nuts.
I can hear you. All right, well, we'll keep moving on. Hopefully we'll get Jeff back in just a minute. But bottom line is, of all the confirmation hearings that were happening, there were certainly some moments that certainly stood out. Amy Klobuchar was doing her best to play, school principal with Kash Patel, and she actually got some clapback from Kash Patel as well. I think Kash was actually on his game. And this was interesting, too, and I hope we get Jeff back for this. Last weekend, as we watched the Fire Aid concert happen, I don't know how many of you out there actually saw it. It was a big benefit concert, lots of celebrities involved. And I happened to catch this introduction by the famous singer Pink. Let's take a look at this.
Ladies and gentlemen, and every other gender that absolutely exists, I give you the incredible John Mayer.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all the other genders. Jeff, are you there? I want to get you to weigh in on this. Nothing quite says I express condolences for your loss in the fire, which genders were actually consumed in the fire?
It's the madness of the left. It's like they can never get away from the DEI. They can never get away from the gender. They can't stop tripping over themselves, even if it's to help other people. It's like, okay, we'll help people, but only if you're this gender, or more so if you're this gender. It's like when FEMA went around in North Carolina, and if they saw a Trump sign or a USA flag, they said, nah, they'll be all right on their own. It's crazy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I was watching that, I was just incredulous, but I thought, of course, they just had to stick it in there. But that's why they lost the election, let's be honest. And Jeff, I want to get your thoughts on this, too. Recently, AOC decided to live stream on Instagram, which is already a bad idea, if you ask me. But she said this about Elon Musk.
In my experience, I have encountered many billionaires in my career. You all have seen many of those encounters in hearings, in other, forms of questioning, etc. I can tell you that this dude is probably one of the most unintelligent billionaires I have ever met or seen or witnessed.
Now, Jeff, I don't know how many billionaires that you encounter on a daily basis, Jeff, but SpaceX, okay, Elon Musk's company, SpaceX, is currently developing the most advanced super heavy lift rocket ever created. What has AOC done lately?
Well, exactly. AOC is she's a whiner. She's a complainer. Every time I think AOC, all I think of her is just photo op. She goes to the border, she sits there and she cries, and then she goes, get the best shot of me crying, and she just takes. She's a woman who kicked Amazon out of her community. She kicked Amazon out of her own. All the jobs that could have, instead of having a street lined with prostitutes and illegal selling stuff on the sidewalks, she could have had Amazon trucks and a great tax base. And she said, no, I'm going to go with socialism. I always say she's so communist, her face should be on Chinese money.
That's a very good point. And you mentioned the dramatics that AOC always has, the crying in front of the border. Selena Gomez did the same thing. I'm sure you saw that as well.
Yeah, that was just sad too. And she got ripped, rightfully ripped. You know, it was pretty glorious. So much so that she had to take it down because she didn't know what to do. They're so used to doing the woke thing and everyone applauding and going, yeah, you go, girl. And then to actually see people attacking her for it, they're like, they don't know what to do because they don't have any real morals or integrity. They just go with the flow, which for decades has been liberalism in Hollywood. So they don't know what to do.
Do you think the pendulum has shifted then? Do you think that now that when celebrities put that out there that they're going to get the clap back because sort of conservatives have kind of become mainstream and actually kind of cool?
That's exactly what's happened. I agree with that 100%. And so you're now seeing people in Hollywood who were woke to be in Hollywood and keep working in Hollywood actually go, wait a minute, I don't have to pretend, I don't have to play this game anymore. I can go and have morals and integrity and point out that maybe women and men shouldn't be in sports together, at least if it's supposed to be women's sports, that kind of stuff. And then there's the hardcore leftists, your Rob Reiners, et cetera, who promise to leave and then don't. They're always going to be the same. But the rest of Hollywood is kind of making the shift, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we've seen the shift already. It's happening quickly. Well, Jeff, we've seen a drastic contrast between new Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy and his predecessor Pete Buttigieg. Now, while Duffy is on his game trying to find out why this terrible plane crash happened, I feel like Pete Buttigieg would be investigating whether the FAA had properly celebrated Pride Month and, how the radioactive puddles of East Palestine made a fun rainbow of color. What say you?
Yeah, I would agree. He'd be like, hey, why aren't the ambulances, why don't they have more pride stuff on the sides? And how come everybody's in this blue? Why can't we have something more festive? And why don't I see more trans ambulance workers and people in the Coast Guard doing, everything but what's important, all the periphery, all the nonsense, not looking into why there weren't enough people in the tower, not looking into why 1,000 people were held off of qualified people were held off of filling those positions simply to fill DEI ones so they can get people who weren't up to the minimum yet, up to the minimum requirements to be a person in a tower. Well, they held off competent people, so they're at 85% instead of 100. Again, you just shake your head. Or Pete would be at home, like, nursing his kid with his plastic boobies.
Well, it's kind of funny how we go from Pete, Mayor Pete being basically a DEI hire to getting rid of DEI altogether. And I think that's a great transition if we're going to play the pun on that word. A really fun moment, Jeff, and I know you probably remember this, of Trump's first term was when he went international, and it was this power move that he did right here. Let's take a look at this. Okay, well, it was. You may remember it. I don't think we have it right now, but it was when he gave that brotherly shove to international leaders overseas. It might have been the G7, G8, I can't remember what it was. And I wonder, when he goes international this time around during this term, whenever that is, I'm sure it'll be soon, what could we see, Trump doing? Do you think he maybe would show Putin some of his TikToks? Will he challenge Kim Jong-un to a classic Squid Game? What do you expect to see from old Trump this time around?
Trump he's set. Like he doesn't have to run again. He's set. Everything's going. He's just going to be himself. He's just going to be happy, go lucky. He's going to be dancing. He's going to be backslapping. He's going to be high fiving. The whole thing. He'll probably hit Kim Jong-un on the ass if he could reach it. He'll probably hit his head because he's so short.
That's so true. Jeff, we've heard, that Trump has renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Everyone's talking about this. Democrats are up in arms about it. And it kind of made me wonder what other, renamings could be in store. You think that, he's got a knack for renaming things and renaming people. Depending on how things go with Canada and the tariffs, I suppose he could rename Lake Ontario Lake New York or even Lake Trump. What do you think he might do? What's next?
I don't know. He wants Gaza now. He wants to I don't know, have it be like another state for us. I don't know. What are you gonna call Gaza? Trump Town. I don't even know. You got me off guard with this one. Maybe just call it the 51st state until we can come up with a name for it.
Yeah, that's probably true. And we talked earlier about Trump's health habits and how he's supposed to be the healthiest guy in the world, and fueled by Diet Coke and McDonald's.
Yeah, Trump. He's whatever he's doing, it works for him. And I talk about McDonald's. Like, he goes to McDonald's. McDonald's is his friend. Even RFK Jr. is like, yeah, go ahead, you can have it. I think I'll have some too. But he's sitting in there. That was one of the big moments for his campaign when he was making fun of Kamala for never having worked at McDonald's, and she never did. They had no source data that said she did. Everybody knew it. The media wouldn't cover it. So it goes, you know what? I'm actually going to work at McDonald's. And the one day there will be more than her in her entire life.
Those golden arches, those beautiful golden arches. Well, Jeff, thank you so much for being with us. It was a riot as always. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, brother.
And we'll be right back with Army veteran Dylan Kruger about his new children's book. We'll be right back.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
Life is precious.
I want to make a point. No matter what happens, I'll always be there for you.
I know. When a woman experiences an unplanned pregnancy, she's faced with a difficult decision. Preborn connects with life-affirming pregnancy clinics across the nation and provides them with free ultrasound sessions for expectant mothers. When a mother sees her baby on an ultrasound and hears their heartbeat, it doubles the chance she'll choose life. With your gift of $28, Preborn will provide a free ultrasound for an expectant mother. Visit preborn.com/life to save a baby's life.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Welcome back to Special Reports. Many may wonder why we stand when we sing the national anthem. Some may think it's a mere act of reverence, but it's so much more than that. It involves our American flag, the battle that took place where Francis Scott Key peered through smoke to see if the American flag still stood.
But the next generation may not have the same reverence and respect that older generations had for the anthem and the flag, which is why we must educate them. Army veteran Dylan Kruger has done that very thing with his kids' book, Why We Stand. Welcome to the show, Dylan. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks for having us.
And Dylan, I know you've got your son Liam with you as well. I think it's so important what you have done, Dylan, because as a songwriter, I wanted to write a song for the next generation because I could see this lack of patriotism or apathy at best. Clearly, your time serving our country overseas has had a profound impact on you. So tell me about your service and how it led to writing your book.
Yeah, well, thank you again so much for having us on. So I was deployed to Afghanistan in 2011, and my time over there taught me truly how fortunate we are to be Americans, and to never forget the sacrifices the men and women of the United States military make for us and continue to make every single day. It's also incredibly important not just to honor those who have died for our freedoms, but there are a lot of brothers and sisters out there who've come home and they're still struggling with their mental health. So my hope is that my book can help teach young people why we honor the flag and why we respect those who fight for our freedom.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic, Dylan. And I'm sure clearly having 3 boys gave you some even further inspiration to pass down your patriotism to your kids and kids all across America. So how did you teach your boys about patriotism and our national anthem?
Yeah, so I remember becoming a father, and as they were growing up, I'd sit in the room, I'd read books to them, and I used to think, I'd look at the illustrations, and I knew it was something that I could do. And so the question of why we stand was very close to my heart. And when I had seen a lot of what was going on in the news and the disrespect that I would see for the national anthem, I knew that was an important message and something I really needed to teach my kids why it's important to stand and have pride in our country. So that's why I wrote the book. And there are a huge inspiration in that, and it's just been an incredible experience.
Yeah, Dylan, 2 years ago, I actually visited Baltimore, and I got to visit Fort McHenry, and I heard it was worth it, and it certainly was. Learning about the Battle of Baltimore and how Francis Scott Key was in a boat offshore as British bombs rained down on the fort, and how the sight of the American flag flying was a sign that America still stood. People don't really know this story, but it is important. What other historical elements of the story do you put in your book that you want kids to know?
Yeah, so that's a big part of it. We talk about Fort McHenry, the Battle of Baltimore. And then we also, part of the book is about the father taking his son throughout the country. And so they see a lot of different national monuments. They see the Statue of Liberty. They see the Washington Memorial and the Lincoln Memorial Washington Monument. And so it's always a really great experience when I read the book to a group of kids and they can point out the different landmarks and they know what they are. So that's really neat, educating them on that side.
Absolutely. Really making a difference there. Now, I do have one quick question for Liam, if he can hear me. Liam, what is your favorite part of the book?
The baby eagle looking around and seeing all the monuments.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I know that the book is actually told through the eyes of a bald eagle who flies across the country teaching his son about the history of the U.S. It doesn't get more patriotic than that. At the Eagles Commanders game last weekend, a bald eagle actually flew over while the anthem was sung. So you certainly have the right imagery with this book. Do you think that kids in this country, Dylan, are not being educated enough about our nation's history?
Yeah, I saw the eagle. That was pretty amazing. Yeah, but I think, there's a lot of homes that could use some, reminders of why it's important and what it's all about, and not to take for granted what we have in this country, and our youth need to be aware of that. And yeah. I think my hope is that maybe this book can get into some of their hands and they can have an understanding of why it's important that we stand for the national anthem.
Yeah, it's interesting, Dylan, because during the divisional NFL game, several performances of the national anthem were not televised by the major networks, and they caught a lot of flack for that. I don't know if it was intentional or an advertiser took the place of it, but it seems it was a missed opportunity to have a moment of collective unity for our country. Did you feel the same way?
I did. Yeah, the national anthem, it's a time we all come together, and it's so important, and it's not a moment to think of ourselves or to, put politics into it. But it's a moment of unity and a really important time to honor those who have fallen for our country, our freedom.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, really quick before we let you go, Dylan, Liam, where can our viewers go to buy your book?
Yeah, so the book is available at www.patriotickidsbooks.com. And then you can also find me at Real Patriot Publishing on social media. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube.
All right, fantastic. Thanks again for being with us. We will be right back with more Special Report.
Hi, I'm pulmonologist Dr. Jamie Rutland. Did you know we take 20,000 breaths a day? And when we inhale, we invite all the contaminants in the room into our airways? Indoor air quality can be 5 to even 100 times worse than outdoors. Meet the Air Doctor. It's your prescription for clean air and the only hospital-grade air purifier equipped with advanced Ultra HEPA filters, proven to improve your indoor air quality and overall health. I can confidently tell you that if it's in your air, it's in your body. Check this out. This would have been in your lungs.
And now you can breathe better with this exclusive TV-only offer. Save 40% now on your hospital-grade Air Doctor.
What makes Air Doctor hospital grade? Well, it's a triple filtration, including an Ultra HEPA filter that removes virtually 100% of the smallest and most dangerous contaminants down to 0.003 microns, including mold spores, pollen, smoke, pet dander, even bacteria and viruses that make you sick. That's 100 times smaller filtration than ordinary HEPA purifiers. That means you can breathe easy, knowing your family can get relief from allergies and asthma and reduce airborne diseases.
Look what the Air Doctor trapped. I wouldn't want my kids breathing this in.
Air Doctor takes the guesswork out of clean air. A pre-filter captures large particles. The carbon filter removes smelly odors, dangerous gases, and harmful volatile organic compounds. The Ultra HEPA filter captures microscopic contaminants, even bacteria and viruses. And the Air Doctor smart sensors measure pollutants, automatically adjusting the filtration.
It's pulling the pollutants out, it's pulling the allergens out, it's even pulling the toxic chemicals that our cleaning products leave behind.
Call or go to tryairdoctor.com now. Get 40% off our best-selling air purifier. Plus, every Air Doctor comes complete with our 30-day Breathe Better money-back guarantee.
Call 1-800-862-7795. That's 1-800-862-7795. Call now.
Increased tariffs on our trade partners, tax cuts and regulation changes. Learn why gold is a viable diversification tactic now more than ever. Birch Gold, the only gold company you should trust, is releasing their ultimate guide for gold in the Trump era, with foreword by Donald Trump Jr. To get your free copy, along with Birch Gold's free information kit on gold, text America to the number 989898. And here's the facts, folks. The national debt continues to increase. Interest payments on the national debt continue to increase. Gold is still your hedge against a weakened dollar. And Birch Gold is still the company you should trust to help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. So just text America to 989898 for your free copy of the ultimate guide for gold in the Trump era. There's no obligation, only information. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, countless 5-star reviews, and thousands of happy customers, you too can trust Birch Gold. Once again, text America to the number 989898 today. And welcome back to Special Report. It has been an interesting week in the news, from Democrat Ayanna Pressley calling Elon Musk a godless, lawless billionaire. Let's take a look at that.
This is an unprecedented moment, a constitutional crisis, but we will match their energy. With unprecedented organizing, mobilizing, agitating, we will see you in the courts, in Congress, in the streets. Elon Musk is a Nazi nutball baby. A godless, lawless billionaire who no one elected. Elon, this is the American people. This is not your trashy Cybertruck that you can just dismantle, pick apart, and sell the pieces of.
Well, from that madness and drama to Elizabeth Warren losing it over RFK Jr. as Health and Human Services Secretary nominee. And to delve into these crazy stories, I want to welcome in our good friend, conservative Ant, Anthony Raimondi. Thanks for joining me, Ant.
Thanks for having me, guys. Exciting times.
Absolutely, and dramatic times too. Let's be honest. This is some drama, Anthony. Let's be real. Let's start off with Elizabeth. Yeah, exactly. We don't need any of this drama. Well, let's start out with Elizabeth Warren. She was losing her mind, just like Ayanna Pressley was, over RFK Jr.'s nomination to be Health and Human Services Secretary. Let's take a look at this clip.
Stated, this is not only about a private company that gets sued and has to pay out. Vaccine manufacturers often operate on very slim profit margins. If they get sued repeatedly and successfully, they simply move out of the vaccine space. We've already seen this happen with vaccines in the past. 20 years ago, we watched vaccines just move away if they did not have protection from these kinds of lawsuits. The consequence of Mr. Kennedy's ability to make those lawsuits easier is also the ability to shut down access and manufacturing for vaccines for every one of us. And I think
now, Anthony, I would hate to marginalize a Native American here on live television, but is she being a little bit overly dramatic?
A little bit over dramatic. I mean, she's losing her mind. I think they were holding her up as she was walking out, all frantic the other day. Look, we've already heard and know that she's probably received many kickbacks. Okay. So they're running scared. They're like, when you put that fire to a jar of ants and they're running around, that's no pun intended, but that's what they're doing. They're running around scared right now. And by the way, RFK is doing a great thing. He wants to make America healthy, and he's trying to use the European playbook here. I'm for RFK, and I think that they're just mad that their pockets are not going to be lined anymore.
Yeah, you're right, and I think RFK is doing the right thing. He's handled himself so well in this. But when is the last time, Anthony, we've heard making America healthy again? When have we talked about health? I think it's so amazing and so appropriate that we would be dealing with this health crisis that we have right now.
It really is. And look, if people really want to look at the science, usually what you do is process of elimination. You try things out, you test it. So if the vaccines worked, and now we have studies that show that some people it didn't work, some people it did work. There's all kinds of different studies that came out now. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with questioning these things? What's wrong with RFK wanting to question these things? Wouldn't the American people want the answers on that? I know I would.
Yeah, we all need them, to be honest with you. And I hope that there's some accountability when it comes to what happened with those vaccines. I think we need to look into that, and Big Pharma. And that's exactly what RFK wants to do. Well, and one of President Trump's executive orders signed this past Wednesday is titled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports, and it was signed on National Girls and Women in Sports Day. This order also specified that the State Department is to push the International Olympic Committee to make the same change and make eligibility determined according to sex and not gender identity of testosterone reduction. Do you think that this was the right thing to do to protect women in sports?
100% bravo to Donald Trump. This is a win for women. Look at this iconic picture of all these young women, young females, young girls, and now they're going to be able to be safe. They don't have to worry about, parents don't have to worry about their kids having to shower with boys and men in locker rooms. I mean, this is really a huge thing. 100% I agree with Donald Trump on this.
Yeah, that video, I think, Anthony, will go down in the annals of history. It's just, when I saw it, we were actually taking it live on Special Report, and I thought, that is the image right there. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. To see those young girls surrounded, or Trump surrounded by those girls, to know that they're not going to have to compete against a biological male, I think is something that's going to be talked about for many, many, many years, if not decades to come. Well, and I now want to go to the border. Since President Trump has been in office, the illegal border crossings have gone down tremendously. And patrol agents are certainly happy that President Trump is back in office. Let's take a look at this clip.
All we needed was a president that was going to empower us, a strong leader like President Trump, and then a secretary like Secretary Noem that knows exactly what we need to do to secure the border. We're seeing almost a 90% decrease in illegal entries since January the 21st. Not only that, but our criminal prosecutions of those we're apprehending is up almost 52%. You talked about, you led in with the Tren de Agua. Our U.S. Border Patrol BORTAC unit is out there with ICE making those arrests. And so, look, Border Patrol knows how to secure the border. All we needed was an administration that would let us enforce the law, and we're out there, and we are seeing phenomenal gains on the border.
Common sense, common sense, common sense. Anthony, why couldn't President Biden have done this very same thing 4 years ago? Do you think it was about trying to garner votes, even illegal ones?
100%. Look, this is exactly what the American people voted for. This is what I voted for. I mean, look, I feel so much safer already that Donald Trump has been in there for a month now? This is exactly what we voted for. And I think that people are going to see exactly how it's going to affect us in a good way. This is great. We have a tough border now. People are not going to mess around. It's going to deter people from coming here and trying to get free stuff.
Yeah, and something I hadn't thought about really till this week is you've got, him protecting women's sports, so we're protecting women in one way. And then if you reduce the illegal border crossings, Tren de Aragua, MS-13, now you're protecting women like Lake and Riley in a completely different way. It's a win-win for everybody. And I think that all these claims about misogyny, BS, look at what Trump is doing for women. And I think that's very, very important and should be looked at historically. Well, Anthony, President Trump recently also signed an executive order barring transgender people from military service. Are you in agreement with the president on this issue?
I am in agreement with this. Look, I was in agreement with this when he was the president in his first term. Transgenderism, and I'm going to get a lot of hate, and I always have, it's a mental health issue, okay? There's many things that the military won't let you in for. This is, and I've never served, but I do know a lot of our men and women in the military. It's a mental health issue. That's fine. You can have a mental health issue, but you need to have it handled and taken care of. I think this is great. I think Trump did yet another thing to not only keep women safe, but to keep America safe.
Yeah, Anthony, I want to just ask you on a human level, too, because you said you get a lot of hate for it. I mean, when you think of, okay, someone wants to serve our country, and why should we bar anyone that's willing to put their life on the line? But you're hitting on something different, which is the psychological issue. And it sounds like what you're saying is if these people are not mentally stable and don't have a handle on things, even if they want to serve their country, they should not be permitted to, the same way someone that's mentally weak or physically weak could also not serve. Is that correct?
Correct. We need the strongest to protect this country. You look at places like Russia, these guys are they're deadlifting pickup trucks, okay? We need the strongest and sharpest people to protect this country. Not only that, taxpayers are paying for some of these medications that they need when they go in there. I don't want to pay for that. So you need to get yourself together, but it doesn't belong in the military. Sorry.
You hit that nail on the head, man. Thank you, Anthony. And this weekend, the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles meet at Caesars Superdome in New Orleans to battle it out in Super Bowl 59. And the man we were just talking about, President Trump, will make history as the first sitting president to attend the Super Bowl. What are your thoughts on this, Anthony? Do you think he'll get a huge round of applause like he has at many other stadiums across the country?
I think he will get a huge round of applause. This is so awesome. And I believe that they interviewed Kelsey this week. Yes. And he said, hey, I'm totally cool with it. Any sitting president coming. That was very respectful of him. I love this. This is great. Kamala Harris was just at a game and nobody even knew she was there. She was walking through the stands and nobody even said anything. So he's going to get a standing ovation.
What did you think of the fact that Kelsey said this when he's got a girlfriend that has been such a vocal critic of President Trump? Were you surprised to hear Kelsey say this?
Yes and no. All these people have been paid to say a lot of stuff for Joe Biden, so I wouldn't be surprised if little Taylor Swift was as well. No, I think he's trying to he knows the climate of the country right now. He's doing what he's supposed to do. If all these guys stayed out of politics and just played football, we would be in a much better spot when it comes to the NFL. I really hope that more NFL players do this.
I hope they do too. And when we saw the Florida Panthers just at the White House, it was kind of nice to see everyone there, no one boycotting it, just celebrating the championship. And let's face it, I mean, Trump loves champions because he is a champion. He's a winner. He loves winners. He respects them. So I hope the same is true for the Super Bowl this Sunday. Well, Anthony, thank you so much for being on Special Report. We always love having you on.
Thanks.
And thank you to our viewers. And be sure to check out Special Report along with all of our Rav shows now on iHeart Podcast. And we want to hear from all of you on Getter. So if you haven't joined, go check out the app. And hey, if you're already there, reach out and let us know what you think of Special Report. We'll see you next week. Now stay tuned for War Room.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are powerful, lightweight, and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. Plus, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. You get a free portable charging case, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, free shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Tired of one-way news?
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Welcome to RAV, where your voice matters.
Mod 1, you are in the chats all the time, engaging with our extended RAV family.
Let me know that you're a first-time chatter there. I will definitely celebrate you.
It's really incredible. It's like a family there on the chat.
We share ideas and pray for each other.
My favorite show hosts are actually in the live chat.
When you're out for a date, you just can't wait to get back.
Isn't it just amazing, the family?
We do hear you.
The chat is where your voice is heard, and that's the whole point behind Real America's Voice.
Real America's Voice, they got it going on.
Join Real America's Voice, where you make the difference.
When you are in RAV Chat, you are in the conversation.
Discretionary spending, you're going to have a firestorm. You had a firestorm last week and kind of quasi